spotlight on women's empowerment in our state. Today, we're bringing together a diverse group of panelists to discuss critical areas such as leadership, skill development, entrepreneurship, education, and social change, all with the goal of enhancing opportunities for women across the state. Our objective is to foster a rich dialogue and exchange insights that will lead to actionable strategies. We aim to not only identify the challenges, but also to craft solutions that can significantly improve the status and opportunities available to women. This summit is graced by the presence of distinguished educationists, dedicated bureaucrats, influential policymakers, visionary business leaders, as well as keen investors and other key stakeholders. Your collective expertise and perspectives are crucial as we work together to pave the way for a more equitable future. Thank you for joining us in this important conversation. Your participation is vital in driving the change that we wish to see. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we request everyone to please rise for the Tamil Thai Varthu. Thank you. I now call upon Dr. Nirmala Lakshman, Chairperson of the Hindu Group, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the Hindu Tamil Nadu Women's Summit 2024. This summit is a significant gathering of policymakers, thought leaders, and professionals who are committed to fostering women's empowerment and creating inclusive ecosystems for everyone. An impressive more than 40% of India's women are in the industrial workforce, and they all come from Tamil Nadu. This statistic not only highlights the industrious spirit of our state's women, but also underscores Tamil Nadu's leadership in promoting gender diversity in the industrial sector. One of the early trendsetters in hiring women for shop floors was Titan Company, a venture established by the Tamil Nadu government in collaboration with the Tata Group, even before liberalization of the Indian economy. This pioneering move set a precedent for other industries to follow, ensuring that women had significant roles in manufacturing and in other traditionally male-dominated sectors. Recently, our Honorable Chief Minister, Thiru N.K. Stalin, unveiled the Tamil Nadu State Policy for Women 2024. This policy is a comprehensive vision to ensure social justice and provide women access to their rightful entitlement. It aims to enable women to lead harmonious and peaceful lives within equitable opportunities to realize their true potential and aspirations for a sustainable tomorrow. Over the next 10 years, the policy will focus on raising the status of women through awareness, education, and gainful employment. And capacity building initiatives have also part of that. At the Hindu, we are proud of our commitment to fostering an inclusive workspace where women play pivotal roles across various departments within our organization. Our women workforce has been instrumental in driving innovation, leadership, and excellence within the organization. Their contributions are a testament to the progressive values we uphold and our dedication to gender equality. Today's summit brings together distinguished speakers who will share their insights on various topics, including women in manufacturing, gender equality in STEM, and driving inclusion through the creative economy. We have an exciting lineup of sessions designed to inspire and empower, reflecting our theme, Empowering Women, Reshaping Tomorrow. I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our partners and the sponsors for their support in making this event possible. Your commitment to the cause of women's empowerment is truly commendable, so thank you very much for that. As we embark on this day of knowledge, sharing, and inspiration, I encourage all of you to engage actively, share your perspectives, and take back valuable insights that can contribute to the ongoing journey of women's empowerment. Thank you, and let's look forward to a day of meaningful dialogue and inspiration. Very grateful for all your presence, and thank you very much once again.
I request Dr. Nirmala to please felicitate our chief guest, Dr. T.R.B. Rajaa, Honorable Minister for Industries, Investment Promotions and Commerce, Government of Tamil Nadu. If you would do the honors, please, ma'am. Request our dignitaries to remain on stage for a moment longer. We have the launch of a very special coffee table book. Well, as you all know, the story of Tamil Nadu is incomplete without the story of its women, be it education or industry, employment or entrepreneurship, art or sports. Our women are making strides in leaving their mark in conference rooms, classrooms, conversations, and beyond across the state. This book honors these women, their journeys, and their achievements. It's a commemoration of their resilience, their strength, and their grit. And it's a platform to acknowledge them and inspire thousands of young girls and women across the state to follow in their footsteps. This book will be launched in the presence of our other dignitaries who are here with us today. So I'd like to call upon Mr. Vishnu Venugopalan, IAS, Managing Director, Guidance Tamil Nadu. Give him a round of applause and welcome him on stage. Mr. Srivats Ram, Chairman, CII Tamil Nadu State Council and Managing Director, Wheels India Limited, Chennai. And Mr. L.V. Navneet, Chief Executive Officer of the Hindu Group. So I would now request Dr. Nirmala to please present the Honorable Minister with the first copy. And now we'll present our other dignitaries with a copy as well. Can we have one more book, please? Wonderful. Thank you so much. I now request the Honorable Minister to please deliver the keynote address. Our other dignitaries can have a seat. Thank you so much.
Welcome. It's indeed an honor to be on this stage, having grown up with the Hindu. Having been chiseled by the Hindu, I must say, most of us here, I think the first thing you open up to when it becomes a newspaper of such values, I think the person gets chiseled and his life gets chiseled by the window that one piece of paper opens up to the world. And luckily for us, the Hindu has been doing that for ages, for me all my life, to turn pages, to read into stories that resonate, that stories which are true, filled with facts, and that's something which we are very sadly missing in many of the journalistic outputs today. So for me personally, what I am today, I'm sure part of me is the Hindu, so there's no other reference to it. So just the Hindu being part of us all is what I think mostly makes us people of Chennai, people of Tamil Nadu also. So thank you, Hindu, for what you've been doing all this while, and thanks for this amazing event, and thanks for giving me a chance to be here today. So I'm glad to share this opportunity with Thiru N. Ram, the amazing Thiru N. Ram, Ms. Nirmala Lakshman, the chairperson of the Hindu group, Thiru Venugopal Kasturi, Mr. Ramesh Rangarajan, Mr. Ramneet, Srivats Ram, my good friend Radha Krishnan, and Madam C.G. Kushala, who's already here, Michelle, who's already invited me to Saxony, and I'm sure I'm going to be there, ma'am, soon. Yeah, that's a promise that'll be kept very soon, and we're expecting more investments from you too. So it's a good time to be here. First of all, let me start by saying that Tamil Thai Varathu vandu padanum, adu vandu இந்த மாதிரி டேப்ல எல்லாம் போடக்கூடாது. That's the whole point of us getting a legislation in. I mean, it's a proper GO which says you should actually sing it. When you sing it, you feel every single word. அது பாடினாதான் உள்ள இருக்கிற அர்த்தம் புரியும். And வாய் திறந்து அந்த it takes a while for some people to learn it, but I think once you learn it, you understand why it is the Tamil Thai வாழ்த்து. So எனவே அடுத்த முறை நீங்கள் எல்லோரும் வாய் திறந்து மனமாற அந்த தமிழ் தாய் வாழ்த்தை பாட வேண்டும் என்ற அந்த கோரிக்கையை நான் இங்கே முதலில் வைக்க கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறேன். And Tamil Thai, I mean, it's not just the language, right? It's the way we live. It's the way we cherish Tamil Nadu. And this is the only country within this country. It's not a separate country. It's a country which wants this country to be united. And it believes that only a united, progressive, inclusive India will, in effect, add value to Tamil Nadu as a state itself. So as a state, we want India as a country to grow, and for that, we give almost 10% of its growth. You do know that Tamil Nadu has been working very hard, way beyond many other states, and we've been giving progressively to the state, to the country, to the union, but unfortunately the union has not reciprocated in kind, and that's the matter for a different stage, not today. But I can say, but I had to refer to that because it's the more we talk about it, the better. I want more people to understand our genuine requests. So that said, there's so much today so much to say about Tamil Nadu. Recently, I just saw this reel on Instagram. There's this few women sitting and talking, women from north of India, and some of them going. I think there was a foreigner who puts the mic to them. He said, "What do you feel? How do you feel about Chennai? How do you feel about Tamil Nadu? You're from a different state and stuff. So how do you feel here?" They say, "I'm safe. I feel safe. I feel safe to be in Chennai, and that I feel that women are more respected here." This is from a North Indian sister. She's saying, "I feel more respected here. I feel more safe here." I mean, that's not the big thing. I mean, for us, that's just normal, right? That has to be the normal. That's normalization of being safe happens only in Tamil Nadu. So, I mean, that needs to be the statement. That needs to be normal. Well, beyond that, what she said next was special to me. She said, "Enga ponal, wherever I go, people keep asking me, where are you working?" That's special. It doesn't happen in my homestead. Wherever I go, when I come in, in my home, my maid, she said, "Enga ma vela paaka poringa, enga poringa ma, enga vela paakuringa." My friend, she said, "Venga vela paakuringa." It's a norm to just say, talk to a lady and say, "Okay, where are you working?" That is, for me, is the epitome of, that's Tamil Nadu for us. And that is why when ma'am also opened a speech here, she said 43% of all women working in India are from Tamil Nadu, which is a huge, huge number. A huge, huge number. That for me is a clincher. I think that is what we are all trying to do. Normalize that, yes, man and woman are equal, and we need to give them equal opportunity. And that is the one main key role of government. And governance, when it comes ideologically driven, then you get output, real output. I must add, a good friend, a journalist, Madhavan of Mint, he did a story recently. I'll just tell you what happened there. He went to collect a story in Hosur. He was standing in this bus stop, and then he meets this teacher in the bus stop. And he walks up to her and says, wants to prod on industrialization and the effects of it. And she says, 15, 20 years back, mothers would come and shout at me, literally shout at me, saying, "ஏன் இவ்வளோ வேலை கொடுக்குறீங்க, ஏன் இவ்வளோ ஹோம்ஒர்க் கொடுக்குறீங்க, என் பொண்ணு வேலைக்கு போகணுமா, வீட்டுக்கு போய் வேலைக்கு போகணுமா?" Means, why do you give my daughter, your student, so much of homework? Because she needs to come back home and go for work. That used to be the statement of mothers about 15, 20 years back. And now she goes on to say, she said, என் பொண்ணு அந்த கம்பெனியில் வேலை பண்ணணும்னா என்ன படிக்கணும் டீச்சர் அப்படின்னு கேட்குறாங்க. Which is like, if my daughter, what should my daughter read to go and work in that big company there? She points at Ola and says, what does she have to read to do that? That is progress. That is progress. And that is success of successive governance, which pushes for education, and the output is talent, and the talent brings in growth, the talent brings in industrialization. Industrialization gives you, that actually empowers women. So today, Tamil Nadu is symbolic of empowered women because of the push that successive governments have given to education, and the talent that's come out of that, and the talent which is absorbed, which has attracted so much of industry, so many industries. And of course, the entrepreneurs of Tamil Nadu, they have also helped in a big, big way. I must say, our homegrown entrepreneurs, our homegrown industrialists who over ages, like the TVSs and the Murugapas and all these other beautiful, beautiful people, amazingly talented homes which have helped the state grow on its own, are also, they need to be thanked also. But I said, it's not just that. It's, as I said, women are working, and they're not working they're not doing just menial jobs. They're very keenly working. She said 43%, right? It's just not 43%, adula mattum illa. 64% in service and manufacturing. Of which 64% is service and manufacturing. Service and manufacturing is not easy jobs, right? These are key jobs, talent-oriented jobs. So it's not the normal jobs that our women are doing. They're doing jobs which are highly important. They are actually helping in building the nation. That is what the women of Tamil Nadu are doing. That is extremely a proud thing for us. So 52%, and hence 52% of the government employees are today women. 92.2% of women in Tamil Nadu have bank accounts. And this is way before, I'm saying we were leading even before the direct debit thing. Yeah, direct debit adanaala we started the bank accounts open பண்ணினாங்க எல்லாரும் சொல்லலாம். That's not the thing. We were ahead way before that, way before 1st January 2013. So this state as such has been progressing, and our women have added so much to it. Our GER also, 47%. And our women are again slightly ahead on that, 47.3%. And whereas the national average is at 28.4%. So there again, Tamil Nadu comes up tops. And then Tamil Nadu, PhD enrollments, 17.8% of all PhD enrollments in India from Tamil Nadu women. How can you beat numbers like that? In Tamil Nadu, that's almost 16,968 enrollments, and the second closest state, I don't want to name the state, but it comes through at 8,000 odd. So 16,900 and 8,200, it's more than double the second closest state, and that is the kind of PhD enrollment that Tamil Nadu rolls out. And that is why when a company like Hitachi Energy, that's while ABB, comes to Tamil Nadu, says, I want 3,000 jobs, and of which I want about 1,000 PhDs. Adile, I want 50% of women. When they walk up, they say, that's easy. No other state can do that. No other state can even think of 500 PhDs, 500 women PhDs in a jiffy. That is Tamil Nadu's strength. That is why Tamil Nadu is the talent capital of India. That is again, a biggest success, one of the biggest success of the Dravidian model of governance that we all keep talking about today. There is a bit of, even high school dropouts, we are extremely low. See, all this started because of ideologically driven governance. Ideologically driven governance, I must say, when Periyar started this whole thing, and then Anna carried the torch, Kalaignar went on to do that. And then even Madam Jayalalitha, she did a bit to carry that torch. And then now our leader. So I'll just close by saying I'll just give you a small example on the police force alone. 1929, Periyar said, we need to get women into the forces. And then way back in 1973, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in India, Kalaignar brought in women into the police force in Tamil Nadu. That was the first time ever in India, and that is 50 years now. And our leader, our chief minister, celebrated that a few years back. And now later, in 1992, Madam Jayalalitha, she brought in the all-women police station, which all of you must know. And then in 2003, again, there was a police commando force. Now, about 30% of all the police force in Tamil Nadu is women. Almost 25,000 women there. Again, Tamil Nadu comes up top. So what do we do? I mean, where does this all start? Because of ideology. So I must also say, I'll just interject by saying, it's key that women are part of everything in life, most importantly, politics. And I would take this opportunity to welcome you all into politics. It's this is not a pitch for just my party, but I must say we do have a wonderful women's wing. But I must say that it is time that you look into politics as a genuine step to be the change. It is difficult. I'm not saying no. But we are here to make it easy for you. So it is our duty to make it easy for you, but choose whatever party you want to, but please choose wisely and choose whatever party, but choose politics. And I'm leaving it out there. Politics is key. If you want to be the change, you need to come and step in and make sure that the change is, you can make that change. So I'll just close by saying, my leader, Thiru Muka Stalin Avargal, the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, today has become the hero, the Dravidian Nayagan, who is actually showcasing the Dravidian model of governance with amazing schemes like the Magalir Urme Togai, the Pudumai Pen scheme, which again gives out 1,000 rupees to every girl child who goes into college, and then the Tori hostels. The Tori hostel is amazing hostels. You must see. I urge all of you amazing entrepreneurs here to please walk into any of the Tori hostels that we've opened up. Please give us your feedback. These are amazing accommodations for women who are working. I think these are all small key initiatives of the government that is helping Tamil Nadu transform. Keep going the way that we are going. The free buses, of course, that has been amazing also. I must say, finally, everybody says, ideology, sorry, and freebies, why? Well, again, that freebies, It's not freebies, it's social welfare. Welfare, people, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just close by saying, just talk about one small thing that Kalinga did way back. He gave free TVs. You know what the free TV scheme is. Everybody got a small box at home. In 2006, he doled out free TVs to everybody. Everybody says, it's why? Leisure. Is it very important today? But I must say, leisure is not luxury. Leisure should not be just given, equated to luxury. I think getting leisure, the working class is also entitled to leisure. I think the working class is also entitled to leisure, and we need to make sure that leisure is also part and parcel of everyday life for everybody, and that is social justice. But keep that separately, but that's something which we're doing from the social justice angle. But as far as women empowerment alone goes, there was an Oxford study which came out later in 2009. It says, after cable TV penetration, cable TV, of course, you need a TV to watch cable TV. So when this penetration increased, there was a significant decline in acceptance of domestic violence. There was acceptance of domestic violence. Domestic violence was a norm. The acceptance of domestic violence went down very, very significantly post-exposure to cable television. Post that window to the world came into every household in Tamil Nadu. After that, there was also a decline in the preference for a son over a daughter. There was a significant drop. And then there was increased school enrollment. And then most importantly, there was increased participation. There was increased participation in household decision making, where the women of the house stepped up and said, "Iru, நான் சொல்றேன். நீயே என்ன முடிவு பண்றது? நீங்களே என்ன முடிவு பண்றது? நானும் சொல்றேன். I have a voice." And in fact, that voice is what our Honorable Chief Minister today has recognized and gifted சொல்லக்கூடாது, has recognized and delivered that ₹1,000 every month to every household, saying, "We respect your voice. You are the homemaker. You toiled all this while. You made what Tamil Nadu is today. You made this country. You worked hard silently behind the scenes for us, for the men of the house to go and deliver. Now it's time for us to respect that and say, thank you." And Magalir Urumai Tagai is just that, saying thank you to all the amazing women who helped build Tamil Nadu and help build India as such. So ladies and gentlemen, Tamil Nadu today, the engine that powers the train, that is India, is chugging along happily because of this inclusive and diverse ecosystem that we have in Tamil Nadu. So thank you to all the ladies who've made this possible. Thank you, amazing women of Tamil Nadu, for making what India is today. And this ideology, Dravidian model of governance, will make sure that every single lawmaker coming henceforth will stand by you, strengthen you, and make sure that Tamil Nadu remains the #1 state in India. Nandri, vanakkam.
Thank you so much, sir, for those inspiring words. Next, we'll talk about the CII initiatives for women's development and promotion. I'd like to call upon Mr. Srivats Ram, Chairman, CII Tamil Nadu State Council and Managing Director, Wheels India Limited, Chennai. Mr. Srivats Ram has been closely associated with CII and was the Vice Chairman of CII Tamil Nadu State Council during 23-24. He is a member on the board of Sundaram Finance Limited, Sundaram Finance Holdings Limited, India Motor Parts and Accessories Limited, Thrissur Sundaram Santanam and Family Private Limited, Axles India Limited, and Sundaram Composite Structures Private Limited. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. T.R.B. Rajaa Avargale, Honorable Minister for Industries, Investment Promotion and Commerce, Government of Tamil Nadu. Mr. Vishnu Venugopal, IAS, Managing Director and CEO, Guidance. Mrs. Nirmala Lakshman, Director, Hindu Group. Mr. N. Ram, and Michaela Kuchla, the Consul General of Germany in Chennai. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my honor to be here today at the Women's Summit Empowering Women, Reshaping Tomorrow. I'd like to tell you a little bit about my approach on women. If you look at my family, the TVS family, there are 12 people in my generation who are running companies, and out of 12, 3 of them are women. But I also need to tell you that when I started working in my company, there were 1,500, this is 30 years back, there were 1,500 people, there was one woman. So we have actually made a lot of progress in the last 30 years. And as the Honorable Minister said, it is partly due to the social construct which was driven by education, especially in this state, if you look at it, education of women and the successive governments supporting women that has actually brought forward women in the workplace. It's something that the state benefits from. As a matter of fact, when you're looking at getting investments into the state, for example, they look at a number of different parameters which are different from what typically you would have. They look at sustainability, they look at whether I can get women workforce. These are important parameters because these are also tracked by boards at a corporate level internationally. And Tamil Nadu has benefited due to 30 years of this enlightened governance. As we stand today, if you look at women in the workforce, India is still behind. While Tamil Nadu is probably the leading state, India is still behind the rest of the world, where 47% of the workforce is women. We are probably somewhere in the 30s. But there's also a report that came out that said that if there was parity, if they had 50% of the workforce as women, it would add about $12 trillion to the global economy. So that's the power that women bring. Women are also talent, and that is actually where that $12 trillion comes from. If you look at Tamil Nadu, we employ, the ministers already covered a lot of these points, but I need to also repeat this. We have 45,000 factories in Tamil Nadu. And that 45,000 factories cover a variety of companies, large companies, MSMEs. In that entire mix, we have the largest women workforce in India. As a matter of fact, 43% of Indian women, as the minister said, are in Tamil Nadu. And it becomes even starker when you look at the southern states. Southern states are 70% of the women workforce in the country. This has happened because of education. This has also happened because of rise of income. The per capita income, one interesting anecdote, if I can just share it. If you look at India and you look at the southern states, and this was shared to me by Mr. Chandramohan of Hatson Agro, if I can comment. He said, if you look at India as an ice cream cone, the cone is the southern part of India. And that's the foundation. And this is reflected in a number of statistics, and women engagement in the workforce is a big part of it. So one thing is to have the workforce and have the education system drive it. The second thing is to have a government that is proactive in engaging in a number of schemes. The Pudumai Pen that the minister spoke about, the free bus travel, and also the hostel system, which becomes very critical because in industrial areas, especially in our state, go further and further away from the city. And while we have probably the best safety record of any state, there are concerns on that, and ensuring that you have hostels where women can actually work and live in close proximity lends to the fact that we have a stronger women workforce than other states. If you look at the budget, for example, even in the Tamil Nadu budget, for example, it focused on 7 themes, out of which welfare for women was a pioneer. Almost there's also allocation of significant budget towards some of these schemes that were done. And while we talk about women workforce, I also want to talk about women-led businesses. And this is a very interesting statistic, and this goes across different segments of business. I had the fortune of being in a couple of startup events over the last couple of weeks, and Tamil Nadu has, I think, 8,600 startups, and 47% of them have at least one women founder in them. This is across the state. Talking about going from Kanyakumari to Tirunelveli to Coimbatore, and across the state, the statistic is there. If you look at women-led businesses, there are over 1 million women-owned establishments in this state alone. Here we're talking about going into the micro shops, everything. If you look at it, there are over about 1 million such enterprises. The literacy rate, of course, is significantly higher than the national average. And the MSMEs, if you look at it, there's a significant amount of women entrepreneurs in that, which doesn't really come across. I would even go one step further. When you think of agriculture, think of farmers. You would think that farmers are men. But I have experience in some areas, for example, in Dharmapuri, which is in Tamil Nadu. A lot of the men actually went to the cities to seek jobs. The farmers were women. There were villages where 95% of the farmers were actually women. And they were thriving, and they were very interested in learning best practices in agriculture. So the state, I'm just talking about the fact that the state actually has empowered women, and this is one reason why we have performed so well. CIA has India Women Network, which was started about 20 years back. We have over 300 members in our Indian Women Network. They promote women participation in the workforce, growth and leadership, co-create ecosystems that enable women to live up to the full economic potential. And this network has actually promoted diversity. So we work also along with companies in this. We have 9 chapters. IWIN is across the southern states of India, but notably in Tamil Nadu, if you look at it, Karur, Salem, Erode, and Madurai is close to being opened, other than Chennai. So it's fairly well distributed, much like the CI system, it goes across the state. IWIN gives a platform for women to interact with other women in the workforce. Some of them are leaders, some of them are at management positions. And this interaction actually creates a network, and the network actually gives a lot of confidence to the women in the workforce. I've had an opportunity to participate in seminars and training programs, and to improve the statistics of women in lead roles, we also provide career counseling for women who are working in CIM. Members of IWIN have worked in important initiatives such as child education, women empowerment, and we actually look at having individual members, corporate members. So it is something that we're trying to build up, where we create a foundation in CI which gives support to women in Tamil Nadu and in India. As in most initiatives in CI, it was started in Tamil Nadu, now it's become a nationwide initiative. So today, as we celebrate women and women in the workforce, we also need to recognize the fact that much as we have come a long way, there is still a lot to do to improve the equality. There's a lot of unconscious bias in people. It is a struggle actually when we try to increase women employment. There's a lot of unconscious bias which is there that we need to fight against. It's something we have to recognize that is there. And the minister mentioned that almost 50% of the government workforce is women. So I wish the corporate sector was half as good as that. We are not. There's a lot of bias. And I think as business leaders, we need to push that. And only if only if there's a mandate from the top do I see things changing and progressing going forward. With that, I'm very grateful for the Hindu group for designating the Indian Women Network of CI as industry partner. And I'm delighted to be here and look forward to interactions further in the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now dive right into our panel discussion, our first for the day. Our topic is Women in Manufacturing and why Tamil Nadu is ahead of the curve. Tamil Nadu ranks top amongst the Indian states comprising of over 42% of the entire women's workforce in India's manufacturing sector. The state's success is indicative of a cultural and societal environment that encourages and supports women's participation in traditionally male-dominated fields. This panel will delve into the opportunities, challenges, and infrastructure requirements to enable gender diversity jobs in emerging industrial sectors. I would like to welcome our moderator to take the stage, so give me a few moments to introduce him. Our moderator for this session is Kanishka Arumugam, co-CEO, Eki Water Technologies. He is a next-generation leader within his family's business, spanning engineering, education, and real estate sectors. He currently serves as the co-CEO of Eki Water Technologies and has been instrumental in establishing India's first international joint venture in the wastewater pump sector with a German major. Under his leadership, Eki's accomplishments have been recognized as a case study at the INSEAD Business School. Eki Water Technologies, headquartered in Coimbatore, sustainably pumps, transports, and optimizes water for agriculture, building services, and utilities across India. The company has a global presence through international manufacturing collaborations and distribution partnerships, with its products sold in more than 20 countries. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I invite Kanishka Arumugam to take the stage, and I leave this session in his capable hands. Can we give our moderator a big round of applause, starting off the first session for the day.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Good morning, namaste and vanakkam. I would like to call upon our wonderful panelists this morning, Ms. Usha Subramaniam from Grundfos, Country President, Ms. Anupama Ratta, Head of HR at Tata Power and Renewable Energy Limited, Ms. Saranya Mala, she's the Women-Operated Manufacturing Line Head of Sencoplin, and of course, Ms. Gauri Kailasam, the CEO of Rane Madras Limited. Please be on stage. Oh, careful. So once again, very good morning to all. Good morning to our CIA chair. Michelle is here, our German consulate. Let me introduce you, our panelists. Usha is the country president of Grundfos. Usha has leadership positions earlier with Tata, Tefe, and IKEA, and brings a vast experience from managing developed and emerging countries across 50 nations. Her expertise is in thriving within the global environments is quite invaluable. We have two people from the HR point and then two people from operations. I think it's a very good mix. Anupama is the head of Tata Power Renewable Energy Limited. She has over a decade of expertise at the Tatas. The Tatas are known for their best HR practices. We look forward to hear from you, Anupama. Saranya heads the line at Sencoplin. She is a specialist in operations with leader and agile production methods. Of course, and then last but not the least, Ms. Gauri Kailasam. She has an interesting background from chemical engineering and a master's from the US in chemical engineering as well. She spent nearly 3 decades at Ford in US, China, and the UK. And over the past decade, she spent time with Rane, and under her leadership, Rane has won Deming Prize. Most of us know Deming is the world's most acclaimed Japanese quality award, and she's also tripled the turnover of Rane. She has also chaired CIA Indian Women Network and is passionate about connecting industry and academia. I really look forward, and we look forward to hear from you guys. Thank you. So, we do a bit of introduction, is over. We'll keep the questions. It's not just important for us to sit, chat, and listen in these kinds of forums, but also to go back and implement some of the key takeaways today in our organizations and our practices, right? So the problem is, now our Honorable Minister had earlier mentioned, Tamil Nadu employs nearly half of India's workforce in the shop floor. You know, globally, only 8.8% of CEOs in Fortune 500 companies are women. And the statistics is much lesser in mid and small-sized companies. Recently, the OECD report, which came out, said if India, employed equal number of women in organizations, we would be 60% more richer than we are current now. So, women empowerment, diversity, inclusion is just not good things or for social things that we do. It actually has a direct effect on the bottom line of the businesses. So, but the situation in Tamil Nadu is quite good. I think we are already employing 50% of the workforce in production companies. So now we need to really see how we could take Tamil Nadu, to compete with the Scandinavian countries, Iceland, Norway, and Finland, which lead the, gender inclusivity race in the world. So today we will explore to solidify our position in inclusivity and see how we can create more value and a supportive ecosystem for women. With that note, my question would be to Anupama, how can companies and industry leaders better support women in the manufacturing sector, and what steps could be taken?
Okay, so great to be here amongst all of you, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I think, that question can have a very long answer, but I'll keep it short. I think I'll focus this part of the question on leadership commitment and culture. And it may sound extremely cliche to say that leadership commitment is extremely essential for, bringing in more women into the workforce, but that's exactly what's happened in our plant. And I'll talk more in the context of our plant in Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu. We've set up a 4 gigawatt solar cell and solar module manufacturing plant. And most of my examples will be from there because the plant is in Tamil Nadu. So I think the first thing that really helped us was our CEO and MD saying that we will have 80% women workforce on the shop floor. And that is when even global companies, solar manufacturing companies in countries like China, Vietnam, etc., have probably about 50%. So I think that vision and that commitment is extremely important. From a culture point of view, I think, and I keep saying this every time, that it's extremely important for us to have empathy for the leaders and managers before we start any such major program or initiative, because a lot of them have not worked with so many women on the shop floor earlier. And expecting them to suddenly come and accept it and say, okay, we are fine with it, is extremely, I think, it's not realistic. So what we did was, and I'm going to give you a lot of practical examples because I'm a practitioner, and I think I want the audience to take back what we did, so there's some learning you can take back to your organizations. We actually went to the region, studied, spoke to many organizations there, found out how many women they have, what's the percentage of women, how do they support women, specifically focusing on the business benefits. So what's the productivity been like? What is absenteeism? We found our productivity is higher, absenteeism is lower. The IR, overall industrial relations climate, is much better when you have a large women workforce. And when we went back with the business benefits, I think there was a lot more acceptance, and hence it's extremely important to create a business case for diversity and inclusion. We are a merit-based organization in all the talent processes that we run. We ensured that the process that we run for selection of women was completely merit-based, fair and transparent. So people have the confidence, and the managers have the confidence that we are maintaining quality and not just trying to fulfill a target or an agenda that we have in terms of diversity. Finally, I think it's extremely important to, in a situation like this, to challenge status quo. You can't bring about change and such large change if you continue to do what you're doing. So 3 things that we did, and I think it may be useful for the audience. Number 1 is, when we started off the plant, and we have a plant in Bangalore as well, and in Bangalore plant, we mostly have ITI graduates running the plant. We went back and questioned that, and you know that in Tamil Nadu and largely in large parts of our country, the enrollment of women in ITI is about 7%. And if we would have focused on ITI, we would have never been able to get about 2,000 operator workforce, and 80% of them being women. So we then went back to our managers and asked them that in our cell manufacturing plant, cell is a very process-based industry. Module manufacturing is more assembly-based. So can we do with bachelors in chemistry? And is it necessary that we get ITIs? And they said it's absolutely fine. They can be trained because there are a lot of chemical processes involved. So what it helped us do was then include more disciplines and hence broaden our talent pool to go and choose from, right? So that was one thing that we changed. We had never done that in our Bangalore plant. The second thing that we did was very interesting. All our peer group and group companies were recruiting women between 18 to 23. So when we first sent out the job ad, we said, 18 to 23. And then I remember in a meeting with one of the government bodies in Tamil Nadu, there is a lady, senior lady, who asked me, why 23? And why not 30? Why not 35? And aren't you being discriminatory when you're saying that I won't take women above 23? So, because there are a lot of single women, there are a lot of women who've completed their household responsibilities, etc., and want to come into the workforce. So we increased the age band. And that really helped us not just get more women, but also have a very strong support system for the young women at that vulnerable age, because they could go back and speak to someone who's older, who's seen life, and use that as a support system. And the third thing we did was to have women from outside manufacturing. Overall in India, there are about 12% women in the manufacturing sector. So we took that extra effort to go to other industries, bring in women early on, maybe 3 months before they are required on the job, train them a little more so that they are fully equipped for manufacturing. So these small changes can make a big difference in increasing participation of women in the workforce.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your insights on what you went about supporting women in your manufacturing sector. Saranya, would you like to add some thoughts on how companies could do better for women in this manufacturing sector?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank, I'm very excited and happy to be in this panel with the senior women leaders, and I'm very thankful for that. As she has mentioned, I would also add a point, like as it is a 100% women operated line, I'm heading the 100% women operated line. So whatever the challenges we are facing in the line, whatever the, as a woman, as she has mentioned, 23 years old, so we have women who are elder than that also. So creating a supportive ecosystem for the women in the shop floor, I would say, like, building an inclusive culture is very important, and training the team for the bias, unconscious bias and gender stereotypes, and even training them, giving the importance of the diversity in the shop floor. So it is very important. And also the well-being part, well-being in the terms like not just creating an infrastructure for the basics of the women, and also a step ahead in building them, building a women-friendly ecosystem. So this is very, very important in I would say.
Thank you. Usha, would you like to add some thoughts?
Yeah, I think a lot of good points have already been made. I think maybe the facet that, if you look at the women workforce in manufacturing, today attracting and bringing them in is working significantly better than it has in previous years. However, the statistic around women leaving the workforce, especially in their 30s, is also increasing, which means that while we have put the systems in place for initial attraction, there is still a lot of room for improvement to help women grow within the system. And efforts towards that is what is really needed to make sure that we, all the numbers that were mentioned, including by you, on if women are a 50% component of the workforce, the kind of benefits that it reaps, we are not there today. And far from it, I would say. So I would call out probably for efforts into what makes women leave, and there is a whole, societal angle to this, because there is still an uneven expectation on women compared to men when it comes to career growth, when it comes to, being the primary caregiver in the family, being the one who needs to balance. So there are a lot of elements into it. So what systems can organizations put into place specifically to support the women to stay in the workforce, especially in the 30s?
Sure.
That is probably worth considering.
Thanks. And one of the reasons why top companies in the world today choose Tamil Nadu, I'm sure our friends in the guidance will also agree, is because it clearly straight away ticks the box, as our minister represented earlier, to have actually a larger workforce of women in their companies. On that note, my next question to Ms. Gauri would be, what strategies have you implemented to promote gender equality and inclusivity in your company? We'd like to have some of your thoughts.
Sure, thank you. I think there's a lot of talk here. One on women on the shop floor, which is a blue-collar work. And there was also a talk that Usha talked about of women being in manufacturing in the management kind of roles. It's important to balance both, and we at RANE have more difficulty finding more women in the management roles, and they staying in that role for a longer period of time for us to find talent to lead our companies. And that's because of what you said very clearly, that there is a leaking bucket, and women have various changing life circumstances which makes us take care of child care, elder care, and all the cares. So we have done various things in our company to handle both these. First of all, to bring women in the shop floor, the first initiative we took many years ago is to make women-friendly machines, because we operate a lot of machines. So we only looked at how to make it women-friendly, and we had a list of things that we did for making that happen. And we named every machine as which is women-friendly, which is not women-friendly. And we said 80% of all our machines should become women-friendly. So there was height issues that we had to deal with, weight issues we had to deal with, fixtures taking, so many elements of it had to be taken care of before we could make any machine women-friendly. So we made that. And second one we did for them is like what you've done. Safety is very important. So most of the time we connected with the parents of these girls to say how safe our company is and what are the various systems we've put in place to ensure the safety of the woman. And that really helped us improve our women participation on the shop floor. As for the women, there are many aspects we need to work on. One is to attract talent. So to attract talent and management staff, we said any role that opens up, we should have at least a couple of women resumes before we can close that. Whether we choose or not, we should have them. The second one is on childcare. So what we found is creches are part of the government rule, and we have creches. But when I noticed, many women were not using the creches. And when I found out why, I found most of the management staff, when they come to work, they come through two-wheelers. It's not like in the US or the others where they have access to four-wheelers. They come in public transportations on two-wheelers. So it's very difficult to bring a child like that. So we realized that having a creche was not going to solve the problem. So we started giving them nanny care subsidies so that can be supportive for them to work. So the point that you were making, Anupama, is in HR we have all these policies, but leadership should go into the depth of it to understand how effectively these policies are utilized and make changes to it on a continual basis so that it is user-friendly. And the next problem is what Usha was talking about, is a leaking bucket. For that, what we have done is we have created a women cohort. And the women cohort is specifically done, and we call it the WOW group, Women at Work group. And we focus on all elements of the woman there. So she's at home, so she is herself, she's got her family, and she's got also work. In all these three facets, we encourage them to take goals. And the first thing women stop doing is to take care of themselves or have a me time. So the first thing we say is you should develop a goal for your me time, because that's the most important. Then you should also have a goal for your family. What do you want to do? What are the ways that you want to encourage yourself in the family, participate in the family, whatever. And then also what you're doing at work. So we give a holistic program such that this cohort meets every month, and it's like group mentoring. So we put 10 women together and we have a moderator for that. And they come up with their goals, and I can tell you those women stay friends not only then, but later also.
Thank you. Talking about user-friendly machines, there's a concept called cobots, which they use in most manufacturing companies. Even the pump industry, which me and Usha are part of, when compared to India, in Scandinavia, where Denmark is, the assembly lines and everywhere, they use a lot of cobots, which helped, women do jobs that men did even better, actually.
Absolutely.
And talking about policies, Tamil Nadu has women-centric schemes such as Pudumai Pen scheme, free bus travel for women, affordable hostels. This affordable hostels is mostly found in China, specifically near the industrial zones, which our state has implemented as well. All these have created a very positive ecosystem for the state. Usha and Anupama later, would you like to say some points regarding the Tamil Nadu state policy for women 2024 that will have an effect on our manufacturing sector? Usha, if you'd like to have some thoughts.
Yeah. So I think the initial draft was made, and a lot of, the minister, those of you who were there for the inaugural, the minister did touch on quite a few things. I think the thinking with the policy that's released now already began in 21 when the draft policy was released. And what is very interesting is there was an attempt to address it from a holistic point of view. So, of course, the Pudumai Pen Thittam, which is offering incentive to stay in school. Then you have, of course, the Tori hostels. Then you have the, the bus service. So the policy is really looking at it from an end-to-end point of view, which is absolutely the way to do it. Because one-off incentive here and there will really not propel it as much as we desire. And in the 24 version that's released now, it's really about empowerment on the economic front. And what is called out specifically is, to strengthen women in terms of violence and safety. And of course, there's also focus on well-being, which is so a lot of systemic things have been put in place. What I really hope succeeds, and which is, for example, it is looking at the unorganized sector. So per the policy now, if any construction that is exceeding of 20,000 square meters, women need to have healthcare facilities, they need to have spaces, creches, etc. So in a systemic way, the facilitation towards both getting women and making women comfortable. And then, the same goes for entrepreneurship. So the policy is really helping that, over a period of time, and the outlay is, of course, 10 years. So it's not as if we are going to start seeing, magical effect already tomorrow, but a continued effort over a period of time will see that, a decade from now, then we will see an increased participation, because at the end of the day, we cannot bridge the gap, the gender gap that we see in the workforce with sporadic initiatives. It has to be a systemic effort, and it has to be holistic. And that is what I think the policy is doing, which is very commendable.
Thank you. Very long-term and also holistic view. Anupama, you mentioned that you set up a 4 gigawatt facility and 80% women. Did you guys just randomly come up 80%, or was there why not 100%? And then what support did you get from the state regarding this project, And you put up this facility in Tirunelveli, if I'm not wrong, right? So it will be nice if you could share some thoughts, some positive effects from the state, and also what could be improved. You should just mention it.
So 2 things. One, you said why 80% and why not 100%, and then support from the state. I think I'll quickly answer that, Kanishka. So why 80% was not just a number. Yes, it was a vision of our CEO and MD, as I mentioned, that we must do 80%. But I want to share an interesting anecdote, and it just underlines the importance of involving leaders and managers in the process of arriving at the number, that how much really do you want to recruit. So, when we started off, we just went to the leaders and managers and said that, okay, how much do you think should be the percentage of women in the workforce? They said 40. I think 40 should be fine. We've never done this. We are going from 0 to 40. That's a very large number. It's almost, unmanageable. So what we did, and a lot of HR folks would be in the audience. We actually went to the shop floor along with all the managers, and I, with my team of a few women, walked the shop floor process by process. And then we asked questions in a very, not an intimidating manner, that can this be done by a woman and a man, and why not can this job be done by a woman? Every process we asked them, except for a few where there was, a lot of weight to be picked up for a longer period of time. Most of the jobs could have been done by women. And here we were thinking we can't go beyond 40. At the end of it, when we created our workforce plan, we arrived at 80%. And in fact, in our cell plant, it became 90%. So what started as 40, which was just an initial estimate given by them, after this walk across the shop floor, talking to them, asking these questions, that 40 became 80 and 90 respectively. Those 10-20% jobs were those where you really required a lot of manual intervention, and we felt that probably men could do that better, and that's how we arrived at it, really. In terms of support, I must say, the key to our success, and I can't say success, it's too early to say success, but whatever we have done so far is our association and partnership with the government. I think that is the one single most important thing that has happened for us right from the start. We realized that, we as Tata Power have the strength of skilling, and the government would have the strength of reaching out to the last mile, to the rural areas, to all the women that exist in Tamil Nadu who want to participate in the manufacturing sector. So we actually partnered very well. The district administration did a job fair exclusively for Tata Power. We had over 5,000 women who walked in across disciplines in the job fair. We were actually amazed at the response that came in, because they had done so much work at the grassroots level. And out of that, about 2,500 went through the process of selection, and we offered about 1,000 women in that job fair. But right from then to, partnering with the district, partnering with Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation, Tamil Nadu Women's Development Corporation, Guidance, of course. So mobilization, skilling, and now as we speak, we are working on internship models where we will bring in women for internship on our manufacturing shop floor. So I think I must say that without their support and without the state support, we would not have been able to achieve what we did. It was a massive task, and I think it was a very, 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 very fruitful and meaningful partnership that took place.
Thank you. What should they improve?
I think recently I was in Chennai also discussing what Usha spoke about in terms of infrastructure. At the moment, Kanishka, we have two things that we do in terms of infrastructure. One is, of course, housing. So we are already working with SIPCOT on building, housing for women, workforce there. The other thing that would be good to have is bus infrastructure, because right now we run buses. I must also share that along with buses, we have we have installed what we call a software called Move in Sync. Now that allows us last mile tracking, whether a lady was dropped to her doorstep or not. And if not, and if we don't get a confirmation, a call goes to their family saying whether they've reached or not. So we do that, but that's run totally by the organization. We run transport across the different rural areas that we have recruited from. But I think creating that transportation infrastructure would help. I think that input we had given, and you also covered that, Usha. Apart from the other aspects you mentioned, that's the only area I think we need support. But otherwise, I have seen tremendous support coming in. More than support, I think it's a lot of openness to ideas.
Sure.
Whenever we've gone back and said, can we do this? I've never heard from them saying we can't do it.
Yeah.
So I think that's a great thing, and it's really a joy working in the state.
I think I totally in agreement with you, because I just completed my MBA in Oxford. And the professors at Oxford, some of them are Indian origin, political economists, they say, your state, the bureaucrats, your guidance teams, simply brilliant. They're open to accept, they're far ahead when compared to other states. So fully in acceptance of that. On that with Saranya, how do you think skill development has been, you've started in the line and you've progressed your career. How do you think skill development has, we did hear from Anupama that skill development is part of Tata's core strengths in the HR way. So how do you think skill development has been important in your career on a personal story? And also what strategies have you found to improve career growth, line operators, or in your career as well?
Yeah, starting from my career, I started my career as a GET, Graduate Engineer Training. Until now, I'm heading a mirror line, mirror operations. So at each stage and every stage in my career, so upskilling myself is very important, not just to have a job performance and also to have a confidence in ourselves. And also it is very, very important to be upskilling ourselves to cope up with, to stay relevant to the rapidly growing technologies. And at the same time, I would like to say our mirror line is completely 100% women operated line for the last 2 years. And it is being possible because of the competency of the women working in the shop floor. And they could able to run the line independently. There's no need for a subject matrix expertise to intervene for the women to guide them in the 3 shifts. Actually, they are working for the 3 shifts. 100% they are independent in taking decision. And our processes are a very complex process, which not only involves physical activities, and also they should be very mindful in the process. So to have that kind of independent operations, the competency is very important, which we are focusing continuously. Because the team which I'm handling is completely a diverse team, starting from the apprentices and also the lateral entries. We have the chemical engineers, the ceramic technologists, and also the senior expert teams, senior experienced women employees is also working with us. So all this is possible because of the competency development. We have a structured plan of competency, not just developing a technical core skills, but also we have an interconnection, the networking with the R&D team, where we made a exclusive connect with the R&D team, R&D women employees, so that the girls in the line have an exposure, that they can have a brighter future in the upcoming roles.
Sure.
So this competency is very important for anybody in that case, not just for a woman.
Good. Thanks. Multi-skilling and
Yes.
having your skill set in all kinds of roles. On that note, talking about skills, my next question would be to Gauri. I've been reading this book, many of you must have read, Raghuram Rajan's Breaking the Molds and Reinventing India's Economic Future, where he argues that more than manufacturing, not more than manufacturing, I would say we should also parallelly look at high value-added jobs. If you look at the smiley curve, manufacturing is at the low bottom end of the pyramid. I was in Germany last few weeks ago, and I was thinking, Michela, all the products that we do is low added values. whereas the complete products or like, more servitization selling, we see in most German companies also. So what would your thought, India competing with China in low value added skills? How can we go up in the value chain more towards R&D or innovation? I mean, you've spent a lot of time in China.
Yeah, I did.
And you always probably get the same question from your customers. China is cheaper, and you are always forced to this question, right?
Yes. First, I'll bring in the women element of it, and then probably I will talk about the industry itself and how we should look at China. First is, I think for women to come into manufacturing, I think it's actually an easy choice. I don't know why more women don't do it. Because we have fixed timings, so it's easier to plan your day. And all the jobs that you do are not necessarily only on the shop floor. There's a lot of jobs in supply chain, there's a lot of jobs in R&D, there's a lot of jobs in manufacturing, engineering. And today with Industry 4.0 coming in, most of the jobs are outside the shop floor, where you control every one of the machines outside. So there's a lot of opportunities, and I would encourage many of you who are in tech here, switch from STEM to manufacturing. And the other one is, there are not many women, so you can grow very easily in manufacturing. And all our companies have our diversity numbers that we have to meet. So that's a good opportunity. So having said that, I think I agree with Mr. Raghuram Rajan that we should not be only looking at manufacturing products at a cheaper cost. We should only be looking at how do we add value to the products that we are making such that it is beneficial to the customer. And in that space, I think there's a lot of manufacturing services which come into effect on what are the services you can provide other than just manufacturing the product and providing it. So some of the businesses that we have won outside India are all businesses where we have provided that kind of R&D services. For example, our R&D engineers have worked with some of our customers to commonize parts, to have the same across various platforms of vehicles. So these kind of value additions gives a lot of simplicity for the OEMs to manufacture, and those are the kind of value adds they respect, and that's how we are winning businesses. Having said that, I think India should really think of China as a very strong threat. We in India sometimes think that we are good in giving services, but I think China is catching up better. Their technology improvements are very high. We have capable people, but we have to do a lot more. One thing that I think China beats us with is the time or speed to market. Speed to market is something that I think we in India have a long way to go to be competing, and that's an area I think we should focus.
Totally in agreement with you. When we send quotes, like the customer is always asking, you guys take 20 days to reply, China, I get it in 2 days. Exactly. And I've found it specifically in my industry, like there'll be like 200 women in one floor, like just giving quotes and aggressively like pushing for sales. I've never seen that kind of stuff in India.
Yeah, and our productivity levels also should considerably improve. So while there is an opportunity for us to be better than China, I think we should recognize the fact there's so much to learn and so much to do, and we have to really work differently to be better than China.
Thanks. Usha, talking about mentorships and leadership, how do you think for women in industry or manufacturing important to have good mentors, leaders? Could you share some of your personal story as well on this regard? Because I know you started as a HR and today you're country president for Grundfos.
Yeah, I actually started as a business development person, and HR happened much later. I think to your question, mentorship is important. So whether that's formal or whether that's through leadership, often leadership and mentorship are very closely linked. And I think in a situation such as the manufacturing industry, such as the fact that, the numbers are, the number of women presence in the industry is significantly low, then it's a useful tool to also propel the movement in the direction that we want us to. For me personally, what I have gained is I have had in my career leaders who have made a difference. So I think every time a leader believed in me, a leader placed trust in me, gave me a different project, gave me a different assignment, and helped me succeed, that made a difference. So this about career growth, that doesn't happen with no forces around it, and leaders who really have a vision beyond themselves and beyond the here and now are the ones who create pathways for other people to succeed, and for sure that has happened in my case. I also now today, mentor women in my organization across countries. And what I see is that it's fascinating because there, whether it is a woman from India, middle manager, starting first-time manager kind of positions, whether it's from India, whether it's from Denmark or from the US, pretty much the challenges are similar. So it's not as if it's an India issue or it's a Tamil Nadu issue, and of course we know all where we are, but it's genuinely that women, because of the long legacy of this being a male-dominated, and especially in a heavy engineering kind of space, then there is work to be done for women to at least have people they can spar with, people they can turn to for guidance, people who they can just talk through in a trustful environment. So in that sense, I think mentorship helps really. And then of course, when it is, many organizations, including ours, also do it in a formal way. There are formal programs and there are formal, that's also useful. So any effort towards making sure that the women feel supported, I think that's really important to have. And then, recently we have these what we call employee resource groups, ERGs. And we had a Women at Grundfos ERG. And then very recently we decided to change the name. We went from Women at Grundfos to Gender Balance at Grundfos. And the reason is, in order for women to succeed, women alone cannot do everything. We have to have, and especially since many of the decision makers in the manufacturing industry are still heavily male, it's heavily male dominated, then it is imperative that we look at leadership as a whole instead of, just focusing on women. And so absolutely, the answer to your question is mentorship works and is needed.
Thank you. So, Anupama, you would like to add any thoughts onto it?
No, I think I agree with Usha to a great extent, but there's another perspective I'd like to add. Mentorship is very important, and I really believe what she said was right, that there has always been extremely supportive managers, if I have to talk about myself, through my career. But I think it's also very important for women to be able to come forward and have the confidence to ask for those roles that they want to do. A lot of times I have seen that women don't apply for jobs because they feel that they are 80% there and they are not 100% there, so they feel guilty that they're not fulfilling all the requirements of the job. We've seen that, actually we have data around it as well when we did large-scale job fairs. And it's important that even if you are 80% there, you have to come forward and say, I will bridge that gap, I will upskill myself, I will learn, but I will take that step and I will take that risk to take up the role. So I think what she spoke about is the mentorship, and it's very, very real. But it's also important for us to be able to walk that extra mile and say, I want to do that higher job. I may not have 100% of the skills, but I will bridge that gap. And that's very critical according to me.
Super. So, Saranya, talking about challenges. what are some of the biggest challenges you faced as a women in the manufacturing sector, and how have you had overcome them? Any thoughts, comments, personal stories that you'd like to share?
Yes, my whole career is in the shop floor. Like for the past 15 years, I'm in the shop floor leading the team. Like, of course, the physical barriers, there are much more physical challenges in the shop floor. So we, as a women, we took this as considering the 100% women line. As ma'am said, women-friendly machines. So we have taken a scientific approach to create an ecosystem for the women to work in the shop floor. We took the help from the R&D team, like there is an anthropologist, and we did a well-being study for the women to convert our line as a chemical-driven process line into a women-friendly shop floor line. So through this study, a lot of ergonomic improvements we have done in the line, and which is very simple and frugal improvements, and which has created a very good impact for the girls to work comfortably in the shop floor. So this study not only focuses on the ergonomic improvements, and also it has focused on the socio-economic status and also the emotional health, and as safety as priority. In terms of safety also, it has enhanced a lot in the line. So the mindset of the people who are not, who are working in the shop floor, not just getting a fatigue with their physical strains, it has completely reduced, and the well-being of the women has improved a lot. So I would say these physical barriers have been completely, not just 100% eliminated, but in a way it has encouraged the girls to come for the shop floor, even it is a complex process.
Thank you. So you seek some help from the men in R&D to make life easier at the shop floor.
Yes.
Cool. So my next question is for Gauri. What advice would you give to young women who want to start their careers in manufacturing?
First, as an advice to women, guilt is a wasted emotion. First, stop feeling guilty. We all suffer from it. So that's something that we should not do. And the next one I would want to leave with you as a thought is what Sheryl Sandberg has said. Don't leave before you leave. What we do is we have apprehensions of, can I do this? Oh, I will get a child 2 years from now, so I don't want to take up this job. You worry about it after you get a child. Oh, I have not educated myself to this, so I can't take up this. Don't have these inhibitions inside yourself. Get over that and say that I'm going to take up the job, I will figure out how to manage it. And I'm telling you, you will figure out better than anybody else to do it. And my experience has been that, and I'm sure all you intelligent women will figure out what to do. There's nothing that will stop any one of us from anything. And the third one, in a job. When you come into a job, first look at how you can learn quicker. Learning is something that has really helped me. And I think when Kanishkar introduced me, he said I was a chemical engineer. Chemical engineer, got married to an automotive engineer who was in Detroit. Everything was automotive. My choices were in Detroit. I had to get into a mechanical engineering field. So I got into it. The only thing that benefited me was I learned everything quickly. And that learning, ever learning, continued throughout my career, and it still continues. Most of the time, I learned from people below me. I learned from people who were my peers. I also learned from my bosses. But many times, I credit most of my learning to people who worked for me. They were so kind to teach me so much, and I had the ability to learn that and get it better. So learning never stops, so keep learning. And the third one, and the last one I would say is, always put yourself in the shoes of your boss and say, what is that you can do to make your boss's job easier? when you look at it that way, your perspective changes. You're not looking at completing the task, but you're looking at finishing the objective of the organization. And that will definitely get noticed in an organization and you will grow.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to give a thought, Anupama or Usha? Advice for women starting their
She
career in
said it so
manufacturing?
beautifully. I think we should leave it at that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. So my next question would be, as all of you are super successful women leaders, what kind of legacy or what kind of legacy do you want to leave behind as a women leader, Anupama?
Okay, so I don't think I want to leave a legacy as an individual, but one thing that I am working on, and I think is important, because I remember Usha saying that right at the beginning, that anything that you do has to be long-term, has to have a long-term solution. So Tata Power today, Tata Power Solar has set up the plant, and a large part of the hiring and skilling we have done for ourselves, which is for our captive requirement. But today, as we speak, and this is to also, Usha, address the point that you mentioned about their development and their future. We have set up something called Tata Power Skill Development Institute at Tirunelveli in Tamil Nadu. And as we speak today, we have the capability to train about 100 women every month, not just on technical skills, but on various other areas for their holistic development. So we do skilling, we do life skills, communication, confidence, we do grooming, we do English language, we train them on self-defense. There's so many things we are doing training on, and that is to ensure that they just don't, we are not looking at them as someone who can do a job for us. We want them to have fulfilling careers in the organization and, grow with us and stay with us. And it's not just for our own requirements. So today, as I speak, and I said about 100 women I can skill every month, what we want to do and the legacy that we want to leave behind is to have a lot of women participate in the green energy transition that's happening in the country today. And hence, we will skill these women in green skills. And, if there are other organizations that need women talent in this space, we are happy to collaborate with them and contribute. So the objective is not really to recruit women for ourselves. It's not such a, myopic view, but it is to collaborate and contribute to the larger green energy transition by skilling women in new age skills. So that's the legacy we want to leave behind, and ensure that not just in Tamil Nadu, but every state in the country, we have more women participating in this, because this industry is set for tremendous growth in the future. So that's...
Thank you. Thank you. Not a personal legacy, but a company legacy, more the Tata way.
Yes.
So Gauri, what kind of legacy would you like to leave behind as a women leader?
I wouldn't say legacy. I just want to, I'm at that age that, career doesn't matter much more for me right now. So what matters to me is, what drives me to work every day is to stand there and say, a small town girl from Coimbatore was put in different circumstances in different places, not much of a background. But if I can make it, I think most of you can make it. So I want to stay there and be that person who all of you can get inspiration from and say, yes, it can be done. And my wish is, many women sitting here should have the grit to stay back, because we give up, and when we give up, we don't have a solid mass on the top to make changes. So we need many more to come to the top, especially in manufacturing, so that changes can be made. So for our next generation to be benefited, I think this generation should stick and be at the workplace. If Rosa Parks didn't stand up for education, education for me would have been very difficult. So the previous generations of women have stood up for a cause. And that's what makes it easy. My mom's generation stood up for going to college. So there was no talk in my family of me going to college. So similarly, we need to stand up. And if we can leave that behind, I think that's something we would have done gratefully for this society.
Well said. You mentioned that Coimbatore is a small town. I think it's the second largest city in Tamil Nadu and where I'm from.
It's not Chennai. Thank you.
Usha?
Yeah, I think legacy is a heavy word. Let me put it that way. I see it in two ways. One is who I am as a leader, and then what do I do as a leader. I think leadership is one in organizations is one of the most crucial responsibilities, and everything that you do in that position matters. It has an impact. So I think we need more and more women leaders for whom being a profession, the professional identity is as important as the other identities that women have. And very often, if you look at so much of unconscious bias gets built because you have all these so-called wonderful forwards where either women are worshipped, wonderful sister, wonderful mother, wonderful dutiful daughter, all these adjectives get used over and over again. And very rarely do you, say efficient, things, wonderful boss. It's just, sometimes it is depressing to see only the reinforcement of those kind of adjectives towards women. So at least I think it is really important for women to start associating and being proud of other identities than the stereotypical ones. And I want to touch on the fact that it's so right, data and statistics actually proves that when women apply for a job, they seek 100% alignment to the requirements. Whereas men, if they tick 70%, they go and apply. This is, research proven. So there is an innate confidence, depletion that has happened due to various reasons, that we put too much expectations also on ourselves in order to succeed in all these. And I really think that it's important to feel good about what you do as a woman, and more and more women in leadership roles, in boards, will make a difference to those kind of thinking. So I really hope that in decision-making roles, we see more and more of women. And I think all of us who are leaders, women leaders, have a responsibility and an accountability towards that.
Saranya, what legacy would you like to leave?
Everything is fantabulously, they have said everything. So I would like to, just briefly, I would like to say women in STEM is very less. Building a women subject matrix expertise, a technically strong, competent women for the future is very important. So I would say that I will be working for that.
Fantastic. Oxford University this year at the Side Business School had 51% women and 49% men. So I was catching up with our dean and I was asking her why. She said gender initiatives are not just for social causes, but today it has shown significant presence that it all adds up to our bottom line. Companies that have a lot of diversity tend to be more profitable. I think McKinsey did a study among 1,000 companies that had diversity in leadership positions on the shop floor. They tend to make better decisions, and it also is financially more profitable companies are the ones which has more diversity. So I think we should all employ more women, and inclusivity and diversity is just not good for social cause, but also for driving the profits. The other things that showed was, innovation. Inclusive teams become better business decision makers. 87% of time decision made by a diverse team delivered 60% better results. So diverse workforce also helps in innovation. I mean, there's a men's perspective and a women's perspective, and once you have more diversity, I think it leads to innovation. Some of the other facts are also like consumer benefits. 85% of the things that are bought in the house are decided by women. So why wouldn't it make clear sense for women to be on leadership roles in marketing or manufacturing, in consumer products? So gender diversity again helps a lot of advantages to organizations, enhanced reputation and brand image, broader talent pool. For example, Michelle was there in Coimbatore in our plant, in CNC operations. With excitedly, she went and took pictures of women in CNC machines. CNC machines are generally, at least in Coimbatore, tend to be more men operated. Women are operating it and delivers better results. So I think a broader talent pool. We keep complaining that we don't have enough machine operators, but if we are more diverse and inclusive, we get access to a broader talent pool. Last but not least, better governance and risk management. Gender diverse teams tend to make more balanced ethical decisions, less corrupt than men, reducing the likelihood of group thinking, and I think it also improves governance and risk management. So with that note, I would like to open the panel for a few questions. We still have, Shafiq, I think we still have 10 minutes time, so happy to take a few questions for our panelists. So please raise your hand and we'll pass on a mic. Yeah.
Hello, hi everyone. Good afternoon as well. Yeah. So my question to you all women leaders is that how it will be to contribute all of these ideas that you had discussed today to a very much lesser and grounder group of students. Like, you had mentioned all the challenges that you have faced as women entrepreneurs or leaders. And even today, I have like 7 years experience in content management, and now I'm PMP certified. And now that I know what are the issues that I face as a woman in corporate, rather than teaching or expecting the men who are already there with us, the peers who are working with us, expecting them to understand my difficulties and my issues, if we go down to students, the school students, and change the wiring of the boys, young boys, about what women is, won't it be like more, I would say successful attitude rather than, having a discussion and, trying to address things when men are grown up. I have seen a very crazy meme in Instagram and even in LinkedIn where, a group of people who are sitting and having a discussion and they're all laughing. And there's another picture where everybody is working seriously. And the statement that's given is, this is this group, the jolly, the very happy group has a men manager, whereas people who are working seriously has a women manager. So my thing is like, even if women come and tend to crack a joke in a public, there are certain kind of stereotypical things running on a man's head that they tend not to, encourage or, laugh at the joke. So the students, the wiring, their neurons are, so much wired to women only as a mother, as a sister that they see at home, rather than, somebody who can, lead them or tell them how to do things and all of that. So what is your take? Like, if suppose I had to go today and decide, that I be a part of a school wherein I tell that these are the challenges I face with men, and I want to deal all of this with the kids, and I would like to fix things there. So will it be a good idea, and have you done it already as leaders, or like, what is your take on that?
That's rather a very long question, but
I'm
beautiful
really sorry,
comments. Yeah. So anyone like to answer? There are a few points to pick it up.
I think she's touching on something very vital here, which is that how do we raise our children? No matter what efforts we put into an organizational context, the wiring, the hard wiring, happens much before. And to that extent, I think, and it's great that there are more men and women in this room, I think it is everybody who's a parent, and especially a parent who has both a male child and a female child, I think there is a huge responsibility to raise them in the same way and not differentiate. The first differentiation begins at home. And to be able to, hold the same expectations for sons as we hold for daughters and vice versa. That is, I think that's where the societal change will happen. And more young people, I think, are in a better position to do that than at least the previous generations.
I have one more small point and then probably we'll take a question. Somewhere I don't want to give the power to the boys to decide our fate. So I think we should encourage our women to teach them in schools how to deal with situations, provide the confidence such that they can deal any situation. Because when you go into a workforce, there are so many situations you will deal with. Yes, you will be called, I was called names, I said, I had people who didn't want to work for me because I was a woman boss. These are things which will keep coming. And you need to know how to deal with it rather than crying about it and expect someone else to solve your problems. Nobody solves your problems in the world. We are born alone, we go alone, we deal with our problems alone. So.
I just would like to add, it's a very interesting question that she asked, and Gauri actually just nailed it, I thought. I don't know your name, but sorry, I missed that. But, it's very right that we do a lot of work, for example, in schools, in the region around our plant. We work with schools to, educate the girl child on many things, various things, whether it is, technical skills, computer skills, self-defense, like I spoke about, communication. Now, I think more than trying to change how the boys are being brought up, and, it's a nature versus nurture question, but I think it's important to give that the confidence to the women and encourage them to pursue their aspirations. So what I spoke about early on, that there is 7% enrollment of women in ITIs. If we are able to work with schools in a manner that we are able to influence the enrollment and increase that, I think that would have been success to a great extent in giving women the confidence to pursue what they are capable of pursuing. So rather than trying to change somebody, I think it's also to give the necessary skills and confidence to the women to make their career choices. So that work we're already doing with schools. And I'm sure a lot of organizations as a part of their CSR work can do that as well. Thanks.
Ma'am, would you like to ask the question? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'm Lalita. I just, I'm talking after all this.
Could you hold the mic? Like,
yeah.
we sing a song.
Since we are talking about the women empowerment, I have a rather long but tangential question here. When you're increasing the women workforce from 40% to 80% to 100%, say, don't you see the gender balance being tilting to the other direction? How do you see this change in 50 to 70 years going to influence the mankind for the futuristic world, totally, in total? And how do you address this? I think Ms. Usha sort of qualified that it's not women, men, it's about your, what you call, quality of your, how to say, your, your qualification, your skill and all that. This women empowerment shouldn't lead to a place where, like in education, politics and all, we have a quota of OBC which leads to unbalanced quality overall. So is this thing of totally being women, we bringing it to 100, going to totally change the whole world? Shouldn't we looking at it futuristically, is my question. And how do you address the abuse? It's going to be an abuse of women because men don't have work and women are working, so they are going to abuse and whatever. Likewise, if women don't work, men are going to abuse women. How do you address this? Thank you.
Ma'am, it will look like this panel, I'm on the corner.
question. You want to
Okay.
pick it up?
I think first,
So how do we
Go ahead.
protect men's rights?
no, first of all, I think we have to contextualize it to say that today the ratio is heavily skewed in manufacturing industry and generally in industry towards males. So even with 80% of in one line, or even with Sharanya's 100% in her line, if you look at the overall organizational statistic, it will still be skewed. At least that's my guess. So it is really futuristic, I think, to imagine a place where the gender balance will be completely tilted. I don't hope to be working at that time. I think my working career would be long over by then. So I think we have to all be mindful, and this is an argument that pops up once every while, that we are in a process of balancing it. We are not, in a place where we are saying women should be given more or done more, or, it's important and to be mindful not to turn the argumentation or give it that flavor. It is about balance, and it is about the benefits of being balanced, and it is about what that balance gives to industry, to the economy, to society, to people at large, and that is what we are striving to do.
Super.
I think to that question, it's very important. I think instead of looking at it from a point of view of, having 100% women or 80% women, I think it's very important to remain focused on the business benefit. And I can talk about it from our perspective. In our module plant, the raw material is a cell, a solar cell. Now it has been seen that with the gentler handling that women can do, the breakage in the cells is lesser. Because they have, the handling is much gentler. And hence it results in certain benefits on the shop floor. Similarly, the other benefits that we spoke about earlier. So if we remain focused on the business benefits and the nature of the role and whether it can be performed by a man or a woman, I think that extra effort to bring in women is required. If we don't take that stand, we will never be able to bring about the change. And in any case, like Usha mentioned, at an overall level, if you average it out in the organization, it's a 50% representation. The operators are 80%, but overall the balance, there is a gender balance. But does it need an extra push to bring in women? Yes, it does. But I think keep the anchor as business benefit. If it benefits the business overall, go for it. It's not just for, going and talking about it on a forum like this that I have 80% women, but finally it has resulted in the business clearly benefiting from it. To the point that you mentioned about, men getting, when we did this job fair in Tamil Nadu, in Tirunelveli, it was an all-women job fair. We had a lot of men standing outside the gate saying, why is it all women and why my applications are not being accepted, and oh, now women are going to get all the jobs. It actually played out. It is real what you're saying. And we understand that by doing this, there is a newfound role that girl who's not worked ever earlier has, and she's now an earning member of the family. We are doing a lot of work with them on the ground to be able to, how to deal with this newfound role. How do you plan your finances? How do you invest your money? How do you deal with this role when you go back home? Because here you have to be included, but also in your home you have to be included, right? And you have to be accepted. So we run sessions with them on just handling this newfound role. So I think organizations have to do a lot more beyond just saying that I want this number. Like Usha rightly said, attracting is one thing, but there is so much around it that you need to do to be able to make a larger societal impact. And that's exactly what you were talking about. Yeah. Thank you.
Super. So on that note, I think we're running short of time. You could continue this on the break. Ask not what the state has done for you. I think what, we are going to do for the state, like John F. Kennedy says. So let's all go back, implement some key takeaways, and it's not just good things. Again, as Anupama said, it's profits. The purpose of business is profits. So more inclusivity, more diversity, more profits for your business. On that note, thanks to the entire Hindu family, Shafiq, Venu uncle, Tamil Nadu state governments, and the Guidance for putting this awesome panel together. Have a good day and enjoy the session. It's been a privilege moderating all of you, ma'am. Thank you.
A big round of applause for all of our panelists. And I'd like to call upon Mr. Sundaresan S., Vice President and National Head, Advertisement, The Hindu Group, to please present our panel with a special memento. If you could please do the honors. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. Before we move on to our next session, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for a very, very special message from our Honorable Chief Minister.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். தி இந்து நாளிதழ் நடத்தும் தமிழ்நாட்டு பெண்கள் மாநாட்டுக்கு முதல்ல என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் பாராட்டுக்களையும் தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேன். பெண்கள் முன்னேற்றத்திற்கு இந்தியாவிலே முன்னோடியான மாநிலம்னா அது நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு தான். சாதி மத சடங்குகள் பேரால அடக்கப்பட்ட பெண்கள் தங்களுடைய உரிமைகளுக்காக குரல் கொடுத்து போராடி முன்னேறின வரலாறு தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கும் திராவிட இயக்கத்துக்குமே உரியது. இந்தியாவிலேயே முதல் முறையாக பெண்களுக்கு சொத்தில் சம உரிமை வழங்கினது 1989 இருந்த தலைவர் கலைஞர் தலைமையிலான திமுக அரசு தான். அது மட்டுமல்ல, உள்ளாட்சித்துறையை என்கிட்ட ஒப்படைச்சப்போ தான் மகளிர் சுய உதவி குழுக்கள் அதன் மூலமாக லட்சக்கணக்கான பெண்களுக்கு சுழல் நிதி வழங்கி மகளிர் தொழில் செய்கிறதுல தமிழ்நாடு தான் முதன்மை மாநிலன்ற நிலையை ஏற்படுத்தினேன். இப்போது நான் முதலமைச்சராக பொறுப்பேற்ற பிறகு பெண்களுக்குத்தான் எல்லா திட்டங்களையும் முன்னுரிமை கொடுத்துருக்கேன். பெண்களை தற்சார்புள்ளவர்களாக மாற்றும் இலவச விடியல் பயணம், அவங்களுடைய குடும்பத் தேவைகளை பூர்த்தி செய்ய தாய் வீட்டு சீரா பெண்களுக்கு மாதம் 1000 ரூபாய் வழங்குகிற கலைஞர் மகளிர் உரிமை திட்டம், பெண்கள் உயர்கல்வி பயில எந்த தடையும் இருக்கக்கூடாதுன்னு மாதம் 1000 ரூபாய் வழங்குகிற புதுமை பெண் திட்டத்தை தொடங்கியிருக்கேன். முதலமைச்சரின் காலை உணவு திட்டம் மூலமாக குழந்தைகளும் பெண்களும் பயனடைகிறாங்க. பணிக்காக நகரங்களுக்கு போகிற பெண்கள் பாதுகாப்பாக தங்க தோழி விடுதிகள், இன்னும் நிறைய திட்டங்கள் இருக்குது. நம்மளோட திட்டங்களை இந்தியாவில் இருக்க எல்லா மாநிலங்களும் பின்பற்றுறாங்க. இப்போ போடப்பட்ட ஒன்றிய அரசோட பட்ஜெட்லேயும் நம்ம திட்டங்கள் நிறைய இடம்பெற்றிருக்கு. இப்படி பெண்கள் முன்னேற்றத்திற்கான முன்னோடி திட்டங்களை நாம் செயல்படுத்துகிற காரணத்தினால தான் பெண்கள் அதிக வேலைக்கு போகிற மாநிலமாக தமிழ்நாடு உயர்ந்திருக்கு. பெண்கள் தலைமையேற்று நடத்துகிற 4400 ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டில் பதிவு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கு. நாம் ஆட்சிக்கு வந்ததிலிருந்து 23,431 பெண்களுக்கு பயிற்சி கொடுத்து அவங்கள தொழில் முனைவோராக ஆக்கியிருக்கோம். 13,473 பெண் தொழில் முனைவோர்களுக்கு 1056 கோடி ரூபாய் கடனுதவி வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கு. 366 கோடி ரூபாய் மானியமாக வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கு. இப்படி மகளிர் மேம்பாட்டிற்கான பொற்காலமாக நம்ம திராவிட மாடல் ஆட்சி திகழுது. இப்படிப்பட்ட சூழலில் இந்த பெண்கள் மாநாட்டை பாரம்பரியமிக்க தி இந்து குழுமம் ஏற்பாடு செஞ்சிருக்கிறது எனக்கு மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சி அளிக்குது. பெண்களுடைய முன்னேற்றம் மற்றும் அவங்களுக்கான வேலைவாய்ப்புகளை உருவாக்குறதுல தமிழ்நாடு முன்னணியில் இருக்குது. தலைமைத்துவம், திறன் மேம்பாடு, தொழில் முனைவு, கல்வி, சமூக மாற்றம்னு பல்வேறு முக்கிய தலைப்புகளில் இந்த மாநாட்டில் பேசப்பட உள்ள கருத்துக்கள் எல்லாருக்கும் பயனளிக்கணும். கொள்கை வகுத்து திட்டங்களாக செயல்படுத்தக்கூடிய கருத்துக்களை அரசு கவனத்தில் எடுத்துக்கும். சமூகத்துக்கு பயனுள்ள கருத்துக்களை சமூகத்தின் ஒவ்வொரு அங்கத்தினரும் கவனத்தில் கொள்ளணும்னு கேட்டுக்கிறேன். இது போன்ற மாநாடுகள் எதிர்காலத்தில் தொடர்ந்து நடந்து தமிழ்நாடு உலகுக்கே வழிகாட்ட வேண்டும். அதற்கு அடையாளமாக இந்த மாநாட்டை வெற்றிகரமாக நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கும் தி இந்து குழுமம் மற்றும் ஒருங்கிணைப்பாளர்களுக்கு மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை என் நன்றியை கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Honorable Prime Minister's vision. A nation's development is possible only through infrastructure, and the key goal of governance, improving the ease of living for people, are realized by our Honorable Chief Minister through various flagship projects like Chennai Metro Rail and a host of schemes in line with Atmanirbhar Bharat. Chennai Metro Rail being the first metro rail system in India to connect the city's railway terminals, bus terminals and airport in the first phase itself.
CMRL's Phase 1 project covering 2 corridors for 45 kilometers with a total of 32 metro stations. Phase 1 extension of the project covering 9 kilometers with 9 metro stations for a network to 54 kilometers. The financial assistance for Phase 1 and Phase 1 extension of the project was supported by the Government of India, Government of Tamil Nadu and JICA. Completion of CMRL's ambitious Phase 2 project by end of 2028 for a network of 116.1 kilometers at one stretch, a first of its kind in India, with 119 stations in 3 corridors, supported by Government of India, Government of Tamil Nadu, JICA, ADB, AIIB and NDB, would enable Chennai to have 170.1 kilometers of metro stretch carrying 25 lakh passengers per day.
என் பேர் தேன்மொழி. நான் பூ வியாபாரம் பண்ணுறேன். ஃபஸ்ட்டு லோக்கல் வண்டியில் போகும்போது ரொம்ப கஷ்டமாக இருக்கும். ஆனால் மெட்ரோ வந்து ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குது எங்களுக்கு. எல்லாருக்குமே டைம் மிச்சமாகுது. 2 ஹவர் 3 ஹவர் அவன் லோக்கல் ட்ரெயின்லாம் போகிறதுக்கு இந்த ட்ரெயினில் வந்து 15 நிமிஷத்தில் போய் வீட்டான விம்கோல இறங்கிடுறாங்க. எங்களுக்கு எந்த தொலைமையில் மெட்ரோக்கு ரொம்ப.
This is Gayatri. I've been traveling from Arakonam day by day. Like we usually go take a metro from Central and we reach to this Little Mount Metro, and it is like quite time saving it is, and we rather taking a bus, it is very easy for us to reach Little Mount Metro and then from there take a board auto for 20 rupees. It's like safest and fastest way.
என் பேர் சேகர். நான் வழக்கறிஞராக இருக்கிறேன். ஆஸ் ஏ அட்வொகேட் நாங்கள் வந்து ஆலந்தூர் கோர்ட்டுக்கும் போகிறோம், தாம்பரம் கோர்ட்டுக்கும் போகிறோம், சைதாபேட் கோர்ட்டுக்கு போகிறோம், எக்மோர் கோர்ட்டுக்கு போகிறோம். எல்லா கோர்ட்டுக்கும் இதிலே ட்ராவல் பண்ணுறோம். எல்லாம் எங்களோட சேர்ந்து எல்லா அட்வொகேட்ஸ் இதிலே தான் ட்ராவல் பண்ணுறாங்க.
சார் என் பேர் நாகேஷ். நான் 51 வரேன். நான் எனக்கு பைக்கில் வரதுக்கு ரொம்ப இதுவாக இருக்குது, டிராஃபிக் அதிகமாக இருக்குது. பஸ்ஸில் வரனாலும் அதிகமாக டிராஃபிக் இருக்குது. அதனால் நான் ஷேர் ஆட்டோ பிடிச்சி திரும்ப அங்கே வந்துட்டேன். திரும்ப அங்கே வந்து இந்த ஹைகோர்ட் வரத்துக்கு ரொம்ப கம்ஃபர்டபுளாக இருக்குது. மெட்ரோ வந்து ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குது, ஃப்ரீயாக இருக்குது, குயிக் டைம் நான் போய் சேரலாம் நம்ம வந்தாங்க.
Okay, I'm Dilanka from Sri Lanka. So I'm working in Chennai. Frankly telling, that on road we can see this heavy traffic, but I keep on using metro trains only. I can that save my time, and within just few minutes I can reach to the that specific location.
என் பேர் பாரதி சங்கர். நான் எண்ணூர்லேருந்து வரேன். கரீஸ்க்கு பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்காக வந்திருக்கோம். பிள்ளைங்களெல்லாம் கூப்பிட்டு வரதுக்கு நல்லா கொஞ்சம் ஈஸியாக இருக்குது. பஸ்ஸில் வந்துடுறது 1 மணி நேரம் ஆகுது. இதில் ஒரு 20-25 நிமிஷத்தில் வந்துடுறோம் நாங்கள் இங்கே.
To witness its transformation into a world-class destination for investments and economic activities.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin with our next session in the next 5 minutes or so. Thank you so much.
on Saturday. Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir. We are ETA to pilot station.
Welcome to the port of Chennai, the bustling hub of the Indian subcontinent where time never stops still. It's a place where state-of-the-art technology blends seamlessly with maritime history. An all-season, all-weather port, it is also renowned.
next panel discussion. Our topic is fostering gender equality in STEM research and innovation. Among all the states in India, Tamil Nadu is the one that has the maximum number of women entrepreneurs. The conducive socio-cultural context of the state contributes to the number of women-owned enterprises in this state. The state also leads in women STEM graduates with outstanding numbers pursuing higher education and scientific careers. We have curated this panel to gain insights from global leaders in STEM on promoting and nurturing women innovators and researchers from Tamil Nadu in STEM. I'd like to welcome our panelists to take the stage, starting off with Ms. Vijay Lakshmi Shankar, Vice Chairman, Sriranga Polyester Private Limited. She has worked in different technology companies for 28 years and is proud of having been part of the IT golden growth in India from the 1980s to date. She enjoys teaching and is an ardent people development person. She is also passionate about people and digital transformation. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today. Please do have a seat. Can we give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Next, I'd like to call upon Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, former Chief Scientist, WHO, and Chairperson, MSSRF. Dr. Soumya is a renowned pediatrician and global expert in tuberculosis and HIV research, and she recently served as WHO's Chief Scientist and previously as Deputy Director General for Programs. Returning to India, she assumed the role of Chairperson at the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. And with over 40 years of experience in clinical care and research, Dr. Swaminathan has dedicated her career to translating research into impactful health programs. Doctor, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. Pradyumna Bhattacharjee, Education Specialist, the World Bank Team Lead, TN WeSafe. He's an education specialist and his work focuses on school education, skill development, and higher education. He contributes to programs and policy dialogue on long-term skills training through the network of industrial training institutes, education of girls and disadvantaged groups, besides other critical tools. Welcome. And finally, of course, our moderator for this session, Professor V. Kamakoti, Director of IIT Madras. He joined the faculty of IIT Madras in 2001 and took over as its director in January 2022. And we're so excited that he's here with us today, looking forward to this session. So Professor Kamakoti, over to you.
Thank you very much. And this is the third session that I am attending where we were talking about STEM. And that itself is something very important. I feel STEM now is becoming extremely crucial. Every state government, every central government, every education institution, every large organization has started looking into STEM in a very detailed manner. And there is also a lot of emphasis to bring in STEM education at the earliest possible time. In Tamil, la solluva 5 la vilayadhu 50 la vilayadhu. So, can we start at the standard 5? How do we bring STEM education? So, these are all some very interesting topics that are going on. Now, today's topic is about STEM and women. There is a need, in my opinion, it is very, very important that lot more of women actually participate in STEM for many reasons. When we just look at the way, perspective point of view, when we discuss something, say in our Senate, from a lady's perspective, there is a lot more of compassion, there is a lot more of, a different outlook comes for every topic that we take. For example, we had a change in our curriculum, and the amount of input that we had, a different perspective, the point of view, from the women faculty, there were a lot of things that we would not have even thought about as men. So, This is one indicator that there is a need for larger participation of women in STEM, and we must see why that's not happening, why it is not happening in such a large scale, and if there are certain issues, how do we address this so that over a period of time we come to this, what we call as the gender balance. I think this is actually the subject content of this particular panel. And we have three illustrious people here, Dr. Soumya, Mr. Pradyumna, and Ms. Vijay Lakshmi. Each one of them have specialized in area. Very importantly, they have worked on the field. I think they will bring that practical experience. And the takeaway from this session would be there are certain very clear action points which educational institutions, government, private industry, NGOs, society at large can take collectively or individually so that we have a very progressive solution to addressing gender balance in STEM. So I think that will be the takeaway, right? So with this, so I just thought that we could have this discussion under three verticals. Number one is that education part. Where is the gender balance getting affected? Then the next part is social part, where we are looking at more of the family responsibilities, etc. And then certain general, environmental and societal issues. So I thought we will have this in these three parts. Now the first question I have for the panelists is on, today we see, I also run a rural school, which is 110 years old. When we see the number of girls versus number of boys there, almost 60-40, we have 60% girls and 40% boys. But when we come back to the higher education institutions, minus the sciences, of course, we are seeing a lot more of girls in the science curriculum, whether it's physics, chemistry, or biology, but coming to the engineering side, we are seeing a dip here. That 50-50 or 60-40 essentially becomes somewhere like 30-70. Now, what could be the possible reasons? I would like to ask the three panelists. Madam.
Thank you for this opportunity, and it's really nice, being on a panel with our IIT director as an IIT alumnus. Thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, regarding the dip in the strength of girls beyond school, I think schools have a very, very important role to play in terms of, nurturing that interest in the students, not only girls, in the students for science education, for STEM education. They think it is tough. Especially rural girls, if you see, they think it's very tough to pursue STEM. And they think they have to become engineers or something like that, which probably takes which probably interferes with what they think of their personal life also. So women, generally girls at the higher education stage, they start not only thinking of their studies and career, they also think of their personal life, right? They have some thought, at least 20% thought is there about their personal life, because there is a lot of family influence, right? People are telling when they are in 11th and 12th, they are talking of their marriage and all that in the rural schools. I come from Karur, so I know how the belt, the non-Chennai, the people, how they think and how they are influencing their children. So there is a big role for us to play in terms of, changing the mindset of the parents. It's changed a lot. In the cities, of course, it's changed very much. But I think in the rural areas, it has to change a lot. And the feel for that, that it is a difficult field has to go away from the children. And in order to do this, I think we have to set up laboratory facilities. Just like we have, many centers, experience centers. We need to have a lot of experience centers, especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities, where children can go and they can experience science, right? Today they are experiencing games. Only now in Karur we have one place where you can go and play your, all the games, right? There's a one game center. It's not large, right? And much more other towns may not even have that, right? So I think it's very important to give them that experience, the hand, the practical experience while they are in school. They have to love the subject, right? I did mathematics. My teachers made me love the subject. So we need to make them love the subject and they will get into it. I think once girls are convinced that they have to do this, they will definitely pursue it. And industry has a bigger role to play. And I feel when I did my software career for about 30 years, there was a lot of research component. There's a lot of mathematics. There's a lot of algorithms, etc., which I had to use in my IT career. But I was called a project manager. Okay, so the distinction of research into your overall work, identifying that and crediting that research, because general management, running a project, planning, executing, finishing off project, all that I can do, right? But getting that new idea, the innovation, the algorithms behind solving a customer's problem is actually research. That in corporates is not distinguished. When I say corporates, probably the smaller companies, not the bigger ones. I think they are much more stabilized on all these areas. The research component has to be distinguished and they have to be given credit for that. And women are very good at it. In my entire career, I have found when I have started off with, research activities in my company, so we used to call it as excellence centers, like we used to do the mainframe to Windows kind of interfaces, and even when data warehousing and all that started, we used to start with an excellence center. And when women are involved in this, they come up with so many propositions, so many solution propositions, etc. But that is not recognized as research. It's just recognized as a day-to-day job in your corporate. So these are the 2 points I have.
Thank you very much. I'll get back to you with some more very important questions that had come up based on what you have said. But before that, let us hear to Pradyumna from a World Bank's perspective. Of course, that's a commitment on the SDGs from India to the entire world. And SDG 4, which is equitable, accessible, affordable, quality education for all. Now, education is actually the, as Madam had told, that convincing the parents, very importantly, specifically in case of girl children in rural India. So what do you think would be the economic factors that influence this?
No, thank you for that opportunity. So I'm actually going to go a bit beyond just the frame you provided. And I get confidence actually from the previous panel, because there are resonance of what I'm going to share that we already found in the previous panel, which tells us that the mechanisms that are affecting this whole idea of women's participation in the labor force and education are sort of same across, right? So I think we heard in the previous panel this allusion to this concept called the leaky pipeline. And actually, in research, we find that the leaky pipeline is something that begins much earlier, right? So, and as we go from, for example, the primary to the workforce, we actually see women dropping out progressively through all the stages. So while we may have a lot of women who are interested, for example, in STEM careers in the beginning and may perform well too, when we look at, however, enrollment numbers at, say, middle school, then secondary, upper secondary, we see women dropping out in large numbers. We also see women not pursuing careers in STEM. Interestingly, for those who actually do end up pursuing education in STEM in, say, higher secondary, fewer pursue higher ed in STEM. And this trend continues, wherein just because we can assure that there are women pursuing STEM higher ed does not necessarily mean all of them will transition to a career in STEM, and especially a career in STEM and research. And this was very interesting to sort of see that this holds throughout, right? I think, and I'm really thankful to CSIR for doing a study a couple of years back, where they actually found, and I think this is a good proxy probably for the state of science and technology in our country, science and technology research, that only around 18% of all scientists in CSIR-funded institutions in the country are women. And I think that tells us, out of, I think, 34 institutes at the time of the survey, only 5 had women directors. And if I'm not wrong, I think there were 22 institutions of CISR which did not, I think had women scientists at the chief scientist level. So that sort of tells us that, that the scope of the magnitude of the problem. I think the second interesting thing is that when we look at like the leaky pipeline, one key reflection is that the mechanisms that operate across the pipeline are actually very similar, and they start kicking in at very early ages. One key differentiator, and this was alluded to repeatedly in the previous panel, and I think ma'am also spoke about it, is the fact that, and I'll sort of frame this problem of intrinsic bias, unconscious bias, in 3 questions that women often ask themselves and hold themselves to very high standards, which is why they do not sort of take the leaps through these various stages. First question they ask is that, am I good enough for STEM? And it has been consistently seen through research that they hold themselves up to exacting standards than men do, and they do not therefore make the transition. The second question they ask us are that, as a woman, should I be pursuing a career in STEM? And we've sort of seen that how STEM careers are framed in media as sort of self-serving, high octane. That may not always go with how women sort of think about themselves as you rightly said, so caring, serving people, service-oriented. I think the third question is that they often ask, and which gets resonated again in industries, is that, is there going to be space for me as a woman in the workforce? Because when they look at workforces, they're mostly men. And therefore, they doubt whether they would be able to survive, for example. And so when we look at all of these, there are implicit biases that drive women away from STEM, and these are reinforced, like you correctly pointed out, by families, by teachers. Do we have teachers who are pushing women more to go towards STEM early on in their career? Often we start these initiatives at the workplace, but what research has repeatedly told us is that we need to start these initiatives probably at the primary level. There was one research which found, one study that found that giving an hour of mentorship by a lady in STEM to grade 2 students pushed the probability of those students choosing a career, choosing a subject in STEM in the next grade by 30%. 1 hour mentorship intervention, right? And similarly, a letter from a STEM mentor, a female mentor, upped the chances of performance improving. So I think we need to start at the foundational stage and carry that throughout. Yeah, thank you.
So we'll go to doctor here. So Dr. Soumya. So there's also another perspective, like for example, from a health perspective, do you see that young girl kids, specifically when they come to the age, their teens, is there certain disadvantages they have when compared to boy kids, which actually pulls down their study or the time available for study? So, and what could we do to maintain that balance? The first question I have another more question before we come back to.
Yeah, thank you. I think a lot of very good points have been made. Let me address your issue of health, because I was going to mention that apart from the need for, more opportunities and better hands-on experience of science during the school years in particular, and also role models is very important. So there was an experiment done a few years ago where kindergarten children, 5 to 6 years age group from different countries, about 8 or 10 different countries, were asked to draw an image of a particular profession. So they were told, okay, draw a firefighter, draw a nurse, draw a teacher, draw an astronaut. And so what that experiment brought out exactly was the gender stereotypes. And this was across countries. So a firefighter was always a woman, a man. A teacher was always a woman. An astronaut was usually a man. And it's true that less than 15% of people who've gone into space so far have been women. So these gender stereotypes get imprinted into both boys and girls' minds very early on. And that is because of society. It's both the family, the relatives, as well as the school, what kind of stereotypes. So even without realizing, we're promoting a gender stereotype. So it's really important, I think. And today, when we see in India, all our space scientists, many of them are women. And so children see that on television, they're watching these launches and seeing that it's all these women who are actually behind the screen. And that changes perception. So I think very, very important to have role models and, of course, mentorship and things like that. On the health and the more personal side, I think there are biological differences, obviously, between boys and girls. These start becoming prominent around puberty. And obviously, the very important need for girls at that stage is to have the facilities, when they after they've attained puberty, to have the menstrual health attended to. And we know that in many places, again, not just India, around the world, that you lack schools, especially in rural areas and in developing countries, may lack, very basic facilities for toilets and even water, running water. And so this impedes and demotivates girls from going. And I think all the women in the audience would identify with the fact that when you're going to school, you are nervous on those days. And if you have a school which has these facilities, you are much more confident that you'll be able to get through those few days every month without being embarrassed and ashamed, So I think that is very fundamental. And again, many, unfortunately, when you have only men in decision-making tables, and it's not their fault, but they fail to see certain aspects, which a woman will automatically, for example, in a workspace, breastfeeding. So if you have a young child, you need a creche. You may not necessarily have the facilities at home to be able to leave your baby, And yet childbearing and this thing is an important part of a woman's life, and it has to be born equally. So there is, Dr. Rohini Godbole, who is a champion for women in STEM in India. She often talks about the biological clock and a professional or a scientific clock, particularly in a scientist's life, actually running in parallel. So when scientists are at their peak professionally, they are also at the same time, that's the time when they have to also have a family and start a family. Of course, there's technology now to allow you to do that later and so on, but you have to look at biology also. And so there's always the two in competition. So what countries in Scandinavia have done is to make policy changes which give an equal chance to men and women. So why should only the woman have to take maternity leave and look after the child and lose out on her professional? During COVID, we saw women scientists slipped back in their publications. Men actually surged ahead because women were homeschooling their children when the schools were closed. So in the Scandinavian countries, both the father and the mother are given 6 months of leave, fully paid leave, and they both have to take it. The man does not have the option to say, my female partner is going to take that leave. No, he has to take it or give up on that. So I think there are, and creches at workplace, people don't realize how much of a difference it can make if you have a creche at a workplace. I'm happy to see a few government departments that I visited in Odisha, especially the Women and Child Development Department, had a creche for their women employees because, again, every woman with a small child knows that you're constantly nervous about how well the child is looked after. Similarly, safe transport, and I think Tamil Nadu's been a leader in that, providing safe transport, safe work spaces, and these kind of facilities for sanitation and health needs of women, which are looked at sympathetically and not regimented on the shop floor or on the production floor. These are all incentives that will help more women to get into STEM fields.
So I was a single child for my parents, and I have one daughter. She's also a single child. If you ask me, when you get back from school, do you need Amma or Appa? I always say Amma. My daughter is also saying, I thought she will say Appa, but she also says Amma. So the mother is mother, right? So there's no question about it. So that has a responsibility. As a mother, there is a responsibility. And that essentially, probably many crushes don't solve this problem, right? So that could also be a potential reason for, girls not to take up STEM beyond, say, an undergraduation. So Dr. Soumya, how do you look at this from a mental wellness point of view? A kid actually needs the mother when he or she enters home after the school.
Well, I think that a child needs a mother and a father. And I think the data, the research actually shows that the children of working mothers have not done worse in any parameter than the children of mothers who stay at home. This is not to compare and say which one is better than the other. But the fact is that you can have a balance in your life. You can do very well professionally, give your full when you're at work, and also be able to be a nurturing parent, when you come back home. And this, of course, depends a lot on the social support you have. And very often women are made to feel guilty, that they're working and they're neglecting their children and things like this. Very, very common in Indian families, and in particular, saying you're traveling, you're coming late, and things like that. The father has an important role to play here. And if you have a supportive partner, a husband, then actually they do a lot of the things that when the child comes home, like you said, yes, the child would love to see mother, no doubt. And I've also gone through those guilty feelings saying I'm not at home, when they come back from school. But now today they are grown up, and when I talk to them, they say, we're so happy that you were a working mother, and now we appreciate the work that you've done. And I think they actually learn and grow. They get much more opportunities to experience the world, through what their parents are doing. So we should not be judgmental, I think, and insist that a woman must be at home to take care of the child. It's about quality time that you're able to spend. And again, you become a role model. I just talked about the importance of role models. And having a woman doing very well, a mother, professionally, I think is a wonderful role model for the children, but also for all young girls. In fact, when I became the chief scientist at WHO, this was a new role and a new position. So many young women from around the world wrote to me saying that we now are passionate about public health because we see that you can get to a position where you can actually make a difference in the world, and we never thought that in public health you could achieve that. And so, and that too, you're a woman from a developing country, and to be a chief scientist at the WHO is something that inspired a lot of young girls. And I didn't realize it myself till I started getting so many emails from young women who said that.
So just you mentioned about quality time, so I just get back to Pradyumna. So today we say, do not use mobile in the class. My student gets back that you made a microprocessor which you ultimately want to go into the mobile phone, and you say you not use it in the class, right? So is technology, specifically the social media, is it encouraging STEM or discouraging STEM? And specifically, is there an impact on the quality time? I'm sure this is slightly away from this topic of women in STEM, but just it's also a related, sort of vaguely related. So what do you feel? That you might have done some surveys on this, etc.
Yeah, I think first I'll sort of deal with the whole idea around, distractions and screen time, right? I think more and more research that is being conducted, because this is still a relatively new area, there is recognition that screens all the time may not necessarily be good. Having said that, I think as we are learning more about what is it that stops the leaky pipeline for men and women as they go up, how is it that we encourage people to study further? How is it that we encourage people to undertake careers in STEM, for example? I think there's also a powerful recognition that STEM can enable life choices, organizational choices that could further boost careers, boost education, so to speak, right? If I were to take, say, a simple example of how there was a study that was done that looked at compensation of scientists and scientists in academia, and it found that women were not being paid as much, and there were 3-4 factors. The key factors. One was like that, because like ma'am said, the careers of women and the scientists, they coincide. They have to make trade-offs. And if they, for example, join later, they will obviously be at a junior position at a given time when their peers would have progressed a bit more. Second, often because of caregiving responsibilities, push on women the need to take on part-time opportunities or contractual opportunities that may not necessarily pay well. Third, it was noticed that there is something called a maternal tax. So women who are mothers have like a 5% differential in income than those who aren't mothers. And then even when you correct for these, there is obviously a factor which cannot be accounted for, right? Now, if a lot of these are coming from women not being able to pursue their careers to the extent that they could we not perhaps think of STEM devices? And I would think about the COVID, which opened our eyes to sort of distance learning, remote learning, which opened our eyes to, say, factories being run from a distance, for example, workplaces being distributed and remote. Could we not perhaps tap into the latest technologies to remold our workplaces that allow for women to live their full careers without compromising on their personal lives, and similarly for men, because that's where it's parenting is a tag team sort of a business. So that's one way STEM could perhaps help. The second interesting thing that STEM could help is that when we look at pay parity, one key differentiator, rather cause for difference in pay between men and women is because men often are concentrated in STEM areas such as computer science, which pay better, pay well. So STEM in itself, by having more women in STEM, you could close the pay gap between men and women quicker. So in a way, I see STEM being an enabler as an industry in itself, but STEM also being an enabler by the technologies that it introduces that can allow people to live their lives without having to follow the industrial revolution of workplaces that we continue to see elsewhere. So I would say these are two things that would be good for us to sort of reflect on. Thank you.
Very interesting. So now back to Madam Vijay Lakshmi. So are heading an organization, right? So and this is different from your software, if I could understand. This is a recycling job, and personally, I believe as a computer scientist, in the next 10 years, recycling job will overtake coding jobs, right? So we are seeing a lot of growth of coding. Now, in your opinion, as an entrepreneur now, almost as you're running your own organization, do you see that, Dr. Soumya actually touched upon the point of, having this gender-based stereotypes, right? So are you feeling that certain jobs are much suited for ladies versus some other jobs? Or you feel all jobs could be done by the ladies? And this is also measured on how they can quickly become successful. So there are certain things where there is an assured success. Now we have seen two parts. One is a recycling, which is completely different from coding. Coding is, of course, almost a white or probably very pure white collar job versus this. So now you see the both end of the spectrum. So from this, could you draw some light or tell the audience about suitability of a job from a success point of view for women? And is STEM amenable to it?
Yeah. I think of course, as you said, in the IT, it's much easier for the women to work. They can work virtually, and a lot of tools available, etc., which is easier. But if you look at the manufacturing side, I think like what was said in the previous panel also, we have to look at areas where we can quickly, women-friendly areas of production where we can bring the women in. There are certain areas, like for example, in my company we have a spinning area which is very hot. and it'll impact the women much faster than the men. So we are conscious that we don't have women in that area. But there are lots of other areas. And especially, I would like to emphasize the laboratory area, the quality checks. These are areas where women simply excel, right? There's a lot of value that they bring to business when they are on these jobs. And especially when you have bold women in that place, they just stand up for the quality of the product. And any business, whatever sales you do, it is a quality that speaks in the market, right? So that's a very good area. Then HR, of course, it's proven. HR is one of the areas where we can have women. We have a textile wing. We manufacture apparel. So we find that the design and execution, the tailors, we have lots of tailors. We have more women than men in our company in the textile division. And again, it's the quality of the product that comes out from this manufacturing team, that really excels. And women, when they are in job, in our company, we have taken it as our responsibility to involve them in higher education in the science, technology areas itself. So we give them more education. We send them to manufacturing courses, design courses. We also associate with organizations like CITRA, etc., the textile research organization, where both our men and women go there and they learn. And we have also making it a point that we have a lot of rural women, women from the villages who come and work for us on the textile side. And what we do is we grow them up, giving them, leadership training, mentoring them, etc. And at the same time, we are conscious, we do a balance. One is on the leadership side, and the other one is on the technical side. Unless they learn the technology and the technical aspects of that industry, it is difficult for them to grow. So these are certain enablers that we are doing in the industry. Definitely, these are two extremes, and it doesn't work the same way in all the industries.
Yeah, I did see one amazing thing that happened. Many of you would know Agnicool is one of the startup companies which have done the first 3D printed rocket. And the launch happened. It was the 4th time they attempted. Of course, launch is a big process. And 90 seconds before the launch was called off because of a quality check issue. And that was a girl who made that decision. Okay, that was a very, she had the temerity to do. That the point is, in a bigger organization, say even ISRO or NASA, to reach that level of calling off a launch at 90 seconds before it, they spent 25 years. This girl was just 18-month-old kid in that organization, but she made that call. And it turned out that, yes, there was indeed an issue. And finally, it was a great success, and we owe it to that lady, that young girl who made this call. As you say, quality check, I think women play a very important role. So there are certain jobs where, they can play a very important role. Now, I have this general question. So, suppose in STEM, we create, say, an all-woman IIT. Is there a prospect for the women to grow much faster? Of course, IIT Madras, I'll take the pride. We are the first IIT to have a woman director. The first ever director of IIT Zanzibar campus is Preeti. Is a chemical engineer from IIT Bombay. She did her BTech and went abroad, did her PhD and came back, and she's heading the campus and doing phenomenally well. In 6 months, we are able to get back that campus. I don't think I would have done it as a director there. So if we say that we would have an all-woman IIT, Dr. Soumya, I will start with you. Do you think the growth will be much faster or slower? Just a general question.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily the solution that's going to help more women get into, and also I always feel it's a more healthy environment to have boys and girls studying together, and they both learn things from each other, which otherwise, they would be missing out on, and it also improves their social skills. Later on, they have to manage different kinds of groups and work with many people. But what is going to be important is giving girl an equal playing field and the same opportunities that the boy gets, so that she can aspire to compete and get into the IITs. And one could think about reservation, because the thing with, or what they call affirmative action in the US is that when you have a big gap, when you have noticed a gap, then you need to do something positive and affirmative to close that gap. And the World Gender Gap Index, which is tracking these things they track education, economic, political, as well as health and security issues. They've said it will take 136 years for the gender gap to be closed globally if we continue at the pace at which we are going now. And in STEM also, globally, this is an issue, that there is a big gap, and as was mentioned, the gap keeps widening the more senior you go. So at entry level, there isn't much, and then it keeps on worsening. So I think you have to address the very specific issues which girls have. And when I go to rural areas, for example, the parents say, we don't know where, our girls would like to study, we'd like to send them to the towns, but is there a safe place for them to stay? And, very often the father puts his foot down and says, because of the security concern that he has, I'm not going to send my child, even though the girl might very much want to go, but then she doesn't have a choice. So I think if we are able to address those issues, and also the exposure, I think the exposure during school years is extremely important. And unfortunately, in most of our schools, we still have an education system that is, learning by rote and not much of practical hands-on. And so we run a program called Every Child a Scientist, where the government school children come and spend 2 weeks in our institute and all our field centers. And basically in those 2 weeks, we tailor the experiments to their level of science learning. But when they finish that and they're ready to go back, invariably the feedback is that, we didn't realize that science has so much to offer, and they keep asking me for more. Why can't you, also teach us astronomy? Why can't you take us to the planetarium? So, and I've sometimes tried to do that with children in my neighborhood, just take them to the science museum or planetarium. But that exposure really opens up a new world, and I think we need to do more of that so children get excited and see the immense potential of science, not just something that they have to mug up and write down in the...
So just for people, in IITs, we have a 20% quota for girls. So if we don't fill 20% in any branch, we fill it up with supernumerary seats for girls. So that's one affirmative action we have taken over years, and that has proved very well. So when I was doing my PhD or this, hardly had one girl in the entire batch. Only one girl, right? So, and then it went, now we have at least 20%. Now we have 60 in the class. We have close to, 15 girls in that class of 60. So, yes, that is. So now I think we have 6 minutes to go, and I'll open it for audience to have questions. Yes, could you just pass on a mic to? Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Shreya. I'm actually a math science teacher. So I love maths. I got gold medal in my maths when I did my BSc. And then I'm an artist by passion, and I'm an environmentalist. So I have this group called Anybody Can Draw, where I encourage art and artists among everybody. And I've done 400 beach cleanups. Now my question is, it's wonderful to hear that people want to do so much, like as an organization, and they want to achieve so much, they want to build so much. Who is doing anything for the environment? I mean, everybody wants to build new things. What about doing research on environmental things so that you can reuse what you have built instead of just going and putting it in a landfill?
See, I think all the four are there trying to do something for the environment. Thank you for this question. So every higher education institution today has now invested quite significantly on what we call as sustainability measures. For example, where do you stay? In Chennai?
Yes.
So please do come to IIT Madras. We have now 100% recycling of our water, right? And we have reduced our freshwater consumption from 3.4 million liters per day to 1.3 million liters per day.
It's really
so
wonderful.
one example I could tell you. And we coexist with monkeys, deers, and blackbucks.
They are very
so
cute,
that is another
yes.
thing, right? What Madam does, since lack of time, I'm not going to go to each one of them, but I'll quickly tell. What Madam does is about Sri Ranga Polyester is basically doing, plastic recycling. If I am correct, you do a lot of recycling job, right? World Bank, you need not say, they are now running all the SDGs. They have a lot of funding for SDGs, and Pradyumna can. And of course, Dr. Soumya, but great man M.S. Swaminathan has done so much for agriculture that today India can boost something about agriculture because of her father, and then she's continuing this activity. So, lot of people are interested and trying to do something for environment by heart. You know, in Sanskrit we say manasa, vacha, karmana, by act, by action, by thought. We are doing that. But the point is, there needs to be a collective effort, you know, to see that it sees the light of the day. For example, yesterday somebody littered. I had to actually put on the display, took a photo and said, next time you do it, you're going to be fined 10,000 bucks. Okay, so there's a collective responsibility that we need to bring among people to get the final, the result of all your action. And that is something which need to be encouraged, and it cannot be just, it can't be done by a government order or cannot be done, but it's just something sort of a revolution that needs to come, where there should be large-scale mass participation in some of these initiatives.
Because as an educator, even I go to schools and I'd like to talk to them about recycle, everything, you know.
We'll convert, so let us give time for others.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions from audience?
Hi, I'm Nagalakshmi from an automotive industry from HR department. So we were talking a lot about gender diversity, 40%, 80% and all. Now coming into this topic of fostering gender equality, are we categorizing the skills? So ma'am, maybe it may be because of the physical strength or some jobs women may not be able to do this, and for that we are not hiring women. In that case, we are unconsciously creating a bias. So how we are going to overcome? Do we have plans, anything to to avoid this right from the schools or from the colleges? So how do we come out of it?
Soumya?
Yeah, I think there has to be a conscious effort. And traditionally, many jobs were closed to women, which are now open, right? Even like pilots, army. There are so many jobs where the women were willing and they were ready to do it. But there was a perception that, and traditionally only men had to do it. So I think now today in many, so in majority of jobs that one can think of, there is no reason why a woman can't do it. There may be very, very few, I would think, which require extraordinary amount of physical effort, where perhaps you would prefer to have a man. But I think in today's day and age, there are very, very few such professions I can think of where a woman can't be. So I think it's again the points that were discussed earlier about stereotypes, role models, opportunities, societal pressures. Society, the families themselves will discourage, saying such a thing is not safe for you, it's not the right thing for you. So I think those things take time actually to change. And we know that educating a girl is the most cost-effective and beneficial investment to make, because an educated mother, the way she brings up her children, it makes all the difference both to their health and their survival, but also to the choices that they make later on in life. So I think it's a generational change. It takes time, but as you see more and more professions opening up to women, that gives the idea to the younger generation that they can do it.
Thank you.
One last question. Yes. Here.
Thank you. This was a very beautiful session, and as we need more women in the STEM field, and looking at that from the point of view of the ecosystem for research for women, I want to raise one question. What is the amount of support or mentors, women mentors available in STEM? Because as we were speaking, role models and things, we also need collaborators for research and innovation, and as we go higher up, it becomes more and more competitive. So how do we create that ecosystem for collaborative work for women, and particularly which actually encourages women to come into that work? What is the sort of support that can be given? Reservation is one mode which we can adopt, but what else?
Yeah, so from an educational institution perspective, a mentor for a woman in STEM need not necessarily be a woman. right? So that's one first part. So now what, but certainly as Dr. Soumya actually told and also Madam elaborated, there's a necessity for people who make those decisions, for example, creche availability. So people who don't make those decisions, at least a sizable amount of people must, sizable number of women must be in these institutions, must be at a decision-making level so that they could reflect their ideas when things are being formed. Right? One of the things that we have done very consciously in IIT Madras is we just said chairperson. There's no more chairman. Right? Simple thing. Right? Just we said anything would be chairperson. So chairperson of this. So small things like that actually makes a big difference. I do agree. So one of the things that we can or we should do is to see that we have certain decision-making bodies where there is a significant amount of women present there who can basically make decisions so that people who work towards certain goals are benefited by those decisions. And that can come from a lady point of view, a female point of view, so that these could be beneficial when they carry out this. So this is my first level take. And the moment we have, for example, our registrar continuously has been ladies. We had Dr. Usha Titus, then Dr. Bhuma, now Dr. Jain. And we really feel that the number of, necessities of women in IIT Madras campus has been significantly addressed because we have a woman registrar. So that is very, very important, and she leads the procession for the convocation, etc. And that gives a lot more of confidence. So,
can I just
Dr. Soumya, please add, and Madam also. Yeah, sure.
So there are also initiatives actually now to support women in STEM and women in health in general, and especially mid-career women, to build those leadership skills, because that's where we've seen a lot of women are a little bit hesitant to actually go further for leadership positions because, they feel that they may not be able to cope up. So there's a program called Women Lift Health, and they have recently partnered with the Department of Biotechnology. So they were starting with women in health. It could be R&D, it could be nurses, doctors, or any other profession related to health, but now extended it to STEM through DBT. And essentially it's a structured one-year program where you go with your peer group and you progress through this program of building your leadership skills, sharing, coming up with their challenges and solutions. And now the next phase of that really is to also try and make an institutional change. Because at the individual level, you can do only so much, but as Dr. Kamakoti also said, if there's also an institutional effort, then things actually start progressing much more. So once you have like at least a minimum number of people who get trained, and if you have supportive institutional heads, then you can start creating some of these changes that we want to see more women in STEM actually going into leadership positions. So these are some initiatives. Of course, they're still small in scale for a country like India, but I think we'll start seeing some change. And of course, the DST also has this ranking program similar to the Athena Swan in the UK, right? Where educational institutions are ranked on certain parameters which promote gender equality. So I think those are all very positive.
Every ranking today, NIRF also has gender, QS ranking has, Times ranking, every ranking also addresses that. Madam.
So just to add from industry, one important point that all of us are trying to address from the industry, even in the medium scale enterprises, is leveraging women for research that the industry needs. And the way we can do it is we can structure our roles in our companies so that there is a part research involved. Instead of just having a research department, we can structure our roles so that there is a balance of work as well as research. So continuously, the aspect of STEM is keeping on kindling the person, makes them think, makes them develop. And the other most important thing that industries are also doing is the academia partnership. So there's a lot more reach to women faculty from colleges, women students from colleges. And at that level, if we are able to establish the connect and give more of industry problems to the academia, then I think there's a lot more opportunities for women to be more attached to industry and come out with a lot of success. which will make them feel much more greater than what they do today.
So the screen has asked us to stop. So we'll just stop here. So it's a wonderful session. And I'd like to just have one word from each one of you, or a few words. So I think the conclusion can be very well summarized. What do you think one stigma that a man or a woman should overcome in a STEM environment? Stigma that a man or a woman should overcome. Mike.
Okay. Man should not think that women is a, the person for the family. Woman has a right to her career.
I would want to break the association of, say, math with men and say that STEM for everybody. Thank you.
Soumya.
I think we need more sex and gender disaggregated data, so that, because sometimes these things are invisible and men may not even realize that there are all these hidden biases. So I think the more research we do into that, the surveys, the data we bring out, it becomes very obvious. And finally, I like to say that you're into artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence also has the same biases that humans have. And so we have to be extremely careful when we rely on AI to do certain things.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you. I think you can also give an applause to the panelists here. I thoroughly enjoyed this session. I hope all of you enjoyed. And let us see that we'll have Hindu will call us somewhere in another 2-3 years where, we can talk about 50-50, the gender bias is gone, and how it go, and what this panel did for that. And I'm very happy that all the questions were asked by women today. And that's something very important. Thank you.
A big round of applause for our entire panel for a very interesting session, and calling upon Mr. Shafiqur Rahman, General Manager and Head Events, the Hindu Group, to please present our panelists with a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much. Let's hear it once again for our panelists and our very able moderator. Thank you for that session. We now move on to our next topic, driving change, the role of women in transforming Tamil Nadu's economy, and this will be a fireside chat. We have with us Ms. Geeta Ramamurthy, Managing Director of KBR India. Geeta Ramamurthy is a business leader with a growth mindset who believes in continuous learning. Currently, she is the Vice President and Managing Director of KBR India and is responsible for its India operations with a total people count of 2,600. Geeta leads digital strategy for the business and believes in advancing the strategic direction of the business through innovation, inclusion and diversity, and organizational leadership. She will be in conversation with Suresh Seshadri, Business Editor, The Hindu. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Good afternoon, everybody. So we have the session which is just before lunch, so we'll try and keep this as sort of tight and focused as possible because we don't want to keep you all away from lunch. You already have just been introduced to Geeta. She comes with incredible credentials. Probably something which the person who introduced her didn't mention was that she's someone with a finance background who is a chartered accountant. It's very interesting that, let me straight away ask her, what made her sort of go to chartered accountancy, and was it because of the fact that she thought that as a woman she had a better chance at a good career, or was it just interest in numbers and accounts?
Sure, quite an interesting question and a very pertinent one too. So, during my growing up years, try to be as modest as I can. I was good in academics in all subjects, but my father actually felt that, being an engineer would mean that I would have to work in harsh conditions. And becoming a doctor would mean I'll have to, handle, a different situation. So he said that perhaps you would be good as a chartered accountant, as a finance professional. And at that time, I was okay, to take it up. So I was happy, and I took my chartered accountancy as a, one of the career options. But somewhere down the line, I realized that I had more to offer. And I think I was shaped by quite a few colleagues as well as, women that were around me. I started to see that women were trying to literally break out of their shell and coming out of the comfort zone. And for me, particularly, one of my bosses was instrumental in saying that, I should actually, take the next step forward and I should lead a business. So the question was, I had handled finance for many years. So, I just fathomed that I would be growing into, maybe a CFO of a global corporation at a global level, but I wasn't really assuming that I would lead a business. But then when he spurred, on me to think about, can I lead a business of engineers? And I asked the question, is there a safety net? What if it doesn't work? But talking to a lot of leaders around me, engineers, they all told me, you are a leader. You essentially have to have understanding of the business and stakeholder management skills. And then I took that big step forward. For me, life is about, taking conscious, calculated risks with the faith and belief that you will work for it, you will work for your success, and people will be around you to support you. So that's how I actually pivoted from being a finance professional to becoming a business leader, particularly in the engineering line.
Yeah, so taking off on that cue, as someone who had a situation where your father was saying, not necessarily dissuading, but being informed by, in those days, what he thought was important, not getting you to engineering or medicine, but steering you towards finance. And now you heading an organization which is largely an engineering, at least with the background in engineering, Kellogg, Brown and Root is now KBR. So how do you sort of cope with or deal with women in the workforce who are engineers, and how do you ensure that they have as fair a shake for growth within the organization? How important is it for you to be able to empower them to feel that they are going to have as much of a chance as someone with, say, a management degree? This woman may not have a management MBA, but she's a good engineer, and you feel that she too should have the same opportunity for growth within the organization. How do you sort of deal with such situations?
Great question, Suresh. So you're absolutely right. I think women are looking for people that can inspire them, and particularly because of all that was spoken about in the previous sessions, which is, societal conditioning, stereotyping, and the like. And, the fact that women themselves have self-doubt and they want to tick all the boxes. Most often than not, women apply for roles that, they feel that they should perfectly meet. And historically, we've seen that because women have not always had the opportunity to lead large teams or, lead large projects, using the same filters that you would normally use to hire a man versus a woman will mean that you will hardly find women who meet those criteria, but who are extremely competent, equally capable, if not more capable. So what do I do about that? I do a few things. I have my leadership team who's sitting here. We're all extremely committed to the cause of ensuring that we create that enabling environment. We have to provide equal opportunities to women, recognizing that STEM in particular, and the earlier conversation that Dr. Kamakutti and Dr. Soumya and everyone spoke about, is so pertinent for us. When you talk about the success of workforce participation in Tamil Nadu, the numbers are excellent, but when you look at STEM, there's still more work to do, and particularly engineering. While at the graduate level, we are able to hire about 30-40%, if not higher. More often than not, there's a leaking pipeline that kicks in, after 5 to 10 years of work experience, and more so in the leadership roles, because the lenses that are used will mean that the person should have uninterrupted experience of 20 years, have led large programs, and more often than not, women are not the first choice because, there's some pressure, they're trying to balance different requirements. So what we are doing in KBR is consciously creating employee resource groups that talk about, what are the challenges, how can we enable that path for them. Secondly, we consciously put them through women's development programs, for example. Women are capable, in more often than not, they don't necessarily need an external force to mentor them, that's my view. But having said that, because we still work in a predominantly male-dominated sort of industry, what we do is we partner with organizations like Avatar, who are doing amazing work in the diversity, equity, inclusion area, and Herky. We run a series of programs which open up the window for our women to be part of networking opportunities, to go over there and speak and share their perspectives. They gain confidence. Internally, through our employee resource groups, the ERGs, we have a Rise to the Mic program, where women who are typically shy and not very confident of speaking in front of a large crowd, they are given that platform and sort of support to go up and speak. And I've personally seen transformation of some of these girls. Like you said, they are very technically good, but may not be really having those sort of skills which are required to be, like a superstar, presenter. But they naturally are able to shed those inhibitions and then, go over there and succeed. Some are taking on global roles as well. So I think it's about creating that enabling environment at the workplace, which we in KBR are extremely committed to doing. And, we struggle to find women in certain disciplines. For example, mechanical engineering. I mean, some of those who are close to engineering will understand. Naturally, not many girls opt for those courses. So how do we demystify this thinking that, working in industry like energy or oil and gas is going to mean that they're going to have to work in harsh conditions, which is not going to be, a cup of tea for them. We'll have to demystify and say today with technology and new ways of working, women are going to deal with data and, essentially sit and work out of offices, have a great collaborative work experience with multiple, colleagues across the globe. So it's going to be as good as working for, any other industry that they would normally choose. So there's a range of things we're doing, but also I feel at a grassroots level, this has to be addressed. So when you look at schools, when you talk to some of these kids, and we partner with, Avatar, for example, we bring in school kids, and very few of them talk about engineering or STEM. Most of them talk about different things, which is good. Some say, I want to become, an IAS. Some say, I want to become, maybe a manager in a company. But then how do you motivate them to look at research, innovation, and STEM? So that's where I think organizations also have to engage, partner with, like-minded organizations, do an outreach, and demystify this thinking that, engineering is for a separate group. It's not for everyone and not for girls.
A lot of the conversation which often happens when it comes to women and women in the workforce sort of centers around women sensitizing other women and so on. But isn't it probably true that especially in a largely patriarchal society, the legacy is still patriarchal, that probably the emphasis should be much more on women? I just sort of was two things which happened in the earlier panel which sort of caught my attention. One was Dr. Kamakoti applauding the fact that all the questions were asked by women, which has both, it cuts both ways. Probably are men not engaging with this topic enough is one question which sort of automatically rose to my mind. And the other issue was what Dr. Soumya Swaminathan was talking about. There's almost no profession today where a woman can't, participate. So while there are probably in engineering areas where, where you deal with grease or you deal with, nuts and bolts and wrenches and where it appears that a lot of strength is required, probably at a certain level, you have people who can do that, whom you can lead, and you can lead them to a better solution for the same thing as opposed to that person just, doing it mechanically. So, and if you just have to look at the sports field, for instance, the marathon, there was a point in time where women weren't allowed in the Boston Marathon, and then that was broken. And today in athletics, this particular Paris Olympics has, I think, 50% participation from women as well. So clearly, across life, the goal ought to be a 50% participation for women. What do you feel, I'm sorry, I went all over the place, but for Tamil Nadu, what do you think could be the key, should I say, approach to ensuring that there is more directed policy for gender sensitization and more opportunities for women, both in the workforce and economic opportunities?
Sure. So whilst I think a lot of good things have already happened and a lot has been spoken about, for many, many years and decades, I think fantastic work has gone in and, we have great representation of women. But I noticed that between, elementary education, for example, and higher education, I see that there's a slight bit of a drop. And this is to do with, working with the parents actually, talking to the parents and encouraging them to not get their daughters, especially I'm talking about women here, married off right after they complete high school. Because this is something that we are noticing. There is this, general, I think, societal pressure in certain segments of the society where, girls are very intelligent, they're aspiring, they want to have a career, but they get suppressed due to this. So what can we do to, kind of work with the parents at that level, whether it is through some district level initiatives that earlier one of the panelists spoke about. I think it was, talking about work that Grundfos did. So we need public-private participation, NGOs, and lot of, organizations that are committed to the cause of really unlocking this potential that is sitting, amidst the younger generation. And talking about the engagement of males, I think the unconscious biases still somewhat exist simply because, it's generations of thinking and there's nothing very intentional about it in most cases. But typically when you say, for example, there's a Dunzo delivery person, the first person somebody pictures is a male, it's not a woman. But I was pleasantly surprised to see, women doing Dunzo delivery in Tamil Nadu. But I think it has to start at that level, Suresh, but also in organizations, we ought to tell our colleagues, whether they are men or women, that by focusing on DEI, we are not narrowing down the chances, for male colleagues, but actually giving them opportunity to expand their business, take on major roles, unlock more business and revenue, really. Because more often than not, it's seen as, if I don't, if I have to offer this to a woman, then what happens, I don't get more men in the team. So there is this sometimes not seen in the right light. There's a lot more communication that we need to do. From a government standpoint, I think the hostels is a great initiative because last time when I was at a different event, there was this concern raised that people coming from tier 2 towns particularly to Chennai in search of jobs, they are looking for accommodation and we need to have safe hostels. So that's a step in the right direction. Skilling programs, I feel that, we have to do more. Whether it's in the area of technology, AI that Dr. Kamakoti's talked about, or in the area of climate change, new energy skills. There's a lot more we have to do. And I'm sure there is already some plans on the drawing board, but how can we all partner as a wider ecosystem to enable that sooner than later is something I'm keen to see.
Also, I think things like, equal pay for, irrespective of gender, isn't that something which industry can help push government policy towards, that in the same grade, that whether it's a man or a woman, and then the other aspect which someone spoke about, if, the maternal tax which the gentleman from the World Bank spoke about, it's literally like if you set to become a mother or if you're getting married, then your chances of growth in the organization begin to sort of start narrowing. So how do we ensure that, how can you sort of tell government what policy changes, the tweaks they can make to help, should I say, sort of reduce these obstacles?
Yeah, I feel a lot of this is to do with, how organizations, whether they are small or big, are implementing it. I think most often they're not government policies provide the right framework, but for us to implement and execute, there has to be conviction and commitment. Because I've seen in my own experience that there is this bias towards, women taking maternity leave, and they would have done exceptionally well for the rest of the year, but they would not be considered for, an increment or a promotion even. So it's really in the minds of people, and people make the organization. So if we can all truly stay committed to the cause, we can bring a change, whether it's in the gender pay issue that you talked about, and maternity as well. I think the policies are there, but what happens is when the woman comes back after 6 months, somebody is doing her role. So have you thought about what is she going to take on after she comes back? Are you truly committed to creating a career path for her? That's important. Just paying lip service to say that, we are supporting women with maternity leave is not enough. I think we truly have to walk the talk in terms of ensuring there is a career path and we allow her, we support her to follow the career path.
Thank you very much, Geeta. I think on that note, we're almost out of time. I think the key, should I say, sort of operating line that she gave us is walk the talk. If at the end of today's summit, if everyone can go back home and say, what am I doing at my organizational level or at my individual level to ensure that there's more gender equity, whether it's at home or whether it's at the workplace, I think we would have made significant progress. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you, Suresh.
Do we have time for questions from the audience? Geeta? Just a couple of questions for Geeta, if anyone wants to ask. Okay, I think it's time for lunch. Everybody's sort of, can't see anybody's hand up. Yeah. Okay, they can talk to her over lunch. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, Ratna here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me. Hi, ma'am. I'm Ratna Kumare. I'm also a chartered accountant. So it's lovely to see a chartered accountant in managerial role. So it's a little bit of a selfish question. I also aspire to be in a management role, but I don't know the career path, like how to reach there, because every time when I look for a job, it's always accounts manager or finance manager. And would you suggest like how to get into the management role as a chartered accountant? Because it's always in people's mind that we are good with numbers. But when it comes to decision making, CAs are not being the first preferences.
Yeah, I think we got your question. Let's get Geeta to answer it.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a good question to ask. See, first of all, make yourself, more involved, visible in the organization, and try to find allies around you that see the talent and potential in you. What happens is there is stereotyping, and when you continue to do a role within finance, you're a CA, people will say you're good with numbers, you're fantastic and all of that, but you have more potential and you want to go beyond just finance. Raise your hands for those right opportunities, because I'm talking from my own personal experience. I've done a range of things even when I was a finance director. So raise my hands to do some assignment on business development, on operations, and a range of things. So the opportunities are there. Raise your hand always. Raise your hand for two things, for opportunities and also seek support. Because not everyone has a situation where they can stretch themselves if there is a need, or they can complete something in quick time because you have multiple priorities. I would really say be open, be vocal, ask for help, and ask for those opportunities.
Thank you. Very pertinent points. Anyone else? Or are we done? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that session. Let's give our panelists a big round of applause. I'd like to invite Mr. B. N. Satish Narayanan, Assistant General Manager Events, the Hindu Group, to please present a token of appreciation to Ms. Geeta. Thank you so much for that session. And of course, I'm sure if the others have questions, you'll be happy to take them offline over lunch. Let's have another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We'll now take a lunch break and see you all back here in 1 hour. Thank you. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our panelists and welcome them to take the stage. Starting off with Ms. Ganga Priya Chakravarti, India Site Leader and Managing Director, Ford's Business Solutions. Ganga Priya is the India Site Leader and Managing Director at Ford's Business Solutions, a 12,000 plus strong organization headquartered in Chennai. With an abiding interest in issues related to diversity and inclusion and wellness, she practices yoga to give herself a sense of balance that seems elusive. Besides work, she gains energy from being outdoors with nature for company, appreciating art and making sense of issues in our increasingly complex world. Welcome, Ganga. Yes, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our next panelist is Ms. Eva James, Vice President, Global Service Delivery and Global Hubs, Renault Nissan Technology and Business Center India Private Limited. She comes with 30 plus years of experience in information technologies, in delivery and program management, spanning across the banking, finance, insurance and automobile industries. She has widely traveled and played diverse roles during her career and has always championed diversity causes. Welcome, Eva. Our next panelist is Ms. Vidya Prabhu, Associate Director, Global Delivery Leader, Kyndryl, CII IW in Tamil Nadu, and Co-Lead Leadership Vertical. Vidya Prabhu handles Global Delivery Leader of IBM Cloud Technology, University Relations, Transformation, and D&I. As a professional radio jockey, video jockey, and MC, being on this stage is natural to her, as her experience of handling intense groups from 5 to an audience of 5,000 comes handy. Welcome, Vidya. Rounding out the panel is Ms. Srimati Shivashankar, Global Head, EdTech Services Business, HCL Tech. She has 27 plus years of work experience in managing and transforming businesses. She's passionate about inclusive development and explores ways to build business ecosystems with talent from diverse backgrounds. She also serves as an advisor for key government bodies in India. Welcome, Srimati. And finally, introducing our moderator for this section, Mr. Ramkumar Ramamurthy, partner, Catalinks, and former CMD, Cognizant India. He has about 34 years of experience in the IT industry and academia. He spent about 29 years in the IT industry and has worked with two of India's largest employers in the private sector in India, Tata Consultancy Services and Cognizant. He has also co-founded Catalinks Partners, a growth advisory firm that enables small tech companies to rapidly grow and scale their businesses. Mr. Ramkumar, over to you.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. As many of you know, the IT industry has been a flag bearer for women's participation, especially in high-value, high-quality work, contributing significantly both to the state's GDP as well as that of the nation. I specifically called out high-quality, high-value, because much of the jobs created in this industry is in the top right quadrant, both in terms of value as well as in terms of compensation. And in the IT sector, women are roughly a third of the workforce on an average across the industry. And having spent a little over 2 decades at Cognizant, I can tell you that when I stepped down a few years back, roughly about 35% of our workforce in India, which was a little over 200,000, was women. In Tamil Nadu, it is approaching 40%. And interestingly, in tier 2 locations, it was 50% or more. In places like Coimbatore, Mangalore, Kochi, and other locations where we had operations. And these aren't small numbers that I'm talking about, because in Tamil Nadu, Cognizant had approximately 80,000 employees, of which about 15,000 were in Coimbatore. And women to be a little over 50% of the proportion of the workforce there is something fairly significant. As such, I think it's only appropriate that the spotlight is put on this industry. And we today have an exclusive session on women in technology. And along with me are a set of very accomplished leaders from the IT industry, both from the IT services segment as well as the global capability centers, a subsegment of this industry which is growing quite rapidly. Let me quickly set the rules of the game for the next 40 minutes. The first few questions I will direct individually to the panelists. And if anyone wants to amplify, add more insights, feel free to do so. The next set of 2 or 3 questions, I'll open it up for anyone to respond. So let me start with Srimati in that order. So as many of you know, Tamil Nadu leads the chart when it comes to the gross enrollment ratio in higher education. It's upwards of 47%, the highest amongst the large states in the country. And interestingly, women's gross enrollment ratio is higher than that of men. One of the very few states that can potentially claim it. And in the last few months to about a year, there are 3 developments which I believe is only going to widen the gap with women marching forward even more. One is, of course, the recently launched Pudumai Pen scheme by the government of Tamil Nadu, providing financial support for people pursuing their education right up to graduation. Second is, you must have all read in the newspapers that an additional 22,000 seats have been added in computer science across engineering institutions in this state, and a significant proportion of the women actually take to computing. And finally, in the recent budget, the union budget presented by the finance minister, she has earmarked an outlay of about 3 lakh crores specifically focused on women, for development of women, including build out of all the women's hostels, self-help groups, etc. So how do you see this pan out, Srimati, given all the interventions that are made by the government, as well as the kind of uptick in the number of seats in education, fine, especially computing, which is something that women take up?
Yeah, thank you, Ram. I think we are in a very important juncture at this point in time on how we need to interlock the government movement to accelerate women as an integral part of economic growth and not social justice. I think that's a very important juncture, a very important point for all of us in this room to understand. All the time, this word empowerment simply killed us. I don't know why women need to be empowered. When we are caregivers, we are caretakers, we are money makers, we are money managers. We also manage everyone, and we also every resource. And we know what is frugal and being frugal, right? So I think we have always been on the side of empowerment, social justice. Suddenly, FM brought us to this mainstreaming and saying, you're part of the economic growth. If I don't focus on you today, we are not going to build the GDP. I think it's very important as to how we can leverage whatever is being brought from the economic resources perspective on the table. I don't want you to also read what is coming for women empowerment or women learning, education, skilling, MSME, and support for women to move from the smaller towns, come to larger towns and get into dorms. I think everything is being taken care of. But what we are also missing, what's going to be done on the infrastructure side? There are smart cities coming. There are infrastructure development funds that is going on. I want the IT services, the GCCs today, to ask, what is that actually going to, how is it going to really help the women to progress? Because we are still working on a lot of key drivers which are missing in terms of helping women to return to work, identifying a good place for them to stay closer to office, movement, So how much companies can enthuse themselves with our own infrastructure to help women to continue working is a key question right now. I also believe that we have a whole lot of funding that's coming onto internships, early careers, helping more women right from their first year in college. Why wait for the final year? Let's work on mentorships and internships interlocked with the year one and seed them the interest to start. Ram, I don't know whether you are aware, research doesn't tell, but we also have to keep our ear to the ground. Just go to a place like smaller towns. I wouldn't call them smaller towns. To me, they are the talent hubs. I come from a talent hub because we know nothing in talent hub other than an education. In a talent hub, there are a whole lot of women who are 35 and above. Fantastic engineers. They do their masters, they do their PhD, they do double PhD, not knowing what to do. To me, economy is there. To me, the pulse of Tamil Nadu is there. So either IT and GCC take work to where workers are, or enable women to get enrolled from those locations to work for you. But end of the day, the way the government is going to facilitate this from the larger internships and various skilling initiatives that they are bringing, I think Tamil Nadu can be one of the first early mover advantage, because you rightly said, we have always been running in the front and leading from the front on absorbing women into IT and technology.
I think you brought up a couple of very important points that at least the IT services industry has the ability to take work to where people are, which may not necessarily be the case with some of the large manufacturing plants where individuals need to go to the factories to work. In case others want to add something, especially program on returnship, the one that you highlighted, anybody else who wants to pitch in terms of infrastructure returnship?
Yeah, I just had, first of all, thanks for this opportunity. I just wanted to add a couple of things where I think the government can play a very important role. One is in terms of sensitizing society at large about the role that women can play and the kind of jobs that women can get into. In fact, many of you would have read recently about the gender neutrality that has been brought into textbooks in a particular state. You know, it starts from the very beginning to say that jobs of a particular kind are not meant for men, some others are not meant for women. You know, you can open up that kind of a thinking through education, and that's something that certainly governments can play a role in. And I think the Tamil Nadu government, again, can play a role in that space. The second thing is about safety. When we talk about infrastructure, a lot of women stay away from workplaces, stay away from working, because there is a concern around safety amongst family members. And, you know, in a situation like that, in most of our organizations, we send a cab which has a security guard, assuming that that is what is going to provide the sense of security to the individual and to society at large. But, you know, actually seeing more women out in the evening hours, working in places that are visible, like a restaurant or a hotel, in the evenings, seeing them in public transport, moving around freely, perhaps that's the best example of saying how safe a place is. And I think this is again something that the government can quite easily, quite well do.
Maybe staying on the topic. Eva, you wanted to say something.
Just wanted to add to what Srimati said. The ICT Academy's Industry at Campus is a great program of taking the jobs to the talent hubs. In fact, we are working with few colleges in Palayam Kottai and in the southernmost belt. And that's a great opportunity, right, where you're able to curate content together with the academia and meaningfully employ the girls, and over a period of time, bring them out of their comfort zones if they are ready to.
I think it's an important point, Eva, that you mentioned. I still remember when there was a Cognizant hangover, no longer with the company. But when we started the Coimbatore operations, we experimented with something very interesting. We said we'll run our operations in 2 shifts. And we'll have women coming in both the shifts. Because everybody who was employed in the company has seen their parents work in 2 shifts. And anywhere to anywhere is probably about 15 to 20 minutes. So safety wasn't compromised. And we could potentially run it, which went against the grain of convention at that point in time. Maybe staying on this topic, let me take a cue from what Ganga said and pose a question to Vidya.
Ram, I'm sorry, I have to be on a lighter note. I think everyone has come after lunch. Under the name of security, there are a lot of male security that come in the cabs. First of all, why can't it be women's security? And many male security who come are so malnourished. Sometimes I wonder whether I have to save the driver and the security together. Because I am much more, if you look, I'm much more stronger. At least I have good access to good food and stuff like that. In the name of security, I don't know why a male has to be in the car as a security. So I think there are many things where are we stereotyping? The stereotype starts there. Security means it's a male. So I think even as organizations, we can move away from that.
I think that's a great point to tee off my next question to Vidya. I think you guys heard that she is also part of the Indian Women Network of CII and is responsible for all the policy formulation, including having women security guards. So I think, Vidya, I think a lot of the policy frameworks that have been created, they are decades old. And if you look at some of the critical policies covering labor and workforce in the state of Tamil Nadu, many of them were in the 1930s and in the 1940s, where the predominant workforce was men. Now, how do we ensure that some of these policies are gender neutral and address some of the issues that Srimati just brought up? Fine. Just ensure that every single policy that is developed is sensitive to some of these recent developments. And we just don't go back and then tinker on the number of working hours, payment of overtime, which is what happened to 2 of the policies that came about in 46 and 47, right? The Shop and Establishments Act and the Factories Act. Last year they went and then they tinkered and then made some minor changes or modifications to the number of working hours or payment of terms with respect to overtime, so on and so forth. How do we structurally go back and reimagine some of these policies which are gender neutral?
Sure. Ellorkum vanakkam. Good afternoon. Ma'am sonna madri, Srimati ma'am sonna madri, afternoon lunch kapra session agenda la paatha odane paadi usiru poyiruchu. Timer odradha paatha odane meedi usiru poyiruchu. இதில் சீக்கிரம் 1930s செட் பண்ண ரூல் பற்றி 2 நிமிஷத்தில் பேசுங்கன்னு சொன்னால் கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டம். Whatever I know, I would like to share. Without any reference to religion, I think we've always believed in Shivan and Shakti. We've always believed in yin and yang. So when the creation was done, it was made at par. நடுவில் கொஞ்சம் பக்கத்தை காணோம். கொஞ்சம் வருஷம் கழித்து கிரியேஷன் போயிட்டு பாலிசி கிரியேஷன் வந்த உடனே I think the controls changed reins. And from that time onwards, maybe the policies were set more to do with our male allies. எங்களை பார்த்து கற்றுக்கலாம் நீங்கள் எங்களை விட்டுட்டு பாலிசி க்ரியேட் பண்ணியிருக்கலாம், நாங்கள் மட்டும் உங்களை விடாமல் மேல் அலைன்னு பேர் கொடுத்து எங்கள் கூடயே கூட்டிகிட்டு போகிறோம் in our growth journey, I think. I'd also like to play a small game on the days. I hope my co-panelists are okay with that. And sir, I'd like to ask you, if you are in a game, and suppose I have 4 points, and Eva ma'am has 6 points, and Ganga ma'am has 8 points, and Srimati ma'am has 10 points, and the person who has the least point is out of the game. ஆனால் கடைசியாக கேம் முடிச்சதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்கள் அவுட்டுன்னு நான் உங்ககிட்ட சொன்னால் எப்படி இருக்கும்?
I'd be perfectly okay with it.
சூப்பர், தேங்க்யூ. இது மாதிரி தான் சார் நாங்கள் இவ்வளோ காலமாக ஓட்டிக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஒரு கேம் ஒன்று ஓடுது, கேம் ஃபார்ம் பண்ணையிலையும் எங்கள் கிட்ட கேட்கல, கேம் ஓட்டையிலையும் எங்கள் கிட்ட கேட்கல, ரெஃப்ரியாக எங்களை நிற்க வைக்கல, ஆனால் நீங்கள் மட்டும் அவுட்டுன்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்க. Ungala madri dhaan sir nanu. We are perfectly okay with it. I think we have all learned to adapt to the policies that were set. That said, matram kandipa avasiyam, and I'd like to quote from my own organization, Kindrel. Recently we introduced something as one of the policies where over and above sick leave, medical leave, we have 2 days of leave given to every woman employee who is undergoing a menstrual cycle or who is in a perimenopause or menopause state. And I think it's a huge policy change. It's a huge change. 2 நாள் ஒரு வருஷத்துல நம்ம நினைக்கிறோம். ஆனா அந்த 2 நாள் there could be so many changes that we face. I'm not saying the men don't understand that, with all due respect. We have fathers here, brothers here, sisters here, spouses that we don't like, etc. over here in the room. But they play an integral part in our lives. But somebody came up with that policy, and that somebody is definitely a woman who thought, why not have a policy where women can get 2 days off without feeling guilty that she's not contributing or being productive, because she's looking at herself, which I think is a huge policy change. So I think policy changes are definitely happening. But are they happening at the pace that we would want? 1930s la set anadu maaradhukku to 2024 vandiruchna konjam race slow ah pogudunu artham. Another point that I want to say is, somebody talked about the game changer concept. I think the previous panels I heard that. If someone asks me, do I see a game changer? Kai kettra doorathula illa, kannu kettra doorathula kandipa irukku. And for all of us, if we do it together, that game change will happen very, very, very quickly. The last thing that I want to say is, all of us have heard of this. I'll say a tagline. Maybe if you know, you can complete it. Yen nambikai, yen. If you've seen that ad. Theriyadungla? Sorry? En lachiyam. En nambikai, en kartiga. And ad pathirkingla? It's for a shikakai product. Or a shampoo. Right. ஒரு ஷீக்காய் ப்ராடக்ட்டுக்கே என் நம்பிக்கைன்னு அவங்க சொல்ல வேண்டிய நம்பிக்கை இருக்குன்னா, ஐம் ஷுர் ஆல் ஆஃப் அஸ் ட்ரஸ்ட் என் நம்பிக்கை என் கார்ப்பரேட் என்னை நல்லா பார்த்துக்குவாங்க. அவங்க they'll bring in policy changes and I will be instrumental in it. We are communities, we are sensitization, we are working with other organizations or working with industries, working with the government. I understand that CII also very actively contributes to policies, and we continue giving our recommendations, and the government is very serious about these recommendations. Otherwise, D&I would not have been listed in G20 of all the things that the world wants to run. So definitely things are in good shape. Na sonna madri kannu kettra doorathula irukku, konjam muyarchi panamna etti pidichidalam.
Thanks Vidya.
Ram, I just want to add, very important. I'm wearing a CFO hat, okay, Ram. I mean, let's just wear, right? It's very important. End of the day, we are all from corporate world, so it's important. As long as the policies are on cost side and not on productivity side, policies don't go through. Your question, and what I also heard Ganga speak, is about bringing gender neutrality. As much as you say you're going to take 2 days off for women, it is okay for the 2 days to be called as my leave, and it becomes gender neutral, which many large corporates have done in the past, including HCL. The more you stay focused towards gender neutrality, a short-term disability leave is a disability leave, as long as it's not questioned as to why you're taking leave. It's never about what in policy and in anywhere in the company. It's about why. Insensitivity comes, non-inclusion comes, when someone asks why. So as a CFO, if I have to wear the CFO's hat, as long as there is productivity, as long as the work goes on. Ram, let me just take you back to a few years ago from our own services, right? I don't know how many of you know, I'm actually one of the first diversity leaders in this country, right? Years ago. When we went and asked, can we have work from home? Everyone was worried about productivity. What will the client say? You're in client networks. Oh, information security, data threat, blah, blah, okay? Pandemic came. One common enemy destroyed all the issues of trust. Whenever there is trust deficit, there is never inclusion. It's nothing to do about gender. If the culture of the organization, culture of society, there is trust deficit. Doesn't matter. Policies cannot change.
Well said. Well, I'll come back to this topic in a minute. I know we have another 20 minutes to go. Specifically to Eva, there are several research reports that have looked at women's career growth in an organization seem to indicate that roughly 50 of them, they drop off the workforce when they hit anywhere between 35 and 40. Fine, for a variety of reasons. Fine, during a briefing call, I learned you call these as life inflection points. Fine, I hadn't heard of that term earlier. How do we address this? Because at the entry level, in many organizations, more than 50% of the people coming into the company happen to be women. But in about 15, 20 years, if that population were to disappear, it's very difficult for us to backfill that with people with significant years of experience. What would be your submission?
Absolutely. I think with the focus on DEI, we have many women coming into the industry, huge success, the KPIs are looking green. But as we progress, we are seeing issues with retaining women, helping them advance in their careers. Here I like the way Indira Nooyi puts it, right? She says, the biological clock and the career clock are in complete conflict with each other, right? So I would like to talk about a sociological research that I read somewhere. It's called the motherhood penalty and the fatherhood bonus. It talks about the impact of the same life-changing moment of becoming a parent in the lives or in the career of a man vis-a-vis a woman, right? In a woman, the disadvantage manifests in multiple fashions: reduced earnings, delayed or fewer promotions. Her competence is sometimes questioned. Her skills are being challenged. At the same time, the research, it's not me, it's the research which says, by becoming a father, a man is seen as a more reliable person. He's promoted faster. His skills are being complemented. And I think at the grassroots level, the issue is there, right? There are two reasons. One, as you rightly said, the policies, the corporate work environment, at least the IT context. The work model is designed to be a non-breakable, without interruptions career, right? It has not provided for any breaks. The other is the unequal division of domestic work, right? Today, as she said, when you think of a security, you think of a man. You look at a first standard child's school book, right? Anyone giving bath to a child is a lady. Anyone who's cooking is a lady. Whereas if you look at a person driving the car or fixing something in a corporate work, it's a man. I think at the grassroots level, we have a lot of problems that we need to address. So as corporates, I like the way we talked about gender neutrality. So we are trying to move away from maternity leave, paternity leave to parental leave. Make it consistent for everyone so that as an organization also, we are trying to drive that parenting is a joint responsibility, no questions asked. So in fact, recently in my own organization, I was informed of a policy which said in the hybrid model, women who have children below the age of 6 can continue to work from home. I challenged it. I said, why only women? There you are defeating inclusion. It has to be a policy which allows both fathers and mothers who have children below the age of 6 to be having some flexibility. So when you remove these kind of unconscious interventions that we have put in the system, you are removing the stigma from career breaks, motherhood breaks, and it's not just about being a mother or parenting. We have many life situations, right? Elder care. As we grow, our parents are getting older. As responsible children, we all have such responsibilities. So I think this flexibility should become more gender neutral and not be attached to a particular man or a woman or anything like that. The other element is, today, how many of us in this room can connect with when you are in an interview and when you say you have 2 children? First and foremost, you are not even to be asked that question, but if you are asked that question, how would you manage? Has any man in this room been asked this question?
Never, right? I think there are a lot of social stigma around how we deal with women, and I won't say anything wrong because our conditioning has been like that, right? So that is where talking about these unconditional wirings that are there in us, continuous education, it's not enough once in a year to do a checkbox, we go through a session, right? I think this reinforcement is necessary over and over again on a continuous basis. We need to have promotion policies, we need to have gender pay gaps, all of these things on a consistent basis so that at any point of time you see women dropping out due to any one of these issues, we are able to reinforce these, whatever we need to do in an organization.
Tom, if I can just add on, I also think that somewhere for a lot of women, having a career is not must. I mean, let's face it. In this audience itself, how many of you would be sure that you would have a kid? Most of you are women. Yeah, I would imagine that most of you would want to have a child. If I were to ask you the same question, how many of you would really like to have a career? Yeah, it's quite possible that, by conditioning or by what we have seen around us, by years of socialization that we have gone through, careers for women are not something which is a must. It is an option. And unless I as an individual show strong resilience, strong determination, the ability to fight against many odds, and to really find my way in this professional life that I've taken upon myself. And that's my choice. Nobody's there to sort of support me in that. Yeah, so I think somewhere women think that it is an option and they can drop off. I would say in many ways it's an option which we should be privileged to have, because many times men don't have that privilege. That is the reality of our society. I think things are changing, and therefore, even if women show a little more intentionality about having careers, we can, in a lot of ways, stem the drain that happens in terms of talent. From 30 years ago, when I was a newbie in professional life, working in a corporate, we didn't have many of the policies, we didn't have many of the enablers that are now there for women employees or for employees in general. So I think we have the opportunity to make use of many of these, make career as one more dimension of our personalities. Make it one more thing that adds to who we are as individuals. See how we are making a contribution not just to our families, but to society at large. And I always say this to young women: if you can manage a house, you can manage office very easily. There's no comparison, and it's not a challenge at all. Yeah, you manage so many things: stakeholders, relationships, budgets. Yeah, bad moods. You handle everything at home. You can handle this quite well in office.
Yeah. So yes. I go with exactly what Ganga says. I don't want to be a little stereotyped woman here, but with reality, India is a great place to become a woman leader. Our extended circle is fantastic. If you know how to leverage it, you're successful. If you know how to leverage it. My aunts, my uncles, my neighbors. No babysitters. Second, I always tell my young women, just picking on you, Ganga, I tell them, please treat your housemaid like your manager. You will always succeed. Your house help will never leave you. You don't need to worry who's going to buy coffee powder. Indira Gandhi had that problem. She couldn't get that help in America. I get help here. So it's very important as to how you leverage. And I think what is most important is how do we leverage our extended family system in this country. I think amazing stories are there. I think it's, we don't need to advise youngsters. But we have to tell youngsters, don't give up. Just because my maid doesn't come in the morning, don't stop working. I've seen a lot of attrition happening because they say we don't have support at home to raise the babies. What did I do? What did Ganga do? How did we navigate? Then say, oh, you had good support system at home. What do you mean by support system at home? Who creates it? Like the way you create your own team in the office, we need to create a team at home. So work and home cannot be different. There is never a balance. It's called work-life continuum. You choose to work, work. You want to sit at home, sit at home. But don't crib. Right? Yeah. I'm saying this is both applicable for men too. Yeah. Men say, Shrimati, I'm ready to put my feet up. There's so many of them I see across organization, including given a chance, I want to sit at home. I say, sit now. No. What will my mother-in-law say? He's more worried about his mother-in-law than him being stressed. So, Ganga, I'm very concerned by the stereotypes, well-being, wellness, everything getting compromised in terms of what someone will call this out, which I don't think in India is needed at all, in my view. We are far different in our ecosystem.
Just want to be mindful of time. I have one more question, but before that.
Yes, so just adding to what the predecessors said, I think it's important that we don't think that this is a sprint. Maybe because I'm an athlete, I always think from sports line. When you think that your career can be a sprint, and at the end of the race line you're going to get a medal, I'm so sorry, you're into a marathon. And you can run the marathon as long as you want. Whether it's a half marathon, full marathon, does not matter. But you have to decide, like Ganga ma'am said, you have to decide. It's your call. And like Shrimati ma'am said, you have to build that support system. The support system does not come to you. Unless you ask, you will not receive. So you have to ask for system, you have to create the support system, and then you can run the marathon successfully. Another thing that I would like to add is breaks that we take in our career for whatever biological reasons or whatever reasons it could be, we should always think of when will I go back from the day we start the break. And I see that change now. Even before people start going on break, I see women planning for their progression during that break time frame. And I'm not sure if that existed a decade ago. So today, people are upskilling during that break period. And that, I think, is a huge change, and we should all welcome and encourage that. That probably wasn't there 17 years ago when I delivered. I don't think I thought of how I can upskill. All the time, I was only thinking of feeding bottles and diapers. But today, when women come back and I want to bring them back into the workforce, they tell me this is what I did in the 6 months, 9 months, 1 year break that I did. I have picked up these certifications. I have learned so much. I enrolled in this course. I worked with this community. So that, I think, is a great change, and all of us here should leverage that.
Yeah, great. Thanks. So we are in the era of word cloud, right? So what I picked up.
I'm sorry, but can I, Ram? Changing diaper is a skill. You get a lot of patience, compassion, how to manage team, how to keep peace with yourself, and get the rigor to come back to work. I took break, but it never appears as break in my resume, because I told the HR guy, what do you need as skills for this? What are the competencies needed to do for this job? And the person just called it out and said, why do you think I don't have? Why do you call it a break? It's not a break. It's a duty. But during the duty, when you do the duty, it's the same thing a male taking their paternity leave. He's also going to change diapers. In Europe, you're anyway taking a 6 months off to change diapers. The other 6 months, the woman changes diapers. So I don't know why it's called break. See, I'm telling it very loud because we talked about policies, Ram. It's not about who is doing the policies. It's about the intent of a policy. Why are you calling it as a career break? It's not a career break. Career is full of competencies and skills. Changing diaper is a skill. Not everyone gets it. For many of us, we know our spouses do a better job. And there's nothing wrong. Like Dr. Bedi said once, one who enjoys cooking should cook. It's not about male or female. If your husband enjoys, your spouse enjoys good food, please ask them to go to kitchen. So you talk about the same thing in careers. Oh, she's very passionate about sales. She should go. He is very passionate about cooking. Let him cook. I think I'm just bringing these terms because in the name of English, in the name of language, we confuse careers and work. They are continuum. And women are very good orchestrating it. And we should.
Yeah, good. Three words that I picked up in the course of the conversation. One is trust deficit, another is insensitivity, and third is, what did you say, Eva? Penalty. Fine. This morning we had a session where we had women leaders from the manufacturing industry. We had Gauri Kailasam, Usha Subramaniam from Grundfos, and these are all traditional industrial establishments, Rane and Grundfos. Today we have women leaders helming these industrial outfits. There is one contrast that I see. Keep me honest here. If I'm wrong, call it out. The Western world seems to have cracked the code on this to a limited extent, where we have seen more and more women becoming the CEO, the chairman, or the managing director of companies across industries. Yeah, she spoke about the 2-day leave that is going to be given. Fine, they had Ginny Rometty as the CEO of IBM for many years. You had Carly Fiorina at HP as a global CEO for many years. And there's a long list that I can point to in technology, from Safra Cards to Carly Fiorina, to Sheryl Sandberg, to Julie Sweet, who currently is a global CEO of Accenture. And today, even in the next generation of companies, whether it's the current CEO of YouTube, the current CEO of Twitter, the current CEO of Canva, the current CEO of Bumble, the current CEO of Vimeo, we have enough examples. When I walked in, I did see a copy of Business Line lying on the tables here. A few months back, there was a report in Business Line that said, going by the market capitalization of the top 50, top 500 NSE-listed companies, you had 27 women CEOs out of 500 in the NSE 500 listed companies. Let me call it out, having lived my life in the IT industry, the top 10 IT services companies in 50 years is yet to see a women CEO. Probably with an exception of Roshini, given the ownership structure. We do have quite a number of examples of people becoming leaders of geographical territory, of portfolios, so on and so forth. The question that I have for the panel here is, do things change faster when you probably have people, women at the helm of the affairs as CEOs? Because the influence that a CEO has on an organization to change things is far greater than people who probably have had a portfolio which is at a regional or at a divisional level. And when will we see a women CEO in the IT industry amongst the top 10 or the top 20 in the years to come?
No, I think IT perhaps has done better than many other industries. So, I think that's something that we need to call out. Second thing is, where are the role models? I think we have a big deficit in terms of role models, where people can aspire to and look up to and say, there was somebody before me, there was someone who has done it, and therefore there is a path that I can follow. So I would say that's the second thing. And third, I would say is that in all of this, if you really look at what are the competencies, or what is it that you look for in a leader, more often than not, it is what you see in a male. Because there isn't another example from a female, there isn't a female example that you can pull things out of. So with all of this, I do believe that for women who are aspiring, no role models, the standards and expectations are of capabilities that normally men exhibit. And third is that, it's something that, even if you aspire for it, it's going to be difficult because many of the competencies that you may have are not in the reckoning at all.
What do you need in terms of support? I had a
I
great opportunity to work very closely with Mr. Vagul, who unfortunately is no more today. He and KV Kamath are credited for having created some of the best women CEOs in India in the financial services sector, with Chanda Kochar, Shikha Sharma, Kalpana Morparia, Renuka Ramnath. Many tall leaders in the financial services industry came out of ICICI. Well, what exactly is needed? I often keep hearing about allies and mentors,
I mean, we
but
certainly...
Vagul used to keep talking about sponsors.
I think the intentionality, both in terms of the organization and the incumbent, both are important. Today, I think we have come a long way, and she said the few reasons which are very true, and the numbers are there to speak. So, but I think in a matter of a decade, this scenario will definitely change because the focus is at the right place. Right? Today, organizations are creating a pipeline. We do have people, but then I think we are in a journey. And today, as I said, it's not just on the organization. I mean, I can tell about myself. I have spoken in at least as many forums as I can that I aspire to become the MD of my organization. Right? I am pushing them, saying, what do I need to do to prepare myself for that role? Right? So I think it's not just me. I think everyone today, every women leader today, I see that spark in them, and organizations are investing. So I think in this journey, as she said, we are well past the midway mark of the marathon. Right? So in 10 years, in a decade from now, I think your statistics will be significantly different, Ram.
Absolutely. I think we have come to the top of the hour. On that positive note, and I entirely agree with you. I entirely agree with you.
Ram, we are all sitting today here. On one end, you have Sachin Tendulkar. The other end, you have Manu. Who remembers Sachin today? I mean, maybe the male cricketers know. But everyone is behind Manu today, right? Because we want a lot of things too. She's broken all stereotypes. She's won the first medal for us. I'm coming back to how you started this conversation. In a country with a 1.3 billion population, this is all the countries you named. There is a big difference. The size of UP population is the size of Europe. And we also started this conversation, Ram, where you rightfully put Tamil Nadu, with being a front runner on how many people enroll, the gross enrollment ratio. Look at the gross enrollment ratio. If you don't have people in pipeline, how can you reach, how can you have a good, decent pyramid? When a woman, attrition has to be replaced by another lady, you need pipeline, no? Think of that, right? I'm just telling. But most importantly, I think a lot of startups today in this country are led by women. A lot of techies today who have taken the risks to move forward are women. So the new generation does not really require gender issues that's being discussed here. We have passed through the so-called inflection points because we didn't have a choice. But when we had the choice, we broke the barriers. But when we broke the barriers, we decided to take the risk. With so many men in the companies, why not everyone is becoming a CXO? Still we are having women. So I think end of the day, we talk about competencies, and it's not about who or why, but it's about what goes into it from competencies. There's going to be a big change.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It is changing in the boards. With the 35% of the board constituted today is going to have women. I encourage more and more women here to start working towards independent directors role. Because people who are on that side, if you sit on this side to choose the CEO, things will change. There will be more gender neutrality, and there will be more gender inclusive conversations, just to answer your question.
That's exactly what I wanted to probably close with. I still remember when Cognizant went public in 1998. I'm talking about 30 years back. We actually had 2 women on the board. Okay, Venetia Contaguras and Victoria Fash. Way back in 1998, when the company's revenue was $45 million. I remember every time I presented to the board, the first question that I would be asked is, how many direct reports do I have who happen to be women? point number one. And every time there is an attrition, if I were to replace a women leader with a male leader, I'm finished. Fine. Then structurally, the company was altered, which is probably one of the reasons why we had so many women leaders in the company over a period of time. And I entirely agree with you. The reason I wanted to bring in the Indian versus the multinational context is to be cleverly provocative. You just look around us. Look at Tamil Nadu today. I think Ganga is a great example. Everyone here on the panel is a great example. We have a number of country managers in GCCs who are women. Fine. Uma Ratnam, who used to head up Barclays, currently with Optum. Ganga, who heads up Ford. Kalyani Shekhar, who used to head up Verizon, with several thousand people leading here. And more recently, we have Prashanti, heading up Walmart here in Chennai. And as Srimati pointed out, fine, many youngsters in the startup world, whether it's Ashwini Ashokan, who is running Mad Street Den, or forget the other person's name, Mukherjee, who runs Kelidiofen, so on and so forth. There are some fantastic examples, but I still believe that we do need some additional structural support over and above the creative construct, fine, which is left to individuals to actually grow and take on some of the leadership positions. I think in the interest of time, we may have to wind up, but Vidya, go ahead. Yeah.
I just want to say one thing, that if all of us, and I'm sure all the leaders here have done that in the past, if all of us believe in each one take 5, because each one take 1 won't help. So as we grow up the pipeline to build the pipeline, when each one takes 5 along, just in case there is someone who slips, someone who drops off, someone who slows down, someone who loses interest, someone who does not have a role model, you will still have at least 3 more that you're taking along. So each one take 5. I think if all of us, formulate that within ourselves as a personal achievement or a personal goal, so that we grow as a community, I think we could really accelerate the growth
Well
faster.
said. Maybe on that high note, thanks a lot for the opportunity. We do have time for a few questions. Okay, great. Oh, this 12 minutes is for Q&A, is it? No, suddenly turned red.
Yes. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to ask some questions. Since from morning we are talking about women in all the ways, and this particular forum is Women in IT, from coding to leading. I'm so happy to see all the leaders of the big organizations, and especially this question to Vidya Prabhu, Madam. And since you head the CII, I would like to know more on to POSH Act 13. Because because I run an NGO for women called River. A lot of females comes from the organization, says that internally we are not getting any kind of whatever they are, and they are just convincing and asking us to work. So they wanted a support from an NGO to go legally. So Ram sir, if you could talk about that, that's very, very important today. We have very efficient and effective employees in all the organization. Only thing is, successful women employee knows what is the challenges she is facing.
True. So just a small thing. So under CII, IWIN Tamil Nadu, we have different verticals. One of them being leadership, where I co-lead. We have mentoring, we have campus to career, we have policies and advocacies, and we have POSH, which means that the focus that we have from a state level or from the CII level or the Indian Women Network national level is really high. And we do sessions, and I can proudly say that my vice chair from Tamil Nadu is here. Our chair couldn't make it today, but we do sessions over and over again across all types of industries, not just in IT. Whether it is manufacturing, whether it is healthcare, you name it, or for entrepreneurs, you name it and we could do it. So we do these POSH sessions, not because people don't know, but because sometimes reiteration really helps. And I think from my organization standpoint, from Kindle standpoint, if I say, and I'm sure it's the same across the board, where we've made POSH awareness, policies, revisiting this, education and so on, a timely intervention, more so a compulsive intervention, but sometimes compulsion really helps. As much as talking about or sensitization helps, compulsion really helps. When you talk about the same thing over and over again, it becomes common. Like we just said, that becoming a CEO will become very common in 10 years. After that, it will probably become day to day. So like that, POSH will also become day to day to us. But I'm sure I'd like to say on a personal level that at some point in time, we would have been in situations where we would have been, we would have had to run up the wall because of certain scenarios of POSH that we would have faced, or certain scenarios of POSH that we would have seen where we would have had to help employees. I think it's also a part of the career. It's also a part of growth. You are going to face discrimination. There will be some slowdown. There will be examples thrown towards you. I think if I were to quote the most latest topic, and I was talking to my colleague here about the commentary at Olympics recently. I'm sure all of you would have heard it. I don't know if it was yesterday or day before, where the sports team, the swimming, the winners, I think, was the Australian relay team, and they won the gold medal, and all the winners were on the victory stand. And the commentator who said, Bob Ballard, I think he said that we'll give the women some more time while they do their thing and their makeup. So that could also be seen as something that could fall under POSH. So irrespective of the level that you go to, all of us are going to see it. But what I want to say is, unless we drive it consciously, I think it's going to take some more time for it to become common stake and for the term to go away. I'm not saying that men don't face it. I'm sure there are enough and more men who face it equally as well. And it's just our duty as counterparts to support everyone, all genders, not just men or women, all genders.
Ma'am, one more thing, they don't have a handbook as such in all the IT.
Ma'am,
We do.
Ma'am, I'll just answer that question. Because you're NGO and you're directing to a corporate and a stakeholder, which is more an association. As an NGO, ma'am, please help them to cope, counsel. But do not jump into what should be the corporate stand on implementing the POSH Act. Every one of us is governed by transparency and have our own councils. So NGO's role is very important. I'm so glad they come to you, but please help them to cope. Most of them come to someone, they know they want to cope with the situation. Please continue. This is very important. Yes, we'll go to the next.
Maybe there are a couple of hands that have gone up. If you can pass the mic along.
Good evening. This is Sampath Kumar. I'm a HR professional and legal professional. So we were discussing about women empowerment and women inclusiveness in the employment in core industries. So way back in 50 years back itself, I was associated with the engineering public sector. We were collaborating with a Russian counterpart. See, people are aware that Russians lost most of the men population during the World War II. So necessity is the mother of all requirements. So way back in 50 years back, they started inducting women population in all the core sectors. Now we are talking about so many constraints women are facing. But when I was collaborating with the Russian counterpart, I was seeing much of my counterparts' employees in all sectors, from the beginning and the shop floor to end. Women were playing a major role. And for a few examples, one of the panelists has given a spark that why security should be a men. I can throw a little more add up to that. Why the driver should not be a female. Yeah. So it can add much more. So there is reasons that we can even inclusiveness more, little bit more. So that is what we as a we can also give some more value addition for this.
Cannot agree more. If there is one question on this side, we'll take that.
Thank you.
Yeah, whoever has a mic. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Radhakrishnan. There's a complaint from the morning session that no men has asked any question. So I wanted to break the tradition. I just want to have a small information. Basically, I was a country trainer for Hewlett Packard. This is the best way to handle the post-lunch session. A lot of very good points with a fun factor and a lot of things you combined and did excellent job. So I just wanted to share my views. It's not a question, so no men will ask questions and women were talking. So
I wish I were in the audience. Yeah.
You are minority side, we don't listen to you anyhow. It's 1:4. With the permission of Ganga Madam, just wanted to add one more lighter moment to that point which he has shared. Point is very valid. When a woman can manage the budget, the finance, the strategies, the planning, everything at home, why not at office? After that, this is very correct. One more point beyond that, sir. At home, you are the boss. At office, someone else is your boss, madam. Thank you.
Yeah, I think...
Just on the lighter moment, just continue the lighter moment you followed.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, women are natural leaders.
If someone has a question, I think...
Hi,
go
my
ahead.
name is Janisha, HR manager at Mobilitions. Since Olympics and Manu were mentioned, before I ask my question, I wanted to mention that Manu won her second Olympics while we were here discussing from the morning. So we have 2 Olympic medals for India right now, both with a woman's name against it. Of course, the second one came in the mixed event. Okay, so moving on to my question, primarily to Vidya. I know everybody's pointing questions at you, but since you mentioned about bringing the 2-day menstrual leave, and that is a good, welcome change that you brought to the organization. But every time we bring in such a change, there will be some resistance, especially from the men. So before you implemented this change, what were the steps you took to sensitize them, to make them understand that this is something that's not against them? Because generally the perception that we get is the moment we introduce something for women, they say, okay, what about us men? If you're going to give them 2 days of extra leave, that means we have to take the burden of an extra 2 days. So these are some of the resistance, the pushbacks that we normally come across. So how did you handle before implementing it, and how did you handle it after you implemented it?
Okay, thank you. I think we're very fortunate. Culturally, we are super open to change. I think that really helps, and I think organizations that are open to change really can grow and foster faster. But yes, change will never come without resistance. Any particular change is always accompanied by pros and cons, discussions, in favor, not in favor, people who are on your side, people who are on the other side, and people who don't know which side to take. There'll always be 3 sets of people that you will have to handle. What did we do? I think the most important thing that, and I think ma'am already covered that point, was that although we set in a policy that women have the benefit of taking this, we never mentioned that men cannot take two special days off. So we did not say that this is not available to men, that you do not have 2 days available. You still have all of this available. These 2 days are given to women as something that they can opt for. It has not been made mandatory, as in it's not that it's on my calendar that I'm going to be 2 days off on particular 2 days, or consecutive 2 days that I'm going to take off and I'm going to mark it in my calendar. That's not how we did it. So we've given this option. Those who want to leverage it, leverage it. Those who do not want to leverage it, absolutely okay. That said, because we respect all genders equally, not just men and women, but all genders equally, so everyone has enough and more capacity, and they have the rights and responsibilities to make use of leave policies that we have the way it suits them. So that's why the word flexible that we've been referring to so much, we keep it flexible and open. But in order to handle that particular change and in order to sensitize people to the resistance, I think what we did was something smart that we did, and I think my chief of staff is here from the organization, she can correct me. Something smart that we did is we got all of our male leaders to send out emails to the teams to say that, this is a policy change, which means that everyone is on the same level and everyone is able to accept it more easily. Does not mean that if women drive changes, it will not happen. It just helps that when you have two or more people drive it together, it just makes it more effective. So these are small things that we did. Whenever you want to change something, you have to first have your resistance plan ready and then roll it out. Communication, over communication beats the game. I think that's what we tried.
Yeah, thank you. And I think we need to wind up there. I think that is a fantastic example. Getting
No, we don't have time.
No,
Get-
Ram,
getting
Ram, I have just one line for all. All HR managers in the room, you please tell your stakeholders, what you resist will persist. You get my point now? So.
I was about to wind up. Okay, one last question. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir. I'm Chavi, a BBA second year student. I have a question that everyone says women empowerment, but society accepts the women empowerment. Does the family really accept the women empowerment? Like they don't support women empowerment actually. Because they have a second thought that let her go for college 3 years or 5 years. After that, I'll hold up for a marriage or hold up for some other commitments. They don't really leave us. They leave us for some period. That's it. Then that some period will grow half only. We can't grow fully.
I think change is an evolution, right? It's a process. Today, as mothers, as fathers in the room today, as parents, we are making a difference in the lives of our children, right? Whether it's a girl child or a boy, baby that we have at home, right? So today, we are not asking our boys to do certain things and girls to be doing certain things differently. So I think we are those change agents. So if your parents are not allowing you to do something, you should be the change agent to grow your next generation. You don't have to wait for that long, right? Because you must have uncles and aunts, your neighbors who are going to influence you. So I think each one of us have a responsibility to be that catalyst to bring in the change. Yes, our society has conditioned girls and boys differently for ages. That's part of life, right? We can't change what has happened in the past, but we have a responsibility to make a difference today. And there is not a job that is defined or carved for a man or for a woman. As he said, why only a security? Even a driver can be a lady. A Zomato delivery boy is a person, is a lady, right? So I think we have established beyond doubt, and we don't need empowerment. We have that in us. Right? So if there are some bonds, if there are some things that are tying us, it will break. And we have to be the agents of those things to be broken.
Yeah, and I would also say that, as a young person, sometimes you will have to help your parents empower themselves. I think youngsters have a lot of wisdom, and I think parents will benefit from it. So sometimes you have to empower your parents to think differently.
But sometimes parents resisted saying that you have not seen the world. You have not empowered that much to do these stuffs. So first we need to empower parents so that upcoming the next generation, every generation will be empowered.
Okay, on that note, I think to sum it up,
thank you.
I think evolution, change is up in the air. Fine, policies of 30, 40, 50 years are no longer relevant, and changes are going to probably happen much sooner than what we have seen. Historically, many, many years back, on leadership, I came across this one line. And it's very apt for leaders who embrace change. It said that there are 3 types of leaders in the world. 1 who make it happen, 2 who let it happen, and 3 who wonder what happened. Okay, on that note, thanks a lot.
A big thank you to the panel for this very interesting session. And I'd like to call upon Mr. Rajesh Menon, Senior General Manager, Tamil Nadu Ad Sales from the Hindu Group, to please present them with a special memento. A big round of applause for our fabulous panel and moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful. Thank you so much. We now move on to our next session, Women in Skills and Entrepreneurship. Women play a crucial role in industries across Tamil Nadu today. The pace of change is rapid and the demands of the workforce are evolving. Equipping women with the right skills is not just necessary, it's a catalyst for broader progress and economic growth. The Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation is playing a crucial role when it comes to skilling women. This session will focus on what efforts have been taken to skill women in Tamil Nadu because a woman's role is very important to take the state to achieve its $1 trillion economy. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome today Ms. Innocent Divya IAS, the Managing Director of the Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation. She has 20 plus years of experience in administration in government, holding different portfolios, and her focus areas include public grievance redressal, maternal and child health, environmental protection, and youth skilling, to name a few. She is very passionate about service to the underprivileged and the disadvantaged in society. Can we have a round of applause for Ms. Innocent Divya IAS? Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us today. She will be in conversation with Sangeeta Kandavel, Assistant Editor, Business, The Hindu. Can we also give her a round of applause?
A very good evening to all of you. Let's begin the session directly. So Ms. Divya, the academic year has just started for colleges. And what initiatives is the Tamil Nadu government taking to skill students, especially the women, this year?
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. And thank you so much. I'm privileged to be here in this forum. As all of you know, Naan Mudalvan is a universal program. It's a universal upskilling program where we target every student that are there, either in arts and science colleges, engineering colleges, polytechnic, and ITIs. So it's a universal program. It has a universal coverage. But what special initiatives we've taken this year is, one is the Sigaram Todu, which is a program which is specifically designed to train 1,000 students from rural backgrounds, from disadvantaged backgrounds, particularly women, to get higher order placements. So as you see, there is a stark difference between the rural campuses and the urban campuses. Urban campuses get a lot of exposure in terms of industry. They get to meet with industry experts. They get industry expert sessions, talks with industrialists, but not so the rural campuses. So we need to empower them as well. Naan Mudalvan is a program which seeks to bridge this gap between the rural and urban campuses, because there is a stark divide in terms of even the quality of delivery, the pedagogy, or the faculty exposure to industry as well. Because here in urban campuses, even at the college level, at the faculty level, there are industry problems that come into colleges for the faculty to solve, but not more. That exposure is absent in rural colleges. Therefore, as part of the Sigaram Todu initiative, we want to empower 1,000 students from rural colleges. We want to handhold them for a year or even more. We want to start this initiative right from the first year. But since this is the first year of launching the program, we want to do a huge number, like 1,000 students from this semester onwards. So they will be facilitated in terms of mentorship sessions, having industry expert talks, having internships with the top industries. So we are in talks with the industries to take these students, handhold them for an entire year and then give them the placements. This is one of the initiatives. And then there is another program which is a very, very important women empowerment employment program. It's called the We Safe project. The government has allocated from the World Bank funding 1,500 crores this year in order to ensure safe places for women to work with. But this has a lot of components which are attached to it. One is the security at the workplace. We call it the care cube. Because for a woman to come into a workplace, there's a lot of other considerations. Only at the domestic front, if he or she is secure. If she is secure, then she can come into the workplace. The other thing is workplace security, where she stays when she works in an industry. That is also of concern. And the third thing is upskilling, skills. When the woman takes a career break, so how relevant she is to the industry that she seeks to work in. So all of these three programs have been taken into consideration while formulating the We Safe project, Women Empowerment and Safety project, for which 1,500 crores have been allocated this year.
Ma'am, you mentioned about skilling rural women. So one of the key challenges in rural Tamil Nadu today is connectivity is a very big issue. So even today we have villages in Tamil Nadu where there is no internet, and also many women don't have access to basic infrastructure like a mobile phone or a laptop or a computer. So how are you going to address all these challenges, ma'am?
First semester when we did the Nan Mudalvan, when we initiated and launched the Nan Mudalvan program, we had out of 5 programs, 3 of them were online. Very, very good programs. They were from like University of Michigan, the Coursera programs that we've taken. But then when we went back to the students to get their feedback on how the program went, we saw that there was a mixed bag. It was a mixed bag of feedback that we got. But then those, particularly from rural campuses, they had a lot of issues about the availability of laptops and the connectivity also. That was a major challenge that was hindering this sort of a global learning platform, from them to participate in the global learning platform. So we took this very seriously, and from the next semester onwards, in order to alleviate this challenge, we went physical. When physical classes were delivered or on a hybrid mode, where certain sessions were online and most of the sessions were offline. They were physical classes, and for the last 2 years, we've been doing this. For the last 3 semesters, we've been doing this. This year, we've come up with a plan of having hubs, where there could be, because one of the major challenges that we find in this sort of a massive skilling initiative is also the upgradation of the hardware facilities that are there in a particular, hub center, in a college. And all of this, since we take government colleges, self-financing colleges, all of them, we are delivering the same kind of program. The infrastructure is not similar in all of these institutions. So as a first measure, we thought it would be best to upgrade the facility that is there in government colleges. So 31 government engineering colleges have been taken this year. We're shortly going to launch or inaugurate the skill and placement centers, where it will be full-fledged, state-of-the-art systems that they will have in place with the internet connectivity. 100 systems in all engineering colleges exclusively for skilling and placements. And at the second phase, we have already tendered for 100 skill and placement centers in government arts and science colleges. Because this is a major challenge in government arts and science colleges. The number of computers that are available per student is also very low. Only the BCA or the BSc computer science students would have access to systems. So when all of these programs that we are offering need to be delivered, a part of it needs to be delivered online, then there's a challenge. Therefore, in 100 government arts and science colleges, we are putting up skill and placement centers, again with the state-of-the-art upgraded facilities with internet connectivity.
I think the skill and placement cell is something that was announced during the recent Tamil Nadu budget. So are we focusing anything in specific to women at these centers, ma'am? What are the plans?
Specifically to women, we plan to have a calendar round the year. We want to have language labs and coding labs for women, exclusive timings for women, where rural women, because all of these campuses are spread over the entire state of Tamil Nadu, so women can have access to it. Another new initiative that has been recently introduced in the budget is the Tamil Nadu Skills Finishing School, where, you see, Non-Mudalvan program takes care of the academic, the students that are there in campuses. What about the students or the dropouts that are there, or the women that are right now who want to have a career, who want to seek employment, but they are simply not confident enough whether they are relevant to whatever industry, whatever sector they want to work with. So this is a major challenge, because the workforce participation among women, though it's the highest in Tamil Nadu, we still have greater heights to reach. Therefore, this challenge we have sought to alleviate by introducing the Tamil Nadu Skills Finishing School, where this will take care of the other population, those who have completed education, those who are graduates yet to find jobs, or those rural youth who are dropouts, probably who have dropped out when they are in 10th, 12th, and they're seeking a career for themselves, or women who have now passed the child rearing stage, and now they are fit enough to come into the industry. So all of these youth between the age of 18 to 35 is our target for finishing schools. Here we are empaneling industries and training partners to give them training. Now we will open the registrations. When this scheme is launched, we'll open up the registrations. We'll also call for aspirations. Apart from the offerings that we have in terms of the sectors, we have around 12 different sectors where we already have training partners. So any of these women who find this is insufficient and they're seeking out more skill options, then we are going to open up these registrations to get their aspirations as well. Based on their aspirations, then we will work backward with our partners or with industries to find where we can enable this sort of a skilling and bridge this gap.
Ma'am, since you mentioned about empaneling with industries, there are so many industrialists sitting in this forum here. We also have a lot of entrepreneurs sitting over here. How do you think they can collaborate with Non-Mudalvan and Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation, ma'am?
So it's a red carpet welcome to all industries, to all entrepreneurs, be it startups or any industry, any consultancy firm which are doing industry projects. You are welcome to partner with Non-Mudalvan, because this is one critical link that is missing in the skilling ecosystem. Now, what any skill mission for that, I'm from Tamil Nadu, but if you talk to any mission director from any other state, the one challenge that they will tell you is the industry linkage that is missing in the skilling ecosystem. And why is industry not present is because, there is a mobilization challenge. When the industry comes in, it's not in their core essence, it's not their work. Industry is for productivity, it's to increase their profits, so on one part they're doing it. But are they concerned about the talent pool that is there? Right now that is a concern, because many of the industries are facing a crunch in the employees, the number of employees that are coming, the number that they are able to hire, because there is a dearth in skills. So though there is a continuous call from the industry side also to come together, from associations to come together and invest in skilling, still that momentum is missing. So here is the government. We, as part of the government, are here to bring the two together. So if you need skills, we are there to mobilize students for you, skill them in the skill set that you require, but tell us what you need, one. To give us the expertise, because right now the challenge that you see is you are not able to hire fresh talent from campuses. Why? Because the teachers that are teaching them, they are not exposed to industry. They are cloistered within their campus for so many years. They don't know what transformation is happening in technology, what is happening in the industry outside. Therefore, we want your people to come and talk to our students, or you give us the curriculum, train our faculty. All of these three models are available in Non-Mudalvan. So you can train students if you have the wherewithal, or you can give us your curriculum and train our faculty. We will train the students. And third thing is, you can come into our campuses if you require 50 candidates that are required to be trained in one particular technology stack. You can come and give your curriculum. We will give credits for that particular curriculum, and then you can hire them at the end of the year. So all of these three models are available. Only thing is, we're waiting for the industries to take this.
Ma'am, since you mentioned about faculty, so I regularly interact with a lot of students, especially students who've taken the non-Mudalvan course. A lot of students have this concern. They have this concern that, the faculty are not trained adequately. And if we have to empower all the students across the state, we need to have a strong faculty network and also a mentor network who can in turn train the faculty. How are we going to address this, ma'am? Because even today, we do have faculty who don't even know how to use a computer or switch on a LED, basic things. So how are we going to strengthen the faculty network?
So on the one hand, we've been talking about industry transforming into 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0. Now it's 5.0. Now education remains where it was. We need to reinvent the wheel. And it's time for us to reinvent education also. So where do you find that there's a changed scenario that we see here? Because right now, information is available everywhere. Only thing is, what you need the faculty to do is to be as facilitators, because Gen Z is so adept to technology. They are born with technology. So you need not teach them to do anything. They learn on their own. Only thing that you need to do is challenge the student community. And when you challenge them, what they need is some mentorship, some facilitation, some support. That's all. So I think the whole gamut of education itself is undergoing a massive change as we speak. And right now, colleges need to do this orientation for the faculty as well. Recently, we sent some 25 students to Durham University with the British Council. Janaka is here, my good friend is here. So here, when these students came back, and we asked them, what was your experience? The one thing that they talked about was, we learned on our own. It was a flipped classroom model where we learned, where we were formed into teams. They gave us a challenge. We learned on our own. But here we still think that it's a teacher that is supposed to teach us. So I think this whole thing needs to change. As part of non-Mudalvan, though we aspired to give them e-learning, and it failed because probably we were not preparing the student community and the faculty. So in the next step, what we did was, we started training the faculty. Even as I'm speaking, the engineering faculty development program is going on across engineering colleges in the state. And we are training around 4,200 faculty right now in emerging tech skills. So when there is a course which is framed with the industry input, and that is added as part of the board of studies, as part of the academic curriculum, we train the faculty before the students are trained. So even before any course is delivered to the students, the faculty are trained. So in maybe a few years down the line, maybe in a year or two, the faculty will be empowered enough to handle that subject on their own. But what they would require is a constant update from the industry, in terms of the industry telling them, look, this is the change that we are seeing. Because this is a different environment. Academia is completely different from how industry works. But we need this constant update flowing into the academic institutions.
Ma'am, also if you look at the non-Mudalvan courses, most of the courses are for a period of 45 hours. Any skill, if you have to acquire any particular skill, you need to invest more time into it. So do you think the current 45-hour is sufficient to train our students, or are there plans to enhance the timing from the current academic year, ma'am?
Yeah. There are two answers to this question. One is, 45 hours, is it sufficient? It is not sufficient for us to learn a new skill. But what we are doing as part of the non-Mudalvan program is, we are adding on a pre-existing knowledge. This is a knowledge which is available, which is given by academia, but which is given by universities from a fixed curriculum, and we are building on the skill portion. So what they already know, the conceptual understanding is already there, and we are building on that as a skill. What does the industry require? You know Python programming, but what is that problem that is there in the industry for which you need to code? So it is the skill. The entire non-Mudalvan program is about the practical enablement of a student to understand a scenario, an industry scenario, and perform. Therefore, it's task-based. In any class, we're giving them some 10 industry use cases which a student is supposed to solve. Therefore, in some cases, it is sufficient, yes. In some cases, it is not, where we need to build on a new skill. For example, an arts and science student is doing a BSc botany today, wants to do medical coding. It's a different skill, but it requires more hours of training. Now, 45 hours is not sufficient. That is why this time, what we've introduced is, what we are going to introduce or planning to introduce from the next semester is a technology stack, where you will do foundational, intermediate, and advanced skilling. So if it's a cloud engineer, if you want to become a cloud engineer, any computer science engineer who wants to become a cloud specialist will do 3 or 4 semesters of cloud courses, which will be a tech stack. For all of these, each one has to choose one tech stack and do accordingly. Initially, when non-Mudalvan was designed, we wanted it designed as a cafeteria mode approach, where anybody can take any skill. Suppose somebody from Tamil, taking BA Tamil, wants to do AI, he can, if he has an interest. Because when a student chooses a particular discipline or a stream of learning, it is based on many factors, not only his interest, but peer pressure or availability of seats, or maybe accessibility or fees also. All of these come into consideration when a student chooses higher education and a particular stream or a discipline of learning. Therefore, we wanted to give this as a cafeteria model where you can choose any discipline, even cross-functional. And a computer science engineer can do an EE, electric vehicle also. So therefore, all of this was given as a cafeteria approach. But right now, based on the feedback that we are receiving from the students, now we are moving into the tech stack mode. So we are also open to universities who are willing to offer more than 2 credits, because we're more than willing. Initially, when we started, it was 3 credits. Because we are offering it in every semester, it's only 2 credits that they're offering. But UGC has now given a guideline that 30% of the credits in any academic institution, any university, can be skill-based. Therefore, we are open to doing long-term programs also.
Also, the current courses, if you look at it, it's more pertaining to arts and science and engineering alone. There's a lot of demand for women in healthcare, and then we have a lot of demand for women in creative economy. And during the Global Investor Meet, the Tamil Nadu government has said that there would be more focus on emerging and sunrise sectors also. So how are we training women for all these sectors? Because we don't seem to be having training in all these specific sectors. So what is the state government going to do about it?
Regarding healthcare and creative economy, yes, we're working actively with Guidance. Wherever sunrise sectors are concerned, we are working actively with Guidance. We understand where investments are flowing in, and then we work with those geographical areas where universities are there, colleges are there. We understand what skill requirement these industries have, and we're willing to work with them to integrate it into the curriculum. One example would be the Tata Electronics, the unit that they've set up, and the new one that is coming up. We've integrated into the DOT curriculum, polytechnics. So wherever, it's an integrated program, where 9 months they work in Tata Electronics, 3 months they come into the polytechnic, and they get a diploma at the end of 3 years. Similar programs are there, but the numbers are very limited. For example, Saint Gobain has a model with NTTF, where it's an earn while you learn program. So all of these models we are trying. Right now, 6 industries we've signed up with. Tata Institute of Social Sciences we've signed up with. We're signing up shortly with. So we were also working with NTTF in the manufacturing sector to work with industries and on this model, where the curriculum would be offered by the industry. NTTF would then be the diploma, the NCVT, they've got the awarding body status from NCVT, so they would offer the diploma, and they will also be offering the extra credits for which the diploma would then qualify. And we on our part will mobilize students, and we will also, whatever the fee needs to be paid for the academic part, we will bear, the government will bear. So these programs are also in the making. And with health sector specifically, I would like to mention that we've signed up with more than 20 hospitals which require, which are skilling in GDA, in geriatric care, and all of this. We are going to start this as part of the TN Skills Finishing School program. 20 hospitals we've already started. We want more also. We want to do more. So any of these sectors where we don't have partners, we go for specific expression of interest. But to reach to the industries, for this to reach the industries and for them to come and participate, that's why we are reaching out to them. So if anybody out here is interested in partnering with us for any specific job role or sector, we're open to working with it.
Ma'am, you just mentioned about 6 new sectors. If you could probably tell us what are those 6 new sectors, it could benefit some of the people here.
Which of these sectors?
You mentioned about 6 new sectors that's going to be...
No, I spoke about 6 new industries which have come
What
in.
industries are they, ma'am?
One is Oro Labs from Madurai, the other one is Winfast from Thoothukudi, and the other one is, Ashok Leyland. Ashok Leyland is one, and the other one is Pegatron, and there's one more industry. There are 6 new industries which have come in to work on this model of earn while you learn, where we will be mobilizing candidates, and also we will be tying them up with an academic partner. And they will work, the students after 12th will work in those industries, and they will earn a degree while also having a work experience of something similar to the HCL Tech B program that Srimati had introduced. It's something similar to that, but it is in the manufacturing sector. And with Atulya also, Atulya Care also, we're working with them with TIS, along with TIS, to give this program in the health sector.
Ma'am, you mentioned about the manufacturing sector. So today, Tamil Nadu has thousands of women working in the manufacturing lines. If you look at Ola, Ashok Leyland, Bosch, and if you go down south in Gangaikondan, we have a large facility with thousands of women over there. Also, the state is getting a lot of investments in 2 particular sectors. One is the electronics, where we are doing extremely well, and the second one is manufacturing. So, are we taking any special efforts to train women employees in these 2 sectors? And also, ma'am, if you look at these 2 sectors, we have good candidates at the entry level. But when it comes to the mid-management, we do not have too many leaders in the mid-management sector at all these shop floors. So how are we addressing that, and how are you working it out, ma'am?
Yes, I already said we're working with all these industries on various models. Whatever model they have, we are also open to incorporating that model and becoming a partner in them. Whatever support they would require from the government side, not to facilitate, whatever, credits that they need to get from colleges, or mobilizing candidates, or even supporting them in terms of, skilling support, in financial support. All of these flexible models are available. But for the mid-management, we are not into, TN Skills is not into upskilling of the workforce. That will be taken care of the VSAFE project, the one that I mentioned, the new project under the World Bank funding. That component is taken care of by that. Because the upskilling of the women workforce, once they take a career break and then they come back, then they need a lot of upskilling. Those that are there already in industries, that are employed in industries, if they need to have a vertical climb, what is that skilling that is required? All that is taken care of by the VSAFE program that is going to be launched shortly. But otherwise, TN Skills or the TN SDC is entirely focused on first placements, first employee. So therefore, it's only the initial, the beginner, the foundational skills. Or of course, if you look at campuses, it is not only the beginner, but also they get placed in higher order with six-figure placement figures also, they get salary figures also. Even for that, we're willing to train. As I said, in the Sigaram Thodu model, it's a very intensive training program where we train them not on credits, but the entire 6 months of their internship period where Anna University has given for their projects, the entire last semester, we are open to skilling as per the requirement of the industry.
Ma'am, also when compared to a decade ago, a lot of women are now venturing into entrepreneurship. Earlier, if you talk about entrepreneurship, it was mostly Chennai and Coimbatore. But last 2-3 years, it's very interesting to see a lot of women entrepreneurs emerge out of towns like Madurai. And more recently, we found out that Tirunelveli has a lot of women entrepreneurs. We wouldn't imagine a woman sitting out of Tirunelveli to start her own business. So entrepreneurship skills should begin from college. So is the government doing anything to imbibe the skill to students at the college level, ma'am?
Yes. So there are various initiatives that the government is doing. Startup TN is one such initiative. The TN Rise that has been recently launched, it's specifically for women entrepreneurs. With not only in farm sectors, but non-farm sectors as well. And then you have the EDII, the Entrepreneurship Development Innovation Institute, which is offering entrepreneurship skills for both school and college students. What Nan Mudalvan has done is we've integrated it into the curriculum. The entrepreneurship, we worked with the Startup TN. It's a course called the Ignite. This is given in the 7th semester. Before they go on to in the 8th semester, they solve real-time industry problem statements. And then if they have a good idea which can graduate into a startup, then the startup TN will take it on from there. So this semester we did a Niral Tiruvalla that was launched by Honorable Chief Minister, out of which we got some 8,732 ideas. And we filtered them, we screened them with a group of, with the panels of industrialists and academicians. We got 1,000 projects, 1,000 ideas, which Anna University gave credits for, 12 credits, where 1,000 teams worked on real-time industry use cases, on projects, for which 12 credits were given by Anna University over the last semester. And today we are evaluating out of the 1,000 projects, 100 top projects, which will then have a hand-holding support from Startup TN. They will get a seed funding. They've already built prototypes. We're shortly going to have an exhibition of those top 100 projects. So they will in turn receive startup seed funding from Startup TN. This year we have also included the design thinking and the Ignite program. It includes a whole host of skills right from Ideathon, the design thinking mindset, to how you solve a problem and then how you make a pitch. So all of this has been integrated into the curriculum, and we've partnered with Startup TN to give this Ignite course to students in colleges.
Ma'am, we'll just take one last question. After that, we'll open the floor to questions. So artificial intelligence is significantly reshaping industries today. They are redefining job roles and transforming the way the world works. So in this context, how are you addressing the skilling of women in AI? And also the women who take AI courses, do they complete it?
Yes, part of the Nan Mudalvan program, since every course is mandatory, the students get to complete it. Around 34,000 students we've given the Gen AI, prompt engineering, ChatGPT, and generative AI and machine learning, NLP, and all of these add-on courses we'd given to 34,000 students, out of which 15,150 students were women, and they went on to complete it. Now we are planning to partner with HCL and GUVI, along with Anna University, to give a massive Gen AI skilling only among women students. So that is, they've set a very ambitious target of 5 lakh women. So we're going to partner with them. And yeah, definitely I think this will become a record of sorts, training women in Gen AI. And the numbers that they have right now targeted is very high. So we are open to taking up that challenge and partnering with them.
So I think we'll open the floor for questions now.
It was a good presentation, ma'am. I'm Vice President, Women Entrepreneur Association. Now, the women, there are many women who are taking up entrepreneurship. They are the women who missed the bus of the IT revolution. They did not have any exposure to IT education, which the current generation is having. But they are very much into learning it. So I know one of my colleagues, he trained in artificial intelligence and ChatGPT in a simplified form to those women who are not proficient in English too. So do the government, do you include such sort of training for the women force? Because they can't take up any company, they can't go into a job. So they are starting a business in a micro level. So are you, is the government doing any sort of skill development program, educating them in a technology, but in a very simplified form, in a way they can understand?
Yes, thank you, madam, for that question. As part of the WeSafe, the Women Empowerment and the Safety Project of the World Bank, that is funded by the World Bank and is going to be launched shortly, we aim to skill women entrepreneurs in digital skills and financial skills. So both of this is going to be upscaled to a large extent to cover almost all the rural women who are interested, women belonging to SHGs probably, if they want to start a small business, but do not have the access to digital skills or financial literacy programs. We are planning to upscale this to cover all rural women.
Good afternoon. I'm from matrimony.com. We were talking about different sectors and different skilling opportunities. There is a whole host of opportunities available for frontline telecallers, telesales, and because the ITES industry is kind of spread across, and for all sectors, you have call centers, you have customer service executives. So these frontline jobs are up for grabs, and here also, there is a dearth of real talent and skill, it's a huge opportunity for girls to, take up these occupations as well. So is there any platform or, you were talking about skill development, short-term, long-term courses or stuff like that. So is there any platform where you have opportunities to train college kids who are interested in getting into telecalling or customer service roles? Is there any platform like that?
Yeah, Non-Mudalvan is the platform to do that. So
Right.
we are open to partnering with industries which need talent, which want to hire talent, and which are willing to come and train our students. We are willing to give credits for those training programs. And Telecaller Associate is one of our programs that we are offering to our students. In the first year in Non-Mudalvan skilling, every student undergoes a Cambridge English program.
Right.
And here his English proficiency is mapped. So if you want a person who is at above B1 level, we have the list of students. So you can filter from among those students, you can train them and hire them. So we will offer a single source platform for you to come, skill and hire. So if there is some screening criteria also, we're willing to apply it to the students because the number that we train is in lakhs. Today, we are training around 14.68 lakh students in universities, across 11 universities, 10 arts and science and 1 Anna University, and 413 engineering colleges, 425 polytechnics, and 400 and odd ITIs. So the reach is quite large. So whatever your requirement is, if you let us know, because we also have a placement module where you yourself, when you come in, you can screen candidates because there's a skill registry that is open to industries for grabs. So any industry which wants to hire talent, we're not asking you to dilute any of your standards. We're telling you that there's good talent available everywhere. Just have a look at this. And you can come, you can offer whatever your online test is, whatever your screening test is, And then we are also willing to be that bridge in order to get these students. Tech Mahindra has already done it. This hiring it was a 4-5 stage of screening process that we did. We were throughout with them. We facilitated the whole thing. The entire, they were hiring around 380, but then ultimately they could hire only 23 students. But for the number that they filtered, we were throughout with their journey. We were throughout with them, and we facilitated the whole thing. We brought the students into campuses where they could give those tests. So we are just telling the industries that, look, this is the talent pool that is available. There's so much of good talent that is available, not only in the campuses that you are looking at. Probably you have an MOU with few colleges, but the state has a large talent pool. Therefore, come to us so that we will be able to identify the good talent for you without diluting your standards of hiring.
Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Good evening. Thanks for such an insightful session, ma'am. Myself, Jayalakshmi. I'm running a preschool, Waddle Kids Preschool and Academy. As part of women empowerment, we give teacher training courses and other vocational skill development, predominantly concentrating on the women who have some career break and who are like, after completing 12th, they have not, they don't have that financial advantage to go for a further education. So the teachers training and other vocational skill in accreditation with central government. So I would like to know the chance of getting partnership with this skill development and take it to the wider audience and create more exposure in my circle. So I would be more interested to contribute to this.
Yeah, there are two things to this. One is, if it's a short-term skill, we are empowered to do it. If it's a long-term program where it would require some degree or a certificate, then we are not empowered to do it. We are an awarding assessment body under NCVET for short-term programs. So if it's a short-term, which is a 6-month program, and it's a certificate program, then definitely we can onboard you as our partner, as a finishing school partner. And then we will also mobilize women from across the state for you who are interested in doing this. But if it's going to be a long-term program, I think we can discuss this offline and we will see how we can.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you so much.
We are running short of time. We'll just take one last question. Ma'am is available after the session, so you can talk to her after the session is over. Yeah, you can take.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Thank you for this session. My name is Madhusudanan, and I am working for a company. I have 25 to 26 years of experience. And presently, I am also holding a position of International Human Rights District Chairman, Chennai District. And we have some ideas to impact so many people in the students and in the schools and colleges to get corporate ready. So that program that we are planning to do for free to impact the people, it may be a 1.5 hour or 2 hour session to all the colleges or all the schools who are undergraduates and postgraduates. And we would like to do that session.
What kind of program are you talking about?
It is about after the college degrees, people don't know how to be corporate ready. And we have so many skills.
Campus to corporate.
Campus to corporate. And not only that, we have so many people in our group who are doctors on alternative medicines. There are technology-related people. There are art and craft-related people. There are so many talents available.
So we have a mentorship portal also. So if anybody is willing to volunteer your time, I told you the reach of our non-Mudalvan portal. So every student, out of the 14.68 lakh student, every student has a login ID. And last year it was higher. Last year the 13.14 lakh, about 5 lakh if you discount the ones that have gone outside colleges. The rest are still there. All of them have a specific non-Mudalvan ID. All of them have access is what I want to say. So if you want to volunteer your time to mentor students, you can join our mentorship portal. There's a simple registration form that is available, the non-Mudalvan mentorship portal, where you can register, and then if you can tell us what is that you would like to offer your your time and your support on, we will create a buzz among the student community. Anybody who's willing to listen to you and to participate in your sessions can register, and immediately you will get a link as to how to address the students, the time that you, according to the choice of your time, when you are willing to volunteer, and then you can connect.
Yeah, because after a long years of experience and taking over too many interviews with a lot of people, at least whatever be the degree, whatever be the college they have studied, at least 80 people of the percent are not employable, So that is the state. Out of 100 people, we get only 20 people in reality.
Yes, sir, that's the challenge we're trying to address. So whatever support you can offer, we're willing to take that, and we will connect you with the students.
Ma'am, I just have one last question before we wind up the session. You spoke about language training in the first year. Today, Tamil Nadu is host to many global companies. We have the Japanese, the Koreans. We have multiple companies over here. So do we have any plans for languages like a Japanese or a German or a Korean? So are there any plans on that front, ma'am?
Yeah, there are plans. Japanese and German we are offering for students who have crossed the B1, which is the minimum. I think the industries that are hiring ask for B1 competency of English language. So those that have already passed the B1 level, we want to offer foreign languages as an elective. So Japanese and German right now we have as an offering, but rest also we're willing to explore.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was great hosting you this evening, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Sangeeta.
Thank you so much, ladies. I'd now like to call upon Mr. Shafiqur Rahman, General Manager and Head, Events, the Hindu Group, to please do the honors and present them with a token of our appreciation. Thank you. We now move on to our next panel discussion, Driving Inclusion and Diversity Through Creative Economy. Creative economy is one of the fastest growing and the most resilient sectors in a post-pandemic economy. The gender distribution of creative employment in India shows that the female share in creative employment is higher than in non-creative employment. Given the higher prevalence of female workers, this sector is positioned to be a driver for gender inclusion in India. The panelists in this session would provide their thoughts to harness the potential of this sector. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our panelists on stage, starting off with Ms. Aishwarya Manivannan, Founder and Creative Director, Maisha Studio. Aishwarya is a multidisciplinary artist, designer, educationist, and international Silambam champion. For the past 12 years as the founder and creative director of Maisha Studio, she has mentored thousands of students in creativity, design, thinking, and art as well. She is a 3-time TEDx speaker and has won several awards for her work in creative education and Silambam. She's also been featured in Vogue India on the History Channel and other leading print and online news media. Welcome, Aishwarya. Please have a seat. Can we give her a round of applause? Next, I'd like to call upon Savita Kesav Jagadisan, Senior Resident Partner, Kochar & Co. Savita's practice areas include employment law, corporate law, intellectual property, and TMT law. She's also worked with some important names in the startup space, navigating their growth story on the Indian entrepreneur scene. She also advises several large foreign and domestic clients on negotiating and handling joint ventures, private equity investment documentation, foreign direct investment, technical collaborations, and more. She also advises on employment matters, including employer-employee disputes, termination issues, and she's also been appointed as the IC external member for several companies and advises companies on issues related to workplace harassment and the prevention of sexual harassment. Welcome. Yes, a round of applause. Next, I'd like to invite on stage Janaka Pushpanathan, British Council, South India Director. Janaka currently leads British Council's work in South India and has over 20 years of experience in the arts, education, and enterprise sectors. Prior to this, she has co-founded education, learning and development and edtech startups. Janaka is a STEM major and is passionate about the arts, equality, girls' education and the environment, and is on the advisory board of women-led non-profits, early to mid-stage education startups, and the state of Tamil Nadu's skill and education sectors. Welcome, Janaka. Thank you so much for joining us here. Rounding out our panel is the very well-known Janaki Sabesh, actor, storyteller and author. An accomplished actor, her body of work spans films across all South Indian languages and several modeling assignments. She's worked with all of the stalwarts from Aishwarya Rai, Kamal Hassan, Madhavan, Vijay and Surya, with directors like Shankar, Mani Ratnam, Rajiv Menon and others. She curates and facilitates a workshop on effective storytelling techniques in communication and marketing. She is a visiting faculty at the Great Lakes Institute of Management, where she teaches various aspects of storytelling as part of corporate learning and development. She also wears the hat of a professional speaker now, delivering talks for corporates and other professional networks. Welcome, Janaki. Can we give her a big round of applause? And since we have such a fabulous panel on stage, we have to have an equally fabulous moderator. So I'd like to introduce V. Sriram, author and historian. He is an Indian entrepreneur, columnist, music historian, and heritage activist. And he was schooled in Madras and Calcutta, has a bachelor's in engineering from the Delhi College of Engineering, followed by a master's in business administration. He then moved on to a varied career in marketing and advertising before finally joining his family businesses in industrial hydraulics and software. With his vast expertise, we're looking forward to a very, very interesting panel. So, Sriram, over to you.
Good evening, friends on stage and off stage. I think I definitely grew up in an era when the very thought of a creative economy just did not exist. And diversity also did not exist. So many things were taken for granted. And when I said to my father that I wanted to get into something that could have been loosely interpreted as creative economy, my father aged in a matter of 2.5 minutes. Suddenly wrinkles appeared on his face, he became grey, and then he sat down and spoke to me and told me about how we were a middle-class family and I needed to do engineering. And that is how creative economy was looked at in the 1980s. Cut from there to here when I think the entire world has changed, and in my opinion, changed for the better, and in every way. And therefore, without further ado, I'm just going to hand over the mic to each one of the panelists in turn. We have two panelists, Janaki and Aishwarya, who are core creative economy, if I can use that term. And then we have two, Janaka, who has been looking at it in terms of how agencies can help drive creative economies. And we have Savita, who can tell us about how a framework can be provided where a creative economy with diversity and inclusivity can survive. And what is it that is preventing it? But before we get on to the core topics under discussion, I'd like to ask each one of them what their experience has been in terms of creative economies and in terms of diversity and inclusivity. So we'll start with Aishwarya and proceed sequentially in that direction, and then we'll carry on with the second question as it comes along.
Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. There's a reason why I absolutely love having conversations with Mr. Sriram, and you can clearly see that already. Well, I am primarily an educator. I teach art and design. I've mentored thousands of students who have been shaped into designers, artists, architects, fashion, animation, industrial, product, and they're all over the world. And the one thing that I face on a daily basis is the fact that at the end of the day, the word creative and the word creativity are some of the most oft misunderstood or not understood at all, right? So I'm going to start off by just talking about how it's important for us to go back to basics, right? When we say creative economy, we're talking about an economy that takes up almost 8% of our overall employment and almost a little more than 3% of the global GDP. And we tend to still think that creative education and creative careers are not mainstream. But if you think about it, if you're sitting on a piece of furniture, a designer made that. If you drove here by bike or car, a designer made that. If we are sitting inside ITC Grand Chola, a designer made this. If you're wearing clothes, a designer made that. If you're wearing spectacles, a designer made that. If you're getting operated, all the equipments, a designer made that. So at the end of the day, creativity is one of the most important parts of human life. And the creative economy also has the power to feed every other economy that exists in our world. So this is where I think in India, especially because we come from such a highly creative history, where everything from our buildings to our clothes to our jewelry to our food had creativity behind it. I think it's important for us to first and foremost understand that the creative economy is mainstream. It is not just, it's not about just including creativity, it's about putting it right in the middle as the main hero. Right? So that is something that I have learned, understood, and that I work with on a day-to-day basis, especially keeping in mind the fact that I'm working within education. The second part is the idea about how we usually tend to romanticize the creative industry. We tend to think about the creative industry as something that's very glamorous, very fun, just throw some paint around. If you can't do anything else, become an artist or designer. You cannot even imagine the number of students I have met who tell me, I don't like math, so I want to study fashion. And the first thing that we need to understand here is that with the creative economy or with the creative industries, science, technology, business, philosophy, psychology, all of these are pillars without which the creative industries cannot succeed, right? So it's important for us to have these basic two patterns of knowledge and understanding to then move forward to see what else can we bring in to the conversation and so on. So that is first and foremost what I would like to speak about with regards to my experience with the creative economy. Diversity and inclusion, I'm going to keep it for the next. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aishwarya. I agree entirely with you because unless there is really a scientific or an understanding of what you want to get into, it's not something that we just jump headlong into and believe that we'll make a success out of it. There are successes that come out that way as well, but then they are very few and far between. And I entirely agree with you in that there has to be a certain structured approach, and that exactly dovetails into where Savita comes in, because where is the structuring coming from? Today, the creative economy essentially looks at, when you say creative economy, people think you should work for free. Yes. And so can we start with that? Or can we start with
So actually, I'd like to conceptualize creative economy on a different aspect entirely. See, when we're talking about creative economy, it is not just about a single person's artistic abilities. It is about the fact that that ability essentially is, as you know, Aishwarya has rightly pointed it out, it is inputting into the economy. And what is very, very important when you look at that entire structure is that actually it has no structure. And that is the sad part of this creative economy that we're talking about, that it is inputting in every segment it is pulling in the GDP to its utmost. In fact, it has a huge component to play as far as GDP is concerned. But there is no structure when it comes to creative economy. Most of the people who are part of this economy are basically singular. So they are not able to actually go towards a particular institution itself to support themselves. They don't have bosses who sit across the table and work out regulations or policies that would actually enhance their benefit or actually protect any of their legal or economic rights. They do not have bodies, except maybe some of them have now sprung up, and of course the film industry has some of it, but still there is a lack of structurization, and very, very important to note actually a lack of legal regulation also. I am going to bring this in very, very importantly because when we look at how the growth of creative economy is concerned, the person essentially is contributing so much but can't actually in any manner support the economic rights. Because what they are developing, first and foremost, is the intellectual property. But they don't know exactly how to protect that intellectual property. They do not know essentially how to actually negotiate or bargain out that intellectual property for themselves. And if I were to essentially give it one more twist, if you are a woman, I think it just takes a far greater step back when we look at what the contribution could be as far as the economic structure is concerned. Because we do, I think through the day it has been spoken, we are starting at a back foot. So it's very, very important that this particular aspect is addressed. So if you look at schemes, even in the present budgetary schemes that have come out, allocations for women, children, all the different sectors, nothing essentially has been addressed with regard to creative economy. But if you look at countries, whether it is US or you're looking at Indonesia even or Singapore, they all have specific laws that come up as far as creative economy is concerned. And in fact, they also addressed women in creative economy. So this is the huge gap. Of course, we will look into, various aspects in which, what could be done as far as women in creative economy is concerned, or what legal resolutions are there. I'll definitely delve into it. But for me, when I think of creative economy, I think of anarchy, to be very honest. It's broad-based, but to be very honest, there is no structure. And I think whether it's a man or a woman, that is something that needs to be reined in. Very, very importantly, in order for those who are contributing to this economy to also grow.
Thank you, Savita. Janaka, one of the, we've heard Savita speaking about how there is a lack of structure. And this is where state agencies and government really comes in and plays a very important role. Given your experience with the British Council and some of the great work that has been done in the last few years, would you like to elaborate on what is really being done and how it can be addressed?
Thanks, Sriram. And hello, everyone. It's really good to be here. And thank you to the Hindu for organizing this. I think it can't come at a better time. I think we are sitting at the intersection of arts and technology. And like we were speaking when the previous panel was going on, I think it would have been really nice to have somebody from the education sector also speak at this summit. Because I think somewhere in our minds, we feel that arts and cultural industries and creative economy is separate from education, but I think there is an intertwining sort of sweet spot in the middle. And to sort of quickly give a little bit of context, I lead British Council's work for South India, and I think I think the CII president in the morning said glorious things about the South in the morning during the inauguration. And I think it's wonderful to see that the South does contribute almost 900 million nominal GDP towards the center. It's much, if you look at gross enrollment ratio, the southern states do much better than the national average, which is true. However, having said that, if we look at how populations are growing, India is the most populous country now. In 2023, it was the most populous country. And if you look at how urbanization has taken over, the recent United Nations report says that almost 73, it grows, people are moving to urban spaces, 73 million every year. And 70% of the creative economy and cultural industries, the world's GDP comes from people who are in urban areas. And in India, the creative economy sector and the cultural industry sector are perhaps only second to agriculture. So agriculture being our largest sort of, big sector in India, and the creative economy and cultural industries come there. So having said that, 60%, and like you were saying, and like Aishwarya was saying, 60% of the creative sector is informal economy. So that's the big challenge. The lack of a policy environment, because I think conducive policy environments will play a huge role, not just for creative economy to flourish, but also to increase gender participation. And by gender, we're not talking only male and female, but also other genders, in terms of participation from the LGBTQIA+ community to make it more inclusive. And I think the pandemic did something good, despite the pandemic being really bad. But I think the pandemic did something good because there was this real introduction of technology, which all of us have used it. I mean, you've used it in your storytelling. It kind of democratized the space of arts. Because with technology, women who were at home, who really couldn't even go out and watch something, actually started watching something. And we had the great example in the inauguration session where the minister said the presence of a television in the house actually reduced domestic violence or gave the women a voice and things like that. So I feel when we talk about creative economy, the intersection of arts, education, and technology is something that we have no choice but to embrace. And I think Innocent Divya mentioned in her previous panel that students take to technology. I mean, they're all born. The current Gen Z is born with technology. So I think easy adaptation happens. In terms of the British Council's work, I think there were two seminal pieces of research that we did. And I'll probably talk a little bit about one of the pieces and then maybe in your follow-up question. So what we did was we felt that the policy landscape in India is a little blank. The UK does extremely well in terms of policy with creative economy and cultural industries. There's only one line ministry in the UK, which is Department for Culture, Media and Sport, which is called DCMS. Whereas in India, if you look at the creative economy and cultural industry space, it sits across 21 ministries if you look at the central level. And in the state level, we don't know. I mean, we'd love to have a conversation with Tamil Nadu to find out across, because like you said, I mean, it's right from publishing, storytelling, historical, the walks that you do, the art and craft and architecture. Now AVGC, the audio, video, gaming, comics industry is booming in several states, especially in the south. If you look at Telangana or even Kerala, in fact, Kerala is going to come up with an AVGC policy. And here in Tamil Nadu, I think Guidance is doing a lot of work in the policy environment. So if you look at the environment itself, it's very fragmented and very unstructured in India. In the UK, I think there are some really good examples. So the line ministry being DCMS, already UKRI, which is UK Research and Innovation, as well as one of the other bodies that exist. You're aware of the Arts Council in England, but the Arts and Humanities Research Council, which is AHRC, and UKRI have invested $3 billion in India on research in creative economy and cultural industries. So that's something that we're very delighted about because I think the line ministries in the UK do realize that India is a very, I mean, look at the numbers. Look at the numbers of not just students, but even in terms of a nation, I mean, youngest demographic, etc. So the UK realizes how important a partner India is and also how fast and all these emerging markets that we spoke about are growing in India. So that investment has been done. And so one of the things we did pre-pandemic and also a little bit over the pandemic was to look at the Durga Puja. It's probably the world's largest public art festival.
Janaka, could we have that in the second, part of it?
Oh, great.
Because
Okay.
that would
So
help because you can dwell on it a little further.
Right,
That's
great.
the reason why
Oh, great. No issues.
Yeah.
I just want to end by saying that despite it being a fragmented sort of sector and very unstructured, there is a lot of method in the madness. I think if we are able to sort of, look at it through a lens of, again, not spread ourselves too thin, but look at, certain sectors which make sense for certain states and actually look at mapping or scoping that particular area. So in Tamil Nadu, we know that manufacturing and retail are huge sectors. We know that e-vehicles that we spoke about, that's another big sector. Energy is huge. Hydrogen is huge. Art, crafts, and the Madras Margari season is like a big thing. So I think
I wish it is, but it's very tiny because nobody pays. That's a different story altogether.
Yeah. But I think if we look at sector-wise sort of contribution, especially to GVA and if you're able to quantify that, then I think it makes a really powerful business case for people sitting on the dais and for people and industry bodies like CII. I think you have a really big role to play. And I think then we can sort of have further discussions on how to make creative economy count for what it is.
Thank you. Janaki, you and I began at a time when things were very different. Yes. Could you quickly take us through a journey of
Absolutely.
how it's changed from the time you began
Yes.
till where it is now?
So I think, thank you, first of all, for having me here, The Hindu, and it's really nice to share the dais with all these talented women, and of course you, Sriram. I think I'd like to quote Hugh Prather, who I love reading. He's written, and I quote, a part of me wants to sculpt, a part of me wants to write, a part of me wants to design. But just choosing to do one part would be killing large parts of me. That's sum and substance of who I am, because I think I got bored. For many who don't know, yes, Tamil Nadu has given me the tag of Gilli Amma, full gratitude for that. But Gilli Amma is just one of the verticals that I like to engage, which is cinema. But I had a corporate job for almost 2 decades, and I sold something called digital cinema. And I was the only woman in that entire organization who used to go from theater to theater selling the digital, something called the server. 2019, I decided to start my journey as a solopreneur. And then just when I thought everything will go, the pandemic hit. But then that's when I found my audience, thanks to one of the entrepreneurs sitting here. She's also a CIIWN member. Little Trails, I just reached out to them and I found this online becoming, and that's exactly what Janaka, and I embraced technology and I said, here's a storyteller wanting to do something for children who are sitting at home and suddenly March 20th, schools are shut. What will they do? So that was something that, there is something that calls you from inside. It is your passion, but yes, finding your audience, then making peace with that audience, and then finally growing with that audience. So you start as a storyteller, I inspire as a storyteller, I educate as a storyteller, I try to share my learnings, and thanks to my corporate journey, I'm also able to teach at some place like Great Lakes. So I think it is all about connecting the dots, and so that when people ask me, what do you do? And I say, a storyteller, and they ask me, what else do you do? I don't want people, because, yes, I know, storyteller, I know the pain points, people don't pay, like you said, everybody would like to have me free of cost, visiting their schools or corporates, but then that's not, you have to work twice as hard, you have to work really hard to pull those crowds, because that is also on your shoulder. You also have to do the marketing, so you also have to go to social platform, you also have to shoot the video, and you learn on the job. And then there is the algorithm, which will completely, they'll say, ma'am, we didn't get so many likes. I don't run Instagram, right? But then that is the creative economy that we are all part of. All creators are getting into this economy pool, that I would like to call it, where we are putting ourselves out there, and we hope that luck, algorithm, and of course, love from the audience that we share comes back to us, in a matter that they also thrive and we also thrive as the creators of economy. So I think that's my journey.
Thank you, Janaki. I think we can, each one of you has given certain points from which I feel I can lead on. So, Aishwarya, you said that you would like to talk about diversity and inclusivity as your next point. So why don't we begin with that, and then we proceed further on those lines. Yeah.
Well, first and foremost, I think the idea of diversity and inclusivity should not be looked at as something special. It needs to be muscle memory. It needs to be the basic. It needs to be a part of every decision that we make. And for this, what I've done as an educator is to treat nature as the role model. We don't say nature is an inclusive space, right? Nature is nature. Nature embraces all of us as one. And that is why it is important for us to not look at diversity and inclusivity in any kind of a black and white manner. It is multidimensional, just like how each and every single one of us are. And here, it's not just about gender. It is not just about physical abilities or disabilities. It's about mental, emotional, intellectual abilities and disabilities as well. It could be something as simple as if there is a time-based activity that a group of people are given. A lot of people may be extremely talented, but just cannot work in a time-based system.
Try me. I never learned cycling. Because everybody else had learned cycling and gone on, and their teacher said, you'll never learn it. So that was it. End of story. So
And coming from the Indian education system, right? I am a product of the matriculation system, and I went to a local university. But I had the opportunity to do my master's abroad. And that is when I realized the gap in the Indian education system, especially within the creative careers. And that's the reason why I got into education in the first place, because I identified that gap and I experienced it. So number one, we do not have enough institutions feeding education and knowledge and experiences for people who are capable and interested to be a part of the creative industries, number one. Secondly, we are not incentivizing good professionals to become mentors and teachers. There is that frame of mind that, oh, if you can't do well in the industry, then you go teach, which is not true, right? We need to reduce, every year there are tens of thousands of students going to foreign universities. I want to reduce that. We need to have good universities in our own country, having so much of potential for art and design and so many great creatives here across film and media and design and so on. And the bottom line comes down to diversity and inclusivity in the larger sense of the word. Understand that each of us have different frames of mind. Understand that at any event, we need to think about spaces being accessible, right? I recently had an art and design exhibition, which is our annual exhibition called Outside the Lines. And this is our 6th edition, and we've had about 60,000 visitors come in over the years. And it's one of Tamil Nadu's largest student art and design exhibitions. For the first time in 6 years, I was able to get a space that has wheelchair access. Right? And because of that, thankfully, this time, I was able to bring in more than 1,000 visually impaired people, autistic, physically disabled, speech and hearing impaired, across different age groups, to an extent where we need to understand that design and the creative industries can offer great career opportunities for people with different abilities. There were so many of the speech and hearing impaired kids who came to me and said they want to do design, because graphic design, UI, UX are all growing fields. So knowing the kind of profile that all of you are here as part of the audience, I'm going to request you to not think about diversity and inclusion once in a quarter or once a year. Think about it just like how we breathe. Bring it into your everyday life. Make sure that you understand that each and every single one of us have different needs. It's not just about somebody whom we treat as a differently abled, right? And when we come from that thought process, automatically our decision-making changes. I've had, speech and hearing interpreters for each and every single one of my events. Now it's become muscle memory again, right? And so if all of us start thinking that way, we can bring a change supported by the policy making and the structures that we've already discussed. The change has to happen both micro and macro, which is why the power lies with each and every single one of us, just as much as it does with the government and with the larger bodies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Savita, going by your experience, specifically what exists today in terms of offering us a framework for diversity and inclusivity, as well as creativity, what would you, I mean, I'm sure you, I mean, I don't know, I don't want to put words into your mouth. Is it adequate? Is it not adequate? Where exactly are we? Are we tending towards adequacy, etc.?
Thanks, Sriram, for that question. So let me just address it in two prongs, So one of it, I would like to address it with a factor, as she said, let's make it part of muscle memory. So as part of CII-IWN, which is the Indian Women Network, one thing that, one would it would cross one's mind that why have an Indian Women Network? See, that was one step towards inclusivity and
in Carnatic
diversity.
Music, sorry, we have musicians and we have female musicians. So that's exactly the way the world is structured. Please go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's perfect, right? So there is a delineation that is being drawn in the name of inclusivity. But there is a reason why that is there. Now, with that, I'm going to add one more thing where, it also addresses Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act, which was brought in which is actually the only law in India which is a female-specific law. It can only be brought forth by a female. It cannot, so there isn't a man who can essentially bring forth an aspect of sexual harassment being undergone by him under that particular act. So in India, of course, you have your constitution, all of us are equal. That's the third component where all of us are supposed to have equal pay, equal opportunity. So we have an equal opportunity policy, we have an equal remuneration act, we have also policies in labor law which essentially requires that all of us need to be paid equally, right? So we've got these different dimensions, but what is interesting is that the reason why these aspects occur is because there is a clear-cut distinction between male and female. There is a clear-cut distinction that there are certain disadvantaged groups. So here again, I'm bringing up the aspect of diversity and inclusivity because it's just not about women. It is, about all those segmented individuals that are out there. And the reason for these aspects is basically because we have to basically admit to ourselves that we are at a lower footing. We all need these segmented sectors to come at par because somebody else was already given a starting. They are at the end of the finish line. So before they reach that finish line, we require to reach there, and therefore we are giving the boost. And that's the reason why we have all these different policies, initiatives that are coming up. So with regard to what you call inclusivity and diversity, the reason why this is very, very imperative is because the women need that, what you call the push that is required. It is very important to be brought at level with the others. But what is important is when do we start this whole journey? So I have seen corporates, I've seen companies, we bringing up policies, but there are two segments again there. There will be a sector that essentially is doing it because they want to make it an ethos of their company, and then there's somebody who's essentially doing it because there's a compliance requirement. So long as something is being done because it's a compliance requirement, you will not see the change. You will see a tick in a box happening. But if you definitely make it an ethos of your company, of yourself, and I'm saying again, it should not start with companies. I don't think it's just about all of us here or about various sectors which is within an economy. It should start from school. It should start from that, the girl and the boy when they are starting school. That is when that aspect happens. Because I still remember as a child, there were times, my mother will say, can you go get a glass of water? But she's not said that to my brother. And then my father used to say, he's sitting there, make him go and get the glass of water. Why is she going?
You have to be an only child when they won't ask you anyway.
Anyway.
So, what I was.
So, my basic point in this whole inclusivity and diversity feature is that we can only bring that change. And it has to start from home. It has to start in our workplaces. It has to start among our friends. Because we still use expressions which immediately says, these segments are different. And it's just not about women. If it is about, whether it's caste, whether it's class, it is something that has been ingrained in us. We don't, correct ourselves. If that is brought in, then you're seeing inclusivity and diversity.
Thank you, Savita. Janaka, now we'll go on to something that is very dear to my heart as well. The Calcutta Durga Puja and the phenomenal work that was done by the British Council. I know you said that you want to only mention it and then take it forward. You can. So, you can talk about it and then you can talk about how it is relevant to a study like that is relevant to a state like Tamil Nadu or to South India for that matter. So, the floor is yours.
Yeah, before I sort of start off on the Durga Puja, just to comment on what Aishwarya and Savita said. I think I'm very fortunate to work in an organization like the British Council, because equality, diversity, and inclusion literally underpins all of our work. So you were talking about spaces. So there are accessibility audits which are available, which everybody can do. Everyone who's running an organization can do. There are ways to sort of embed EDI in your work, like Aishwarya was saying, like breathing. So there are, and if you would like, if any of the industry bodies here would like some information or some material to get started, or best practices, we are happy to share. We are happy to share what we have with us. We also have a really good EDI framework training which is available for people who are entering the workforce, for managers, right? Because it's, I think, for managers who manage a workplace. So I think there are various things that we do have in terms of resources. So we're happy to share that. If anybody would like it, please reach out, and I'm happy to share. On Durga Puja, I think one of the most important and seminal pieces of work that we did, especially after the Creative Clusters program started in the UK. And if you look at the Creative Clusters program, it was started because the economy was not doing that well, and then they felt that, the UK government felt that, nurturing and growing these creative clusters in the UK would then create jobs. Because finally, if the economy is doing well, it means your jobs are on the rise, salaries increase, and then overall your country's economy does well. So to sort of, get onto that trend, the Creative Clusters program started with an audacious goal of providing 1 million jobs. For a country like UK, it's a large number, and looking at 50 billion in revenue and income. At which point, I think the West Bengal government reached out to us, and we said that, can we then map the creative worth of the Durga Puja, which I think we started out by discussing this with the tourism department. Again, I'm happy to share that report with everybody in the audience. The link is available on our website. You can download it for free. One of the things that struck us, and obviously I'm not going to talk about the entire report, but if you look at the headline figures from the report, the contribution of the social, economic, and cultural worth of the festival is about 3.29 billion pounds, which is approximately in Indian rupees 32,377 crores. And we are not including sponsorships in this. We are only including all the allied industries like doll making, exhibitors, photography, like the Edinburgh Fringe in the UK has. So there are lots of other side gigs that happen. So if you look at that, the creative economy worth of that. And if you calculate that in West Bengal's GDP, it's about 2.58% of West Bengal's GDP in the fiscal year 19 and 20, which is amazing, because I think, and the state also hadn't realized that. So the one good thing that happened out of this is, I'm not saying that this was the only reason, but this became part of the submission for West Bengal to UNESCO, and the festival then gained the intangible heritage of humanity status, which we are very delighted about. So we feel that, yeah, I know, that's really amazing. Yeah, big applause for West Bengal. So I think Tamil Nadu has huge potential. So to look at Tamil Nadu, the state of Tamil Nadu does not have probably one large festival. But if you look at the creative economy and the cultural industries landscape in Tamil Nadu, name it, the entire list of creative economy and cultural industries are present in the state. And why I'm missing education very much in this meeting is because Tamil Nadu has the unique status of having 22 of the top 100 NIRF ranked institutions in the state, which is amazing. It's a never-before statistic. And like the previous panel was talking about the intersection of education, skills, and the creative industries, if they all come together and we actually have either curriculum built around creative economy and cultural industries, or skilling of young people to work in this economy, I think that could very well sort of fulfill the Honorable Chief Minister's big goal of $1 trillion economy by 2030. So I feel Tamil Nadu has huge potential. And you spoke about South India. So if you look at Kerala, like Startup TN, Kerala has something called the Kerala Startup Mission. And one of the big discussions that we were involved in last week, FICCI put it together, like CII is putting together this one, is a discussion on how to accelerate Kerala's creative economy and cultural industries. And if you look at the Kerala landscape, again, it's rich with so much of cultural heritage. They've got the boat race, they've got the Aranmula Mirror, they've got the Kochi Biennale, and here you have the Chennai Photo Biennale. So I think there's huge potential for states in India to measure this, because then you have a tangible
measurable account of what your contribution to the GDP is, what your contribution to, the national GDP. If you look at the southern states combined, right now the southern states contribute about 30% of national GDP, and they've got a goal of increasing it to 35% by 2030. Our prediction is it will probably be even more, especially with the rise in creative industries. I want to end with one last point on the inclusion diversity bit. There's so much happening in India, which we are very fortunate because we ran something called, and Sriram and everybody else may be aware, India celebrated her independence, 75th year of independence last year.
Amazing that the British should be celebrating that also, right?
I think it's great, right? I think the relationship between our two countries, whether it's India and UK, the bilateral has never been stronger. Our foreign secretary visited, the new foreign secretary of the UK visited last week and had brilliant meetings with the central government. And India's G20 presidency, I think, was amazing. And the British Council had an opportunity to sit on two of those big, strands, which is both education and culture. Having said that, I feel that with the Season of Culture, it was called India-UK Together being the operative word. It was called Season of Culture. We had Mr. Rahman, Chennai's own Mr. A.R. Rahman as the brand ambassador, and some of the programs that were curated. I mean, the power of international collaboration. Aishwarya spoke about studying abroad and coming back with, all of that goodness to do stuff back in India. But I think the power of collaboration, and obviously here, I'm not just talking about UK, but the power of any international collaboration, it is two-way, it is very reciprocal. So one of the programs that's very close to our heart is called the Concert for Friendship, which was Mr. Rahman's orchestra, a very small orchestra in Nagaland. The youngest singer was only about 8 years old. And El Sistema, which is again a group of musicians in Scotland who come from marginalized communities who cannot afford to learn music at all. But it is all through grant that they learn. They all came together, they rehearsed completely online through the pandemic. And when they performed on the stage in Chennai, it was an amazing display of, intercultural dialogue, if you will. And one of the things, we spoke about disability. UK has a flagship organization called Grey Theatre, which is completely disability-led. And they partnered with Jona Sanskriti, again from West Bengal, which is again a disability-led theatre. And I think when artists come together, when artisans come together, magic does happen. So I feel the power of international collaboration, let's not write it off. And we'd love for industry bodies through Guidance, through CII or FICCI to collaborate with us. I mean, the British Council has amazing grant programs as well. So do know more about it and apply, and let's stay in touch. Yeah.
Thank you, Janaka. Janaki, before I go on to you, after this, we'll just have a 1 minute from each of you, a wish point. What is it that you would like to do as far as the diversity and inclusivity is concerned? So just a minute, because that's all we will have. So Janaki, I always go back to where is the monetization? And there's the old song, Kayil Kasiladavan Kadavul Kadave Sathadi. So that, of course, was in a different context, but I always apply it in my creative activities. So where is the monetization coming from in all this? How do we monetize it, and why is it that people take it for granted, that it will be given for free?
So, like my father used to say, never say no to opportunities. So I think that is what has helped me come this far. Otherwise, where do you find a Gilli Amma doing storytelling? They all come for Gilli Amma. The parents come for Gilli Amma, but then they stay for the story. And what they take away is only the story. The Gilli Amma is forgotten. But then, Gilli Amma is equally important because the money also comes from there, right? But what happens is, it's a very relevant question, because how do I then tell people that I can also do this? So I go on and I upskill myself. This is something that we've heard in all the panelists before us. We have to keep upskilling. We have to realize that the audience, there is an audience for anything remotely creative.
Fantastic.
Otherwise, how can you imagine maybe 5 years back or 6 years back, there will be so many people coming for your talks. So the similar thing is then, how do I become a professional speaker? I get invited, then I start asking more questions. And then one thing leads to another, and then people say, can you customize, a talk for corporates. And because of there's no icebreaker required because of the known face at least in Tamil Nadu and maybe in South India. But then it's the same in the north also. I travel all India with my stories, and where I live by the phrase, a story told from the heart will always connect with more hearts. And in the space of diversity and inclusion, see how it pans out. Storyteller gets asked to write an ostrich story. I go back saying I don't have an ostrich story, and this little boy says, then write it. And I write my first book that got published by Tulika about an ostrich that stammers and is unable to tell his story at the Jungle Storytelling Festival. So what happens, like Savita said, it all starts young. You build that inclusion and diversity at that point, because then they become the change makers. Then they are not going back home and say, I found a very strange classmate, because they already know. They might educate the parents. So for me, I start them very young. I start talking to them about loss. I don't shy away from talking about death. My second book, which co-authored with my daughter, is about Party's Rasam. It's about how when a child loses a grandparent, where does the recipe go? How does she hunt for that Party's recipe? Because you hold on to food. So all of these are very, very tough questions, but they need to be addressed. And they need to be spoken to children, so we start them young. And like Sriram knows, every audience is there waiting to listen to a good story. Whether it's about a monument, whether it's about food, cuisine, or whether what each of the panelists did in their earlier life. We are all interested because we are hardwired for stories. And when you can tell a story beautifully, there are going to be people. And to come to your specific point about monetization, it was tough, Sriram. Because how do I bring about my self-worth? There is no Excel sheet which tells you per hour, Janaki, you can charge this. Because after you charge, there will be a silence. So you'll say, I should have charged less. You know, because you also need the work. So no, I should have charged. What is this, Janaki? You know, the angel and the devil in me are in constant conflict with each other. But then when they come back, they say, sorry, we were actually taking approvals. So there is a budget. Come Women's Day, how we all get called in all corporates. Because there is a budget.
You're stealing my next point now.
Yeah.
But not only that, it's just not about you. As a lawyer also,
no, I'm saying
I'm telling you, all monetization aspects run on, budget. And I think very, very important is, everybody thinks twice. And yes, we second guess ourselves. Should we have done more or should we have reduced?
And when they say yes, immediately you say, oh my God, I wish I had quoted
more.
because you're still, you don't know, because you're not on the other side. But having been in the corporate, I know what budgets. So I know where to at least start off from. But schools and colleges, of course we do. I do a lot of NGO work. I do storytelling for differently abled children, because, the love that they give is completely, they are not looking at me as Gilliam Moore. They're just looking for stories and something connects. So I think it's a nice balance. Where do you get the monetization from? But it is, and I really wish there was a structure in this whole
Our time is over, but we'll have a one minute from each of you.
No, I just want to add to the whole monetization bit. I think in today's world, externalization has become a very inherent part of what you do. And I think the fact that you have social media and all these various platforms gives you the ability also to monetize. So that's one part of the creative economy that has made a huge boost to itself. But if you were to bring it in the context of the other sectors also, the very factor is that whoever essentially brings forth, whether it's branding, whether it's positioning, whether it is building up that business brick by brick, it is always about how you project, how you essentially put yourself out there. And that's something I feel today women are realizing. Women are also agreeing to the factor that they are no less, and they are willing to give themselves that importance and that time, and are willing to step out there. And again, the reason why I just brought that into context is because See, one of the greatest disadvantage I feel women pose to themselves is they do not network. And for any growth in any business, whether it is part of the creative economy or whether it's part of industry, networking is a very, very inherent aspect that you need to learn to develop. But women are hesitant. That is something biologically ordained or conditioned socially.
So that is the main issue.
Is something that essentially that hesitancy comes in. But when women realize that there are platforms out there and they are no less than the other, and it's just a matter of giving themselves that push, they'll realize that they themselves can push themselves and monetize anything, and therefore, the sectors that are out there need not be male specific. You can essentially, it's a huge ocean and you can just take a dip.
Thank you, Savita. The 1 minute. Can we take that 1 minute? Whoever. Or should we go on to Q&A? There's nobody. Right. We can continue.
Well, when I first started learning Silambam, I was the only woman in a class of more than 40 men. And I never realized it. I had to, wait for a journalist to ask me, how does it feel to be the only woman in a class of 40 men? And only then did I turn around and realize that there are 40 men. We don't walk into a space thinking, I am a woman. I am Aishwarya. I am an individual. I have all these skills, inclinations, and I want to make myself useful. And all of us need to start thinking about that. Now, there are a lot of people who ask me, can men learn Silambam? That's how much of a change that has come across. There are so many more women learning Silambam than men in many of the classes. What the creative economy and the creative industry needs is to come back from expecting everything to fall under one box, one brand, one definition. I am not just a Silambam practitioner. I am an artist, a designer, an educator, a Silambam practitioner, but more than anything else, I am a multidimensional individual just like each and every single one of us. You don't need to be an artist or a designer to feed the creative economy. Each and every single one of us can play a role. It could be our children, our employees, our peers, colleagues, family, friends. Do not expect one black and white answer. Do not expect one brand.
Fantastic.
Understand that everything is multidimensional. Thank you.
Fabulous. Savita? Savita, would you like to?
I mean, you said wish,
Janaka,
wish
go ahead.
list. Oh,
Janaka, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Savita, start. Then we'll go to Janaka.
Okay. So I think for me, if there was one wish, it's very difficult to, actually one wish would be very difficult to put out there, but for me it would be, that there are no questions asked. Society essentially do not put boxes out there, and everybody can be what they want and fulfill what they want. And maybe it's an utopia, I don't know. But I feel it's very important in society that there are no questions asked or there are no segments created. That would be my wish, I think, at some point of time.
Thank you. Thank you. Janaka?
I'll speak fast as well. I think two big wishes. Because we are sitting in the state of Tamil Nadu in Chennai, I think a very conducive policy environment. I think that's the order of the day, especially when you look at cultural industries and creative economy. I think a really good policy environment which is conducive for everybody, right? Not just for women, but also for everybody who participates in that. And I also feel that women most often get left out of policy development objectives when they're making policy. So somebody very famously said that, I don't want to be on a menu card, but I want a seat at the table. And I think that's the seat at the table is what women need. And I think if we get that, and if we participate in policy making, I think it's going to be a really good future for the industry.
Can I just quickly add to that? Policy making is something that is very inherent, I feel, as part of any country that is there, part of any body that is there. What lacks is enforcement. So a lot of policies go out there, a lot of aspects are discussed and thrown, and we'll, give our bites. But that enforcement is missing, and that is something that is never addressed. I mean, I'm in this particular legal field. My mind always works 2 steps ahead on how to avoid something, because that's how we are essentially, trained. But the fact also remains that when I've got a law out there, I need to know that actually I can make it work and there is, light at the end of the tunnel. But unfortunately, a lot of our laws don't have it. And, since we are sitting and talking about the creative economy, IP protection is something that has picked up really huge. So, when you are a creator, the moment you create it, you actually are an owner of it. But what happens is, how do you claim it? That is where our laws lack. If I go to the police station and I make a complaint, he says, get me a court order. If I go to the court and I want to say, I have to prove that it's actually mine and I have created, and sometimes I might not have anything. So these are little things I feel, it's not little, it's the crux of the whole thing. Enforcement, but we unfortunately don't address that issue.
Thank you. We are out of time, so I'm going to ask Janaki.
Just one quick thing. I think in India, we don't have a creative economy policy at all. So that's something that I would bat for. And definitely, I think at the state level, it'll be amazing if the state did come up with that.
Janaki?
So I'm going to be completely different. This is for all those women who asked questions about students and all. Please understand that it all starts from if, you can do multiple things. So it's all about the power of collaboration. And as in Hindi, they say, "Poochne mein kya jata hai?" Ask for help. Seek help from home. When you say, I'm not getting the support, we Srimati and Gangapriya, they were in a panel discussion where people were dropping off, this whole break. And I felt bad because I am a product of a support system which still continues. So, I mean, my biggest cheerleader is my 95-year-old mother-in-law. So, it is something that you need to ask for. They are not going to be, how will they know what is going on in your mind? So collaboration and asking for help, I think, are the two stepping stones for success for any woman to get herself into that creative economy. Because everybody sitting here, you might have a day job, fine, but you are also creative, like Akhila, the photographer. I saw her, I asked her her name. She's also contributing to the creative economy. And she's a woman, so she obviously has a family. She might also have a day job, but then she's able to do it. So what stops us from doing it?
Thank you. Thank you, Janaki. Thank you all for having been such a wonderful audience. We have time for just 2 questions, so kindly put up your hands and be brief. I see a hand going up right at the end. Please stand up. Yeah. No, just a second, please. She put up her hand first. We'll come to you, the second question, please. Yeah. We'll come to you.
Starting from, sorry for my bad voice. Starting from morning, we started with industry. We are ending, the last talk is all about creativity. Throughout my life, I always see there is one stand in the left side, the one stand in the right side. We say women are more emotional, men are more logical. Industries are more of result-oriented, whereas the creative people who work for the creative economy is more on innovation, bringing up new things, all that, right? So always I see one stand in the left and right, bridging the two. For example, in an industrial environment, how to bring in creative economy. For example, I'll give you an example. When I was doing my PhD, one of my co-student who has a very big passion about music, what she did is, in a system where we deposit monolayers, where the pressure of each, when you deposit, the pressure of each layer plays a crucial role. She augmented her music knowledge into it. When there is an anomaly in the pressure, it gives a very weird sound. Then you can guess something wrong with my deposition. So, I think people should come out and think and bridge the two, where even for an environment like industries, we're all human basically, right? To relax ourselves, the color, basically the way you paint your room or the room where you brainstorm for innovative ideas, the colors, the way you arrange your entire room makes a big difference. There you can bring in all your creativity. Instead of me seeing, I'm coming from an industry, me seeing every time machineries and things like that, for a small break, I would connect to this creative world and then get back to my work with a refreshed mind.
Thank you. I think your
bridging
point
the two
is
is
well taken.
very important, is what I feel.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Your point is very well taken. I just want to add, you said men are logical, women are creative. In our case, it was exactly the opposite. I married the most logical individual possible, and I am the most illogical person on earth. And we hit it off very well for 31 years.
I'm talking about the mindset, what we generally bias to think.
Thank you.
That's
Thanks
the
a
left
ton.
and right.
The other lady, please.
Yes, me. I'm a Women Entrepreneur Welfare Association Vice President, and also I work in British
I'm sorry,
Council.
there is, just 1 second. There is a lady there who's already put up her hand. You'll have to wait for your turn, madam. I don't know if we have time for your question, because we were told only 2 questions. I'm sorry about that, but madam, if you can please ask yours.
Sorry, and thank you, sir. So myself, Indra Priyadarshini. My question is to Aishwarya ma'am and Janaki Sapesh ma'am. I think they can answer this better. So I am a UI UX designer, and I do MC. I'm a photography. I do photography. I'm a photographer, and I'm a creative artist. So I do a lot of things. I never keep things like this is priority, this is my priority, and I enjoy this a lot. Maybe this is not. I'm seeing results in all the fields. This is my career, this is my passion, everything is there. I love every single one of these. And I'm also a business partner in a publishing firm. So me and my friend are running a publishing firm called Writing Arena. So I do everything. So my question is, lately I'm thinking, it's a bit of a confusion in my mind. Am I doing it right? Am I giving priority to all the things? So also family is also important to me. That is very much important to me. So I was like, okay, am I giving proper time to everything? How should I manage this? So, yeah.
Good question. Please.
You sound like both of us
Yes,
when we talk to each other.
That is
Just the age difference a little bit.
See, quite frankly, the reality is this is going to be the case for the rest of our lives. Yes. Right?
Yes.
It's not going to
totally
change.
agree. Yeah.
And as long as you feel this way, you should be happy about it. One of my mentors said, there's a certain restlessness that comes from being a multifaceted artist, and that is the restlessness that you are showing as well. But from that restlessness, there can be a lot of productivity, right? You don't need to pick one. Life will have its own way of showing you what you want to prioritize at different points in time. You don't need to force yourself to do one. And we are all human, we all love our family, and we will make time to do the things that we like to do.
Yeah, I think you just have to manifest what you want to do at that particular time. I think there's so much about manifestation. But, manifesting also the emotion that comes out of when you achieve. When you finish painting or when you finish doing, maybe publishing a book, that itself will draw you to that particular activity in a period of time. So just go with the flow, because if you put yourself into a box, then you'll get caught. Just go. You're a free bird. Do whatever, and you're in fact in a much better space than many of them who are like, maybe in a job and they want to do. You're already doing so many things.
Or unable to even find one interest.
Yeah. All the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all. I'm sorry we couldn't take your question, madam, but they are available off stage. You can always ask them and they'll be happy to answer. I now hand it back to our MC.
A big round of applause for that very, very interesting session. We did promise that it would be a fabulous session, and it has been, and a big thank you to our moderator, Mr. Sriram, as well. I'd like to request Mr. B.N. Satish Narayan, Assistant General Manager Events, the Hindu Group, to please present all of our dignitaries with a token of our appreciation. Can we have another round of applause for all of our panelists in that wonderful session? Thank you so much to all of our dignitaries. We continue to keep things exciting because our next session is also one that everyone has been looking forward to. This one has been aptly titled Breaking Barriers Beyond the Sky. I would like to take a minute to set the context. Chennai headquartered space startup Agnikul Cosmos Private Limited launched the world's first rocket, Agniban, suborbital technology demonstrator, otherwise called as sorted, with a single-piece 3D printed engine from Sriharikota this year, May 30th, 2024. Now, Agniban sorted was India's first launch from a private launch pad called Dhanush, established by Agnikul. It's also India's first semi-cryogenic engine-powered rocket launch and the world's first single-piece 3D printed engine designed and built indigenously. When the rocket took off, the world got to know that there are two women who are instrumental in this project, Saranya Periyasamy and Uma Maheshwari K. So ladies and gentlemen, yes, they deserve a huge round of applause. I'd like to welcome these two talented, fabulous women to take the stage, starting off with Saranya Periyasamy, Vehicle Director. She leads the development and operation of launch vehicles, and with a strong background in aerospace engineering, she has successfully managed multiple key projects, driving innovation and ensuring top-notch performance and safety standards. Known for her strategic leadership and technical expertise, she's a pivotal figure in advancing Agniban sorted technological capabilities and contributing to the aerospace industry's growth. Welcome, Saranya. Our next special lady on the stage is Uma Maheshwari K, Project Director. Yes, a round of applause. In her role, she oversees the planning, execution, and successful completion of the mission, ensuring all project goals are met within scope, time, and budget. Her leadership has been instrumental in driving the mission's progress, and she is recognized for her strategic thinking, problem-solving skills, and dedication to advancing space technology. These amazingly talented ladies will be in conversation with Sangeeta Kandavel, Assistant Editor, The Hindu Business. Can we give them a big, big round of applause? And we look forward to a very interesting session.
A very good evening to all of you. Thanks, Uma and Saranya, for being a part of this panel. So Saranya and Uma, the rocket women of Tamil Nadu. To start with, tell us a little about yourself. Like, how did you get into Agnikul? How did this whole space thing happen? Tell us a little about yourself. And also, not many people know about where you come from and things like that. If you could share some details about yourself.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having us here, first of all. My name is Saranya. I was born and brought up in Andaman Nicobar Islands. I came to Chennai for my master's studies. So after completing my BTech, I came to Chennai, pursued my master's here in IIT Madras, and then I got into Agnikul. I actually did my BTech in civil engineering. Then I did my master's in ocean technology. Then I came into Agnikul, that is the rocket building. It was a completely different stream for me. I never thought that I'll be coming into any of the space industry, to be honest. It was just a try which I wanted to give. When I was studying, I wanted to get into some of the core placements. I did not want to go into something which I was not studying, or some core industry I wanted to get into. So that is when, during the placement process, Agnikul came into, and they had a very interesting profile put up, asking very science questions. It was not like how you build a rocket or nothing like that. It was very basic science questions and physics questions they had put up. So which actually interested me a lot. Then I went through their profile. They are trying to make one small rocket, right? So it actually interested me a lot. Then I was like, okay, let's give it a try. So that is how my journey to be in the space industry started. So when I tried, there were like 4 rounds of interviews which was carried out, and finally I got into Agnikul. So that is how my journey started off in this industry.
So Uma, if you could tell us a little about yourself.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for having us here this evening. I'm basically from Chennai. I did my BTech Aeronautical from Madras Institute of Technology, Chennai. This journey started right after my graduation, right after my BTech. When I joined Agnikul through campus interview, I was more interested in working on the mechanical or hardware side of things. So that's why the reason why I took aeronautical was that interest for mechanical stuff, for hardware stuff. And then when we came to know about Agnikul, the idea of building launch vehicle, that was very new. Like back 5 years back when I was doing my BTech, that whole idea was new. I was very curious to know how people work there, like what people do there, how people build launch vehicles. I was very curious about that idea. That's how I gave my interview for Agnikul. That's how I started.
Also, both of you have been with the company since inception. So you've been a part of every aspect of the rocket, from the making of the rocket to assembling and everything. If you could probably share some details on what was your role in the making of the rocket, and also tell us what were the challenges and learnings, because when you're making something for the first time, you tend to do a lot of mistakes and then you tend to learn a lot out of it. So what were your learnings and challenges?
Yes, ma'am. To answer that question, definitely when I joined the company, we were, I think 4 or 5 people were only there when I joined the company. So that time we were trying to do one engine firing. That time we thought that is engine. So it was just a cylinder. And then I saw a few boys putting together some plastic box and saying that is the avionics which is going to power the engine. To building a flight qualified avionics packages and flight qualified engines. So I have been through the complete journey. The learning through the journey has been massive. So it starts from the configuration itself. So basically what should be the thrust, or what should be the mass of the vehicle, how the vehicle should be looking, what should be the dia of the vehicle. So the configuration phase is very interesting because you can put all your ideas, you can do a lot of literature surveys, and then you can come up saying that, okay, this is how the vehicle is going to look like. So from that, then when you actually go into building things, to select what is the material, then you go into the industry of manufacturing. A lot of challenges were faced in that part, at least for me, because I was directly dealing with the products. So when we reach out to vendors, what all products, since ours is a startup, again, so there is a time constraint as well as a resource constraint. And since we were a small industry, generally the big industry doesn't attract as much because the quantity which we require is very less. Maybe they'll not get the profit out of it that much. Then pushing them to do something within our timeline is another altogether task in itself. Then how to talk to vendors, how to deal with them, how to get your product done. Those things are the challenges which we generally face day to day. And then how, once the product is made, how to assemble it without having any interface problem. Generally, when 2 products are made, it will not interface together in a proper way, that when we are making it for the first time. So those were the challenges. Then interfacing, once the vehicle is ready, then we have to interface with the other structures, like for the launch pad structure, because launch pad also we build by ourselves. So how to interface that with the launch pad, and then interfacing with the ISRO teams for getting help. We are also making a lot of innovative things like the 3D printed engines. So everything we had to start from scratch, and we have to make it by ourselves. So those were the challenges we have faced. I think testing and launchpad part I'd ask Ma to talk.
Yeah, ma'am. So mostly, Saranya, I think covered almost all the points there. I started off with testing most of the fluid components at Agnikul. So the biggest challenge I would say starting in the initial realization phase of the vehicle was the hardware qualification. Because we are working with 3D printed engines and it was a semi-cryogenic engine, we had to, all the products, all the components of the vehicle had very stringent requirements, like very specific for their application in the vehicle. So we had to do an extensive testing of all of them to even qualify them to put them on the vehicle. So that was during the realization, that was a bigger challenge. Later on, since the launchpad was also, was built by Agnikul, we had to qualify the systems, the fluid system, electronics, electrical systems, and then the software integration of the launchpad. Again, we had to get the launchpad ready for accommodating the vehicle there. So that was during the launchpad realization phase. And then like Saranya mentioned, for a launch, we had to get various teams within Agnikul and within ISRO to work together. We'll have to interface with multiple various teams within ISRO. So the planning, execution for getting these teams to work together, I think that was one big learning. Plus, towards the end, the major challenge was to the time part of it. Like we had very limited time given the environmental conditions there where the vehicle was in the pad, and then the weather conditions there, we had very limited time to keep the vehicle on the pad. So within that limited time, we had to perform all the health checks of the system. All the subsystems will have to be tested. Then all activities within the launch pad, within the team had to be coordinated. And then making sure they're all ready for launch within that time was one other constraint. And then so put together, the planning execution part was a major learning for us for this mission, for that first mission. And the designing, manufacturing aspects of 3D printing, that was a learning for us.
Okay, this question is for Saranya. Saranya, we happened to speak to a lot of your colleagues at Agnikul before this session. So one thing everybody told me about you was, so they mentioned that you are one person who knows about all the 8,000 plus parts that went into the rocket. See, I find it so difficult to remember a mobile number. So I just want you to explain, how do you manage to remember each and every part? And also if you could name some of the crucial parts that went into the project. How do you manage it and how do you keep track of such minute details? What strategy do you use?
So I think for me that how I think about it is like a system. So for me, every system has to work. That means these many products has to put together. So it's like a chain. So for example, avionics chain, for engine to work, these all components needs to be there, only then the engine will work. These all structures are supposed to be there, only then it can be integrated into a single vehicle. So I think like a system. When I think like a system, it becomes easy saying that, okay, this has to be there for this to work. So, and I also happen to be making mass budget. Basically, we have to, whenever we configure a vehicle, we know this is the thrust for the vehicle or this is the energy which is required for vehicle to go up. That means this much mass only should be there, because if our thrust is fixed, then this much mass is required for the vehicle to lift off. So I have to list down all the products which is there in the vehicle and then put a mass for it or weight which is required for the each and every product. And every time there will be always a debate saying that because realized product sometimes might be of more weight, right? So in that process, I have to anyways know every component which is there in the vehicle. So since I was doing that, it became little easy for me to to know what all things are there in the vehicle and how to understand. And I think that is how I've been doing it.
And Uma, your role is the most toughest role in this whole project, because only if you hit the green button, the rocket goes up. This particular launch was delayed a couple of times. due to various reasons. So how easy or challenging was it for you to take a decision to stop the launch? Because I know Srinath and Moin, the founders of Agnikul, they don't sit with you. They sit in the main control room at ISRO, whereas you sit at the launch pad, which is being set up for you. So how do you communicate? Do you need their permission to call off, or how did the whole thing work out? And also, one more thing. So, in case you call off the launch, you are answerable to many people, not just your bosses. You have to answer Srinath. You're answerable to ISRO, InSpace, and many people. So, how did you handle that?
Ma'am, so there's a team who look after the parameters. Like you mentioned, Srinath and Moin, they'll be in the main mission control of ISRO. So the decisions are all by the team who sits in Agnikul mission control during the launch time, during the launch countdown. I rely heavily on that team for these decision makings usually. We have every subsystem health or every subsystem readiness is monitored by a particular person they are designated before the start of countdown itself. Before we even get to the point of testing, getting to the countdown part, we will analyze all the data of the individual tests that we do before the day of launch. We perform like lot of activities, lot of testing, analyze all the data, and then assess all the risks that could come, like what are all the possible ways in which things can go wrong. All that is listed down, and then we brainstorm the solutions, come up with list of solutions as possible. To the extent possible, all the possible scenarios are listed and their solutions are discussed before. So when such scenario comes up during the countdown, it is easier for us to make that decision. And when it comes to, say, in case something is not okay on the day of launch, we discuss with the person who is responsible for giving the readiness for that system. And then the vehicle director. She was the vehicle director. So we discuss with the vehicle director, and then we analyze all the risks. Finally, the decision is given by the project director.
Okay, we heard at that one instance, you had to call off the launch, I think 90-second or something, to be precise. Okay, so who took the decision then, and how does it work? Do you have to ask Saranya, and how do you coordinate among yourselves? Because there are possibilities where she could be right and you could be wrong, and she could be wrong and you could be right. How do you coordinate among yourselves?
Yeah, ma'am. So to call off or stop the countdown, finally, it's coming from the project director, but it's a collective decision from the person responsible, the team responsible for ensuring the readiness. Like there was a scenario where, I think on the second or third attempt, one of the health parameter was not okay that day, and then the vehicle director was not fully okay with, the vehicle director was not fully confident, and then we had to discuss internally. We quickly listed down the possibilities of failures, possibilities of what could go wrong if we give a go for the day, and then was it okay to give a go or not was discussed, and then we came up with the decision to call it off for that attempt.
Saranya, your views?
Yeah, I think it's the same. The final call is Project Director Uma's role. But generally, if there is a issue or where we face that, maybe when I'm seeing there is a problem, it's not only from the vehicle director, also from the other subsystem leads. So they will also have a go to give. So we'll consult with them, say that logically it should be correct. We had a issue that day to see if it was a feedback problem or the system itself might be wrong. Then finally we came to know it is just a feedback problem by doing some analysis. And then basically the logic is what is going to make the decision finally. When we saw that logic is good, then I think that is what conveyed to Uma, and then she gave a go for the same thing.
So now that the launch is successful, what next? What are you both doing now at Agnikul?
Right now we have started working on our orbital vehicle. Already some work has happened on that. We have started the development of the launch vehicle. So as my role is like to push all the products to the manufacturing and production, and also to make sure each and every product is interfacing correct. So my role is that, but we have started the development for our orbital vehicle.
Uma, yeah.
Yeah, ma'am. So right now we are in the phase of testing and qualifying the products for the orbital mission. Like Saranya said, we have designed, and then right now we are testing all of them for we are like in the phase of testing and qualification of the hardware for putting them in the orbital vehicle.
And Saranya, we heard that you took a lot of time from your family during the launch. You were without the mobile phone or anything inside the ISRO campus. And it's very difficult to get network connectivity also there. And Uma, we also heard that you hardly slept. So you were awake for 18, 19 hours, wondering about what the launch is going to be. How do you manage work as well as your personal life? And if you could tell us a little about it.
Yes. On that part, actually, I think I am fortunate that I got a very understanding husband and in-laws. We were almost like 4 months away from family. We had to go to stay in Sriharikota for the launch to happen. So sometimes in Sundays I used to come and go. But when the launch is very near, it was not possible for me to come from Sriharikota. And I happened to have my mother-in-law to come stay with my husband because he stays alone there. I think without their support, it was not at all possible. And yeah, I think it is all because of their support only.
Uma.
The mission actually needed us to work for that long hours, actually, ma'am. The entire team was working for, if one or two if say I am working for like say 18 hours a day, the team will also be there, supporting us. Plus, in our case, when we were working for this long duration, the team made sure we are making time we are taking those breaks. If say she is taking care of certain things and she is being here for like say 1 full week and not going home, one other person from the team make sure she gets that right break. So if I'm working for say 17, 18 hours that day, some members of the team make sure we take some break. Someone else will take care of the system. Someone else will be there in the pad taking care of things. So I think we had an incredible team to support us do that.
Okay, we're running short of time. We'll just take one last question and then open the floor to questions. The Tamil Nadu government is betting big on the space sector now. And we're also opening up a second spaceport at Kulasekarapattanam, down south near Thoothukudi. So we're coming up with a space park, and there's a lot of opportunities that are opening up in the space sector in Tamil Nadu. So on the other side, we have a lot of women who are taking up space engineering and subjects like that. So what advice would both of you give women who want to pursue space as a career, and what kind of opportunities are available for women in the sector?
On that part, I think when I came into Agnikul, I have never seen any bias for a man or a woman in the company. So it was all like the opportunity is given. If we are ready to accept it, that is all it was. I never thought that, okay, I'll be the vehicle director or anything, or it was like, oh, woman, okay, how I can be a vehicle director. It never came in my mind that way. And I have always seen that there is no bias. Whoever is capable and showing the potential always reaches the highest point. Also, I think now so many space sectors have come in India itself. More than some 200 plus startups have already registered. It is not like how it was there maybe 6 years ago. Lot of companies have come up, lot of opportunities have opened. I think everyone who is interested can apply. One thing which I would say from my experience, you don't need to have actually aerospace background to actually apply for a space industry. Any background, if you are enthusiastic, if you are passionate about doing things, you can always apply and try your luck out. Thank you.
Uma, yeah.
Ma'am, when I did my B.Tech Aero from my college, I was at least 18 girls, 18 women were there, I think, when I joined. Recently, after this mission, my juniors from my college reached out to me. They asked me about the opportunities. So I think with initiatives by the government and then a lot of opportunities in a lot of fields in aerospace is available today. So I would encourage women to take advantage of the opportunities that is there, because there are a lot of colleges where this aerospace or aeronautical engineering course is available. Plus, like Saranya mentioned, there are a lot of startups available. And also there's a lot of opportunities, chances, like at very young age, if we can get this opportunity, I think there's a lot of, we are also seeing other women in other startups also. We are in touch with a lot of other people, right? So we are also hearing about women performing there. So I would encourage them to take advantage of the opportunities there. Like there's a lot of chances.
Thank you so much, Uma. Any questions from the audience?
Hi, I'm Smangini from Oracle. Today we have had excellent speakers here and it was a wonderful session, but I'm absolutely humbled by your simplicity. I mean, I'm taken back. At this age, you guys are talking like this. I mean, I'm taken back, seriously. Very nice to hear. I was hearing every word of it. I just have one question. I mean, you was talking about 18 hours, long hours. You're talking about rockets launching. You're talking about such stressful situations, yeah. I mean, how do you motivate yourself? You have so many ups and downs. For us, nothing happens. I run a software. I mean, if nothing happens, it'll break down. That's it. We'll bring the software up. We'll put a patch. We'll bring it up. But you're talking about rocket launches and all that. How do you motivate yourself with these long working hours and all that? How do you do that?
Yeah, to answer that, I think we all have put so much effort to make this happen. So we knew that there is no going back for us. We had to launch it. Yes, hardware, it had a lot of challenges, but when the first time we went for this engine firing, Sheena told me once saying that being in this industry, there will be hundreds of challenging days, but there will be one day when we see the success. And that is what we work for so many days, just to see that 60 seconds of flight. I think I experienced that when the Agnivan sorted launch happened. There were like 2 years of continuous work and all the hard work which paid off. It was like 60 seconds of flight, which made everything feel worth it. I think I took that from Sheena from the first day.
Hello, I'm Mrs. Vanaja Ramanathan. I'm really proud of you girls. As an elderly person, my blessings always for you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. To answer that previous question, I just wanted to add a point to that. The team we are working in, actually the motivation comes really from the team. Like Saranya mentioned, Srinath, our founder, he keeps telling that for every 100 bad days, you'll have one good day, right? The team, if you put 1 hour extra, like say, I'm just quantifying in terms of working hours here. If we put 1 hour extra, the team we are working with, to get those things done, they will put additional hours, they'll stand with us until we finish that. So I think the motivation for us is from the team we are working in. And I think in this entire journey, everybody I at least travel with, every day I get inspiration from the people I travel with. So that is where this motivation for us is.
Can we also have
Thank
Srinath on stage? Srinath, if you're around, can you please come up and say a few words about your teammates?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi everyone. I shouldn't be stealing the show from these two people here. So every time I get a chance to narrate the Agnikul story, right? Usually I talk about a few moments where Agnikul got very lucky or I got very lucky. I think hiring both of them definitely are two such important moments. I think I came a few minutes late, but I heard them, most of what they were saying. They are being super humble. Trust me on that one. I think the weight of saying no to a launch, or the nervousness that comes with actually going and having to answer all the people, and these are all people who have been with ISRO for probably 30 years or so, or 25 years or so, is not easy. And they've earned a name for themselves to be able to defend the decision in such a meeting. So what I'm trying to highlight with that is, these are things that more than me solving for it, or my other co-founder Moin or someone solving for it, we have always, with people like this, taken the strategy of, if we stay away and allow them to do their work, that is more than good enough. Of course, they need the guidance once in a while, but I think they are just built that way. I think that way we got very lucky, and we'll always, support for them and root for them. I think they're able to do this at this age because they are people like that. I should just make sure from my side, I don't interfere. That's what I tell myself.
And Srinath, what percentage of your workforce are women? If you could just talk a little about it.
Yeah, we have around 30-35% women now, I think. Generally, I've heard that in the aerospace industry, it's a little hard. But we have never filtered either for this or that. It just has happened that way for us. And we feel that, as long as they're able to contribute and they like the work, there's no point in making the differentiation anyway. So that's how we've gone about it.
Thank you so much, Srinath. And Uma and Saranya, thank you so much. It was wonderful hosting both of you this evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for having us here.
Can we have a big round of applause for both Saranya and Uma Maheshwari? Thank you so much for joining us here this evening. I'd like to call Mr. Shafiqur Rahman on stage once again to do the honors and present our dignitaries with the token of our appreciation. Can we have Srinath join us on stage, please? Maybe, yeah. Thank you so much. We move on to our final session for today with the very interesting topic of, is the burden of disease more feminine? Our special guest for this session is Dr. Satya Sriram, CEO, Preventive Health at Apollo Hospitals. Dr. Satya Sriram has a mandate to shift consumer mindset from curative to preventive care for themselves and their families. She has over 20 years of experience working in healthcare, media, governments, and non-profits in India, Southeast Asia, and the US. She has a PhD in cellular and molecular medicine from Johns Hopkins University, and she brings her understanding of the brain to develop insights about the way people behave and respond. Can we have a round of applause for Dr. Satya Sriram? Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. She will be in conversation with Ramya Kannan, Chief of Bureau, Tamil Nadu, The Hindu. Over to you. There isn't one? Oh, yeah. Can you, one
minute. Hi, everybody. Good evening. Hi, Satya. Welcome back to The Hindu in some form or the other. Satya was once with The Hindu before she moved on. We've had a day full of events. that sought to set the agenda for what should be in society. The need to project women, the capacity of women, to recognize women, celebrate them. It's not, it can't be a coincidence that we now have the Olympics on, and for the first time in history, there are as many female participants as there are male participants. And we have a woman sportsperson who's won 2 bronze medals for India. So, there is occasion, there is cause to celebrate, there is cause also to ponder over things that are not yet right, things that should be set right. So, which is why, we are talking about whether the burden of disease is feminine. So, Satya, you do a lot of work with data. You look at patient data across the country, across your hospitals. I mean, like phenomenal numbers, as it were. Would you agree with our topic for today? Is the burden of disease more feminine, or is it not, because we are not looking at women the way we should be looking from a health perspective?
Thank you, Ramya, and absolutely honored to be here this evening. It's like coming home. So thank you. Is the burden of disease more feminine? I think the answer, at least for me, is a resounding yes. So let's unpack this a little bit, right? Firstly, biologically, right, and physiologically, women are different. And there are, at many levels, and many people in the room are quite aware of the reproductive and hormonal health that sets us apart. That, for many of us, is a bane on a monthly basis. On the flip side, it's also a boon, right? Because it protects women from cardiac disease and heart disease much, much more until menopause. So it's good and bad. But hear this, right? Women with diabetes have the exact same risk as men with diabetes for heart disease. So clearly things are changing and different, and we can't necessarily generalize. I also think that the burden of disease is much more around women because there is just far less diagnosis of many conditions. We're not trained as well in our medical fields because there's just not as much data and information about women's health that's taught, and therefore a lot of things get missed. And hence the burden of disease is higher.
Right. So, do you think this is, you did speak about gynecological conditions. Do you think that healthcare itself looks at women as a package that will deliver children? And, do we have to look at beyond that as well? Because there are issues that, affect women in different ways than they do men.
Yeah. Let's actually ask the audience here, right? Other than related to pregnancy, when was the last time you saw a doctor? Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? But definitely during pregnancy, before, if you're thinking about it, and after, it's what I'm going to call a very intense time in a woman's life with the healthcare system. And perhaps after that, they don't want to have anything to do with it. But the reality is, subsequently, there is enough that happens in our life, decade after decade, that we're not paying enough attention to. For example, in the 40s, we start to lose muscle tone. And with women living longer, and the muscle being the organ of longevity, that's what's going to hold us all up. It's really important to focus on that. In the 50s, you start thinking about bone density, right? And the loss of that because you hit the menopause, and then there's a whole number of physiological things that are happening inside your body. In addition, I think there is gestational diabetes that is inflicting more and more women during that pregnancy. And we see that 40% of women with gestational diabetes are actually likely to have full-blown type 2 diabetes within 5 years, right? But are they actually thinking about this? Are they screening themselves often enough to make sure that they're catching this early, or even better, not getting it early at all, right? And pushing it out as much as they can, which is true prevention.
The other thing is access to healthcare. Do you think that's an even playing field? I mean, you have data from your, health checkups, master health checkups. Is it, what does that indicate?
So, access is, ideally we want equivalent access. That means each person, regardless of gender, has access to the same doctors, the same outpatient, the hospital, and care. What we're seeing, for example, at the preventive health checks that we do at Apollo, only 35% of the health checks are done by women. We know that we are almost a 50-50 country, almost, right? But only 35% of the health checks are done by women. So we're almost precluding ourselves from being proactive about our own health. In another study that was published in Delhi, essentially we found that for every outpatient visit, 1.7 men who actually went to the outpatient for a visit to the hospital, to the doctor, there was one woman outpatient visit, right? So we're seeing access here that is, we're talking about metros, we're talking about people who have the privilege of, this is not distance anymore, yet we're holding ourselves back. So we're not even talking about geographical access, right? This is an equivalent playing field in large metros in many of the communities that we're in, yet we're seeing a difference in access.
Is that, our favorite, bugbear? Is that because of patriarchy? Is that a mindset? Why do women not come when they have equal access, they have the ability to go to hospitals? What do you think?
So I think inherently women are much more nurturing. Yeah, and I think that this is an instinct that we have that also therefore puts us at a little bit of a secondary or even last on the list, right? When you think about our own priorities, how often are we thinking, oh, this is for me and I have to do it? Almost never.
Okay.
That's my, that's my alarm.
It's good you warned me.
It's my 8-minute alarm. 8 minutes since we started having this chat, Ramya. And the reason I had this alarm go off is it's time for us to actually pay respects to a woman who just lost her life to breast cancer. Every 8 minutes, we lose a loved one to breast cancer in this country. Every 8 minutes. And according to our research, amongst Indian women, we find that the age of diagnosis of breast cancer is actually a full decade younger than Caucasian women. And therefore, this is really, really important for us to be aware first of what are the risks and underlying risk factors for breast cancer. How many of us actually know that the age at which a woman attains menarche impacts your breast cancer risk? The age at which you have your first child impacts your breast cancer risk. And this is one of the most curable diseases, most curable cancers when detected early. And we also have access to a technique that allows women to be screened early, which is mammograms, right? So we've actually put out a breast cancer screening tool. 7 questions, women. 7 questions is all you have to answer. And men in the room, what the loved ones around you need to answer. And you'll at least understand what your risk is. And so the more we create awareness for these kinds of things, I think we're likely to increase access. But coming back to your question, right, around why are we almost precluding our own access, if you will, it comes down to mindset. I think in general, women don't prioritize themselves. And it is what it is, right? We don't prioritize ourselves, and therefore, my appeal to everyone here is you don't prioritize yourself. It's going to be hard to change that. So prioritize another woman who's close to you, right? Let's be there for one another. And men in the room, prioritize a woman who's very close to you. And I think if we allow this kind of pay it forward, it also appeals to our natural instinct, and we're not trying to artificially change who we are.
Absolutely. And also thank you for that alarm. I think, it's a forum like this, we should bring up, cancers among women. So cancer is one area that we were speaking of, but what are the other areas from your data? Do you find women coming to clinics for help, actually coming to clinics?
Unfortunately, most women come only when it's become a symptom, right? And I think that's a problem. By the time it becomes a symptom, then you're sort of curing and treating, and it then becomes a little bit of a vicious circle. Let me talk about perhaps what I wish women would come to us at the clinic for, to learn more and to be more proactive about. Pelvic floor strengthening. How many women actually think about it, talk about it, know what it is other than post-childbirth? Very few, right? Thank you for raising your hand. But how many women are talking about and thinking about pelvic floor strengthening, which, by the way, is exceptionally important for the incontinence of both the bladder and the bowel? But it's not something that you're thinking about. It's not something that you're seeking active counsel on until it becomes a problem. At which point the muscle, remember, is nearly gone and is not given up, right? Another one that we're finding, and this is both for men and definitely for women, is around abdominal fat, right? So visceral fat around your organs, very important for women to take cognizance of it, because this menopause sort of creeps up, and now perimenopause creeps up, and suddenly there's a huge amount of weight gain around aspects that you don't want to talk about. You want to hide, right? And that then starts to actually cause problems much later. We talked about skeletal muscle, but it's also, we talked about muscle, but it's also the skeletal system and the bone densitometry that helps you understand what your bone mass is. But the last piece I do want to talk about is mental health, right? Because in addition to some of the physiological and biological milestones that we as women hit, there is enough burden of what I'm going to call the unpaid care that's disproportionate that one takes on. And that adds to mental health and stress and anxiety and depression. Much, much more so. That is unspoken and not enough women actually seek help for. So I wish that they would do that much earlier as well.
Right. So one thing that might be able to change, or that has brought in behavior change communication in other sectors of health, is to have champions for causes. So do you think it's possible to have a women's health champion, someone to promote women's health, right through, talk about diseases? Do you think that kind of thing will work to motivate women to come forward?
So if we think about what happened in our country over the last, say, 3 decades, right? The communicable diseases, right? Cholera, a number of the waterborne diseases, we actually plummeted, right? Went from about 65% of deaths due to these communicable diseases in 1990 to almost 20% now. And a lot of that I would attribute to actually awareness and education of women. And them understanding what hygiene is about and how to take care of a lot of this and ensure that it doesn't end up, right, as a fatal disease. And a lot of it was achieved through communications, awareness, champions in our communities. And I think that the more we do that to the non-communicable diseases that are now on the rise, and an increasing burden, I think we have a shot at taking care of it as well.
Isn't educating children a major aspect of this? I mean, you know, they all say grab them young, start young. So how would you look at, if you want to introduce a health module, health fitness module for children in a school, how would you do it?
Well, I think the number of hours in PE class has gone down dramatically, right? The emphasis around within the classroom, digital devices taking over our lives. I mean, even if we didn't have enough PE time in school, I know that you and I definitely played on the streets much, much more than our children do. I think the challenge with educating children, though, is that they're always going to rebel, and these digital devices are far more exciting for them today than playing a game of badminton or running around the field is, right? We have to start really, really young. And I think it's as much parents in the room who encourage some of the habits in order to get their mental peace for half an hour at the end of a long work day. We're part of the problem. That said, I do think the way to do this is a little bit of ensuring that they have enough of that device time, enough opportunity at eating a Lay's packet every now and then that makes it a treat rather than the habit. But I do think it comes down to a lot of us adults in the middle ages who have enough of the maturity to understand what it is like, because we are the sandwich generation. Between parents who are living very long lives, we're seeing some of the impact of them not taking care of their lives and also the quality of life going down in the later years. And we're seeing the impact of the unhealthy lifestyle on the children, right? And so as a sandwich generation, let's actually rise up to the challenge and take responsibility for both the generations surrounding us, as well as us ourselves.
It's a huge burden if one were to think of it. But since you work in the healthcare industry as a woman, do you think the attitudes of the healthcare workers per se is different when it comes to the different genders?
So in our country, right, we actually have far fewer women doctors than men doctors. So right now, if you look at the statistics, in rural India, 2/3 of the doctors are actually men. We have to start right then, because if we don't have women doctors who are going to recognize the symptoms, be passionate and excited about the female body, then it's going to be hard for them to actually create a situation, right, where health is seen equivalently. The good news is that there are the number of women in medical colleges has actually overtaken the number of men in medical colleges. Now our job is to actually keep them in the workforce and ensure that they actually become regular practicing physicians that allow all of us women to get the care we need.
Right. Since you work with AI and data, a lot of data, do you see any way in which we can harness AI in order to address women's concerns much better than we do now?
I think a number of different ways, and I think it comes down to when you need to build good AI, you need to have good, coherent data that's underlying it. And that data set, if we are able to collect more and orient towards women more, I think then we are actually in a good place. The challenge, therefore, we have to address is this big gap, historical gap in data collection around women, right? And if we start to take cognizance of that now and build the data sets in a manner that allows us to build models specific for women, then that's our chance to actually ensure that the right models are set up. For example, one of the things that we're doing at Apollo is studying mammograms. So we have databases of mammograms over the last few years. So we're trying to now build an algorithm looking at those images to see if we could find a way to predict breast cancer even earlier, or the risk of it, which allows you then a very different protocol of screening versus somebody else who has a lower risk. So we're trying to do that with the data that we have, but I do think that the historical gap around data is something that we absolutely need to address and collect much more women-centric data.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. But at this juncture, I want to bring in COVID. It's not so far away. And like a scientist friend of mine said, COVID was like the revenge of science. It dragged us all, commoners, physicians, nurses, doctors, students, to think about science in ways we had never done that before. And the, fast tracking of vaccines. And, so COVID was a really dark period for humanity, but there were some, pluses we could take from it. So with this emphasis on research and collection of data and the scientific path, do you think that what you were talking about, this historic gap in data, will be addressed in the coming years?
I sure hope so, right? There is an opportunity for us to do it, but I do think that we need to be very thoughtful about it. We need to ensure that the research investments are going towards this so that they are in, the studies are designed right, the data is collected right. I agree that COVID has changed the way we think around research. But I also think that some changes do need to be made around where the research money and investment is going. So let's again take a look at the difference between genders around morbidity, right? Morbidity is different from mortality. Mortality is essentially the death associated, right, in a population, a number of deaths in a population. Morbidity, though, is the number of people that have a particular disease, right? So they're living with illness and chronic conditions of some sort. We also have another measure in population health called DALYs, right? Which is the disability adjusted life years. Essentially, one DALY is equal to 1 year of good health lost. Women actually have higher DALYs for things like back pain, depression, headaches, right? And research money is not going to these things. Research money is going to cancers, heart disease, a number of the conditions, not to say that we should take away money from those, right? Definitely not. But nobody is thinking about these conditions that are actually much more plaguing women and causing poorer quality of life for women. And I think that therefore we have to be careful and thoughtful about where some of this investment is going and how that data is collected and find a way to focus it in a manner that will actually benefit us in the longer term.
Right, so I'm just throwing it out here, this is like bizarre, but is it possible to have like an ombudsman that will ensure the gender, aspect for studies, for large studies, for, there are studies that don't even have a single woman on record. So is there something we could do about that?
I don't know that we actually even have a construct like that, right? And I think,
yeah.
Given how much money is being set aside in this budget cycle around research, maybe there is an opportunity to ensure that there is a body that is thinking about women central to a number of these studies that are being set up and the research that is, money that is going into research.
Yeah, I see it's red already for us, but I'd like to touch upon one aspect. I'm sure it's also something that you are thinking about. I'm convinced you are. Is about climate change and health. So I think, climate change is upon us. We are not talking about it in the future. Today we have huge landslides at Wayanad. We have incredible number of, heat days, far more than we had, say, a decade ago. So this has basically been creeping upon us. And whatever research we have, it shows us that women are extraordinarily affected by climate change. Your view on this, and do you think that we should focus, Tamil Nadu has recently announced a climate change mission for health, bringing in One Health. So do you think that this is a focus area, not just for the government, but also private healthcare institutions?
No doubt, right? And I think climate change impacts a number of aspects. I mean, COVID, you could argue at some level, could be one as well. But if you think about things like water, right? A scarcity of water and how that impacts how we're going to consume it and the impact on women's health. Nutrition, right? The food security and the related impact then on women's health. I think it is all related, and there is definitely an argument to be made beyond some of the natural biological changes that happen in the woman's body. Some of this is social determinants, right? That are now going to start to impact the disease burden as well, for sure.
Right. So thank you for that. Lovely and very enlightening session. And we also bring some pause and some gravitas to the whole women's issue, not just celebration, but also time to introspect. Should we have the floor open for questions? Yeah. Ma'am.
Hi, Satya. In a previous life, I worked in pharmaceutical drug research and development in clinical trials. And now I work in the area of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So where these two overlap, I have a special interest to see if women are catered to in terms of their health care in all the aspects that they need to. So one of the things that I wrote about and researched about was what is known as the pain gap. So what I'm hearing from you is that women anyway don't put themselves first. So, you know, they hesitate to go to the doctor and, you know, it comes last on the list. And then eventually when they do, the research I read said that often their pain is dismissed. I'd love to hear your experience on that.
So yes, I think we talked about this both in the terms of dismissed or not diagnosed. I think that's also worse, right? Not diagnosed correctly. And this comes down to not having sufficient information, data, research about women's health, not being trained on it, not seeing enough examples of it through your training as physicians, and then being, I guess, overlooking a number of the symptoms. For example, I think ADHD manifests itself very differently in girls than it does in boys. And a number of women don't even realize that they have it until much later into adulthood. And that's because the typical definition of what we know as ADHD is very different, and it comes from a little bit of a male and boys-dominated understanding of the disease. And so there is a lot of evidence that a number of public health folks are studying and publishing around this, and increased awareness, I think, is the way to go.
Yes, ma'am. Can someone give her a mic, please?
Thank you. Thank you. That was a very insightful session, and particularly on the health-seeking behavior of women. And as policymakers, I think we need to be aware of that aspect. The one thing I would like to bring as we are looking at preventive health is, how do we look at gender gap and nutrition in the growing years? And particularly in the case of adolescent girls who actually are anemic and, you know, are looking at iron deficiency anemia, which seems to be so rampant in the country. How can we actually look at this aspect and bring it into the public health a mindset of the people to start looking at it as one of a critical issue? Anemia is one of the major issues this country is facing. So, and how would you, as a public health person, address it?
Absolutely. I think this was one of the things that when we as a team were looking at, we found that children growing up see the doctor very often between 0 and 5. And then by the time, sort of the 5th year vaccination is done, the next one is 10, right? And I guarantee I was definitely one of those guilty mothers that forgot the 10th year vaccination, right? And life takes, it takes a toll, and then you suddenly forget. They're adolescents and barely go to the doctor. And a number of these issues that you describe, whether it is nutritional deficiencies, vitamins, iron, or for that matter, hormonal imbalances that is set in, never get picked up. So one of the things we actually did is, how do you think about a health check for adolescents? Right? We sat down with our team, spoke to a number of pediatricians, and we've actually devised that. So this is a health check for adolescents. We encourage parents to think about this, and it's curated for things that happen in that age, including, if required, a psychologist evaluation to be able to pick up a number of mental health disorders that are increasingly plaguing the adolescents as well. So that's one way in which, if we can take some of these concerns and make it into a little bit of a program that can be put out in schools, and which is the one place we can catch all of them, then it allows us to pick up some of these things and then help manage it.
Ma'am, yes.
Ma'am, I would like to touch upon postpartum depression. What are the risk factors, and are there ways to prevent it? Because I was myself, I was diagnosed with postpartum depression, and with a lot of effort, I had to come out of it. And there were a lot of repercussions because of that. So I would like to touch upon that.
So, firstly, I'm really sorry to hear that, but I'm also very thrilled that you're here today amongst all of us and brave enough to share that. So thank you. I think a number of these situations, and depression in general, right, rather than talk about a specific case, a number of risk factors, I think the underlying concerns are, come down to bottling up, right? A number of things, how we feel, what happens, but it's also, there is an element of the environment and the context that we're surrounding ourselves with, coping mechanisms that we have built in our own arsenal over the years, and there is a genetic component, right? So all of this put together, each person is very different and is a very unique set of circumstances that end up causing a particular condition. And the only way, at least in my mind, with something like depression, anxiety, it behooves all of us who are around an individual to watch out for them. So if we watch out for the others, then hopefully if others will be watching out for us as well. Because it's extremely hard as an individual to pick up this condition and also come to terms with it. So in my experience, at least, it's important for others around you to pick this up, to highlight it, and to ensure you get the help you need. But each individual is a very unique combination, and so it's really hard for us to pinpoint, right, what could actually lead up to this situation.
Yeah, I was just going to say that just because this is a session on, the feminine burden of disease, we didn't say that men shouldn't ask questions. I'm so glad you put up your hand, sir.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Satya. Now, in terms of the challenges, very important, but also what are the processes of outreaching? Like you work with Apollo hospitals, very interesting. But what kind of processes of community outreach we have? Because there are many women, it is not just a kind of self-exclusion, but there are a structural exclusion to taking these tests. So how do we create a wider ecosystem of being able to take part in these processes of testing? This is my first query. Since you come from Johns Hopkins University, which initiated a very important initiative of medical humanities 30 years ago. So to address this kind of issues, particularly your plea for wider consciousness building, we need to bring the dimension of medical humanities and health humanities, and how do we create poems, songs, literature around these kind of concerns so that there is a widespread awakening about it, and therefore the whole issue of public health and health humanities and medical humanities need to be thought about.
Okay, sounds good. Let me take the first question. Around the kinds of community outreach, right? So there are a number of organizations that we work with. An example is we actually did a outreach to about 10,000 women in a SEC zone that were all working for small and medium corporates. So there are a number of such zones across the country where for women empowerment and inclusion, they are, sort of have jobs in these sectors. So we partnered with a corporate that wanted to sponsor a CSR outreach and actually did screening for these 10,000 women in this SEZ zone. We also work with a number of governments that want to do, state governments that want to do screenings. So we didn't talk about cervical cancer, Ramya, earlier, which is the second, by the way, most common cancer amongst women in India. And the screening test for that is a pap smear. And we're partnering with a number of governments across the country, including the Northeast, which I'd say is one of the hardest to reach, to be able to do cervical cancer screening and a number of these tests in a manner that is at scale and at a, therefore, also at a cost that is ensures access to a number of these communities. So we're doing that kind of community outreach, but I do think that the more and more we build towards what I'm going to call a total health model, which is a group of villages and a cluster that starts to take accountability for their own health as a population. That, in my mind, is going to be sustainable community outreach and building model that we as a country should aspire to. The second question, sir, around the medical humanities, I think it's a very interesting angle. I do think there is an opportunity for programs to be co-developed, perhaps between universities that specialize in the humanities and those that do in the medical sciences, right? Within our country, it could very much be sort of a CMC Vellore and a Kriya University, right? How do we actually get these two folks to come together to create a joint program of some sort that allows us to develop a whole cadre of professionals? I think the other thing that we can do tomorrow, right, or next week, is bringing the voice of the woman patient into the healthcare provider as part of having more and more patient advocacy and representation of women in patient advocacy groups. So there's a number of organizations in India, right? And the ISQA is one of them. The Patients for Patient Safety Foundation is another one. And they're all trying to raise the voice of the patient within the healthcare ecosystem. And if we can actually ensure that there is sufficient women representation, then that brings sort of the common person's voice to actually raise some of these very quickly as well.
Any other questions? Yeah. Perhaps the last one.
Hello, Dr. Satya Madam. I am a pharmacist. My future aim is to do cancer research. I too know that as a pharmacist, the main causes of cancers are changing diet patterns and hereditary diseases, and women are exposed to more extreme hot temperatures. Apart from this, what are the main factors of cancer, madam?
So it's a really tough question because there are so many cancers, right? Essentially, cancer is a uncontrollable growth of a set of cells, and therefore it can happen in any part of the body. It's really hard to pinpoint a set of risk factors, and that's been our biggest challenge as the healthcare community. It could be a wide range, like you mentioned yourself. There's diet pattern changes, lifestyle, There is the environment that we are subjecting ourselves to, the pollution, the carcinogens that are in the atmosphere, what we are ingesting. A lot of this also contributes to it. There's the genetic factors. And I think finally, the reality is we're all living much longer. And women are living longer than men, right? And this, by itself, as a result of our cells dividing again and again and again and working hard and hard and hard for much longer than they were originally conceived to, that itself in itself is a risk factor for cancer, right? So there's just very many risk factors. I think for each individual person, you have to take cognizance of what it is for you, and therefore important to screen, because the most important thing we can do is catch it early. And because when you catch it early, this is curable. Curable.
Right, thank you, ma'am, for that. Cancer, I mean, if we figure that out, it's like the holy grail, isn't it? If we got it, we've achieved our goal. I'd like to thank you, Satya, for this really, what I'd like to call very erudite, but also very empathetic sort of, insights that you've given us into the feminine burden of disease. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm sure you'll all agree. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sunita.
Thank you so much, ladies, and thank you to our enthusiastic audience for all of your questions. I'd like to call upon, we have one last
question.
final question.
Some cancer, they are not at all diagnosed early. They are so normal and healthy, but suddenly they realize that they are in the last stage of cancer. Why does that happen? Is there any way people can detect it earlier?
So our body is actually very, very, very resilient, right? Every organ in our body will fight and fight and fight to keep it functioning normally, despite all of the damage that is happening around it. And then one day it just sort of gives way. And that's what you see as a symptom. And then you go see a doctor, at which point, unfortunately, sometimes it's a little bit too late. There are many, many screening methodologies. We are very grateful that science and medicine has actually advanced tremendously. Today, we're in a day and age where there are preventive health checks that we can personalize to you as an individual, right? And that's the kind of work that we want to do more and more of. And if we can screen early and catch early, then we can manage and in some cases, hopefully also cure. So, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I call upon Priya Shrikant, Deputy General Manager at Sales, the Hindu Group, to please honor our dignitaries with the token of our appreciation. Can we have a round of applause for that very, very interesting session, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. And a big thank you to our audience as well. We hope that you enjoyed all of the day's sessions. With that, we come to the end of the Hindu Tamil Nadu's Women's Summit. We request everyone to please stay on and join us for cocktails and dinner. I'm sure that you all have all been enjoying each other's company. So please do continue to do so. This is myself, Paloma, signing off. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.
சாதம், டியூஸ்டே தக்காளி சாதம், வெட்னஸ்டே வெண்டைக்காய் சாதம். ரிப்பீட்.
ஸ்டூபிட் லேடி. அதுக்கு அர்த்தம் தெரியுமா? திரும்ப வாங்க மாட்டாங்களா?
என்ன பண்றது?
ஏன் பாஸ்தா சாப்பிடுங்க.
பாஸ்தாவா?
புரியுது. ஹெல்த்தியா இருக்குமா? அதானே ஹெல்த்தியா தான் இருக்கும். ஃபேவரட்ல துரும் வீட் பாஸ்தா விட்டுருக்காங்க. அது டேஸ்டியாவும் இருக்கும், ஹெல்த்தியாவும் இருக்கும். ஒழுங்கா ஷிஃப்ட் ஆயிடுங்க, இல்ல ஆக்ஷன் எடுத்துருவேன். இனி ஃபேவரட் பாஸ்தா, இது நம்ம ஊர் பாஸ்தா.
இனி ஃபேவரட் பாஸ்தா, இது நம்ம ஊர் பாஸ்தா.
பிரேக்ஃபாஸ்ட் ரெடி பண்ண போறேன்.
இட்லி, தோசை, ஊத்தாப்பம்னு ஒரே மாவுல செய்யற பிரேக்ஃபாஸ்ட் போர். வெரைட்டியா ஏதாவது வேணும்.
விதவிதமா பிரேக்ஃபாஸ்ட்க்கு வேற என்னதான் பண்றது?
ஃபேவரட் சேமியா.
அட, ஃபேவரட்ல 5 விதமான சேமியா இருக்கே. இனிமே பாயாசம், புலாவ், பிரியாணி, சேவை, கிச்சடின்னு தினம் தினம் வெரைட்டியா எல்லாமே ஃபேவரட்ல.
போர் அடிக்கிற பிரேக்ஃபாஸ்ட் பை பை.
ஃபேவரட்க்கு ஹை பை.
5 விதமான அசத்தலான ஃபேவரட் சேமியா.
கண்ணா, சாதம் வைக்காத. இன்னைக்கு பாட்டியோட பர்த்டேல நான் அவங்களுக்கு பிடிச்ச பிரியாணி சமைச்சிருக்கேன்.
அண்ணா, சாதம் வைக்காதீங்க, பாட்டியோட பர்த்டேக்கு.
சித்தப்பா, பெரிய பாட்டியோட பர்த்டேக்கு நான் என்ன பண்ணிருக்கேன்னு சொல்லுங்க பாப்போம். அவங்களுக்கு பிடிச்ச பிரியாணி.
கடந்த 75 வருடங்களாக ஒவ்வொரு வீட்டிலும் நேசம் பிரஸ்டீஜில் மட்டுமே பரிமாறப்படுகிறது. குடும்பத்தை நேசிக்கிறவங்க பிரஸ்டீஜ் எப்படி வேண்டாம்னு சொல்லுவாங்க.
What if? 2 little words capable of inspiring answers to the world's most urgent questions. Like, what if water could be delivered by the power of the sun? Or what if buildings could be heated without warming the planet? What if we could produce more food using less? And what if all the water we used could be reused? What if we didn't waste water, waiting for hot water? And what if saving water saved more than water? At Grundfos, we believe that if we keep asking the right questions, we can solve our most challenging problems. That by pushing forwards together, progress will always be made. When water flows, it has the power to change the world. And that every drop contains infinite possibility. Grundfos. Possibility in every drop.
ஒரு ஃப்ரெண்ட் இருப்பாரு, அவர்கிட்ட பேசாம இருக்கவே முடியாது. பேச்சு பல மணி நேரமோ சில நொடியோ. சில சமயம் பேச்சு தூரத்துல இருந்து, சில சமயம் பக்கத்துல இருந்து. ஃப்ரெண்டு கிட்ட பேசுங்க மனசு சரியில்லைனாலும், இல்ல மனசு பரவசமானாலும். இந்த ஃப்ரெண்டு நம்ம பேச்சை எப்பவுமே கேட்பாரு. இல்ல மண்டேவோ சண்டேவோ, இல்ல பண்டிகை நாளோ. ஏன்னா நம்ம பெஸ்ட் ஃப்ரெண்ட் கடவுள் தானே. मंगलदीप, இதயத்திலிருந்து இறைவனோடு பேசுங்கள்.
इस रास्ते पर बिना देखे चलता हूँ, दिल से जो याद है. लो आ गए समीर जी और उनका इत्र.
और ये अग्रवाल के समोसे। आज हींग थोड़ी ज्यादा है और मेहरा जी के यहाँ आज पुलाव बन रहा है फुल देसी घी में। यहाँ जिंदगी खिलती है, कभी गेंदा, गुलाब, मोगरा बनकर। तभी तो हर सांस में खुशबू भरता हूँ। नमस्ते, मेरा नाम वीरेंद्र शर्मा है। मेरे पास देखने की पावर तो नहीं, पर स्मेल की सुपर पावर है, जिससे मुझे रोजगार ही नहीं, इज्जत भरी जिंदगी भी मिली है।
इस वर्ल्ड साइट डे पर ITC मंगलदीप अपने 150 से ज्यादा 6 सेंस पैनलिस्ट का सम्मान करता है, जो अपनी स्मेल की सुपर पावर से हमारी अगरबत्तियों की खुशबू को और भी बेहतर बनाते हैं।
நான் முதல்வன் ஓராண்டு வெற்றி பயணம். இளைய தலைமுறைகள் தலை நிமிர்ந்திடும் தமிழ்நாட்டில் உலகை வெல்லும் இளைய தமிழகம் ஒவ்வொரு மாணவனையும் நாளைய முதல்வனாக உருவாக்கிட வேண்டும் என்ற உயரிய நோக்கில் மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களால் மார்ச் 1, 2022 அன்று துவக்கி வைக்கப்பட்ட கனவு திட்டமே நான் முதல்வன். இந்த திட்டம் ஒரு மாணவனுக்குள் இருக்கும் திறனை கண்டறிந்து அத்திறனை பயிற்சிகளின் மூலம் மேம்படுத்தி அவர்கள் செயலாற்றிட விரும்பும் துறைகளில் சிறப்பாக திகழ்ந்திட பாதை உருவாக்கி தந்து ஒரு பிள்ளைக்கு தாய் வழங்கிடும் அன்பை போல மாணவர்களுக்கு ஆலோசனை வழங்கிடும் ஒரு தாயுமானவனாக நான் முதல்வன் திகழ்கிறது. இந்த போற்றுதலுக்குரிய திறன் மேம்பாட்டு திட்டம் தொடரப்பட்ட ஓராண்டிலேயே வெற்றி இலக்கை அடைந்ததே இதன் ஆகச் சிறப்பாகும். மாணவர்களுக்கு திறன் பயிற்சிகள் தொடங்கிட ஏதுவாக 11 பல்கலைக்கழகங்களைச் சேர்ந்த 20,417 ஆசிரியர்களுக்கு திறன் பயிற்சிகள் வழங்கப்பட்டது. நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தின் வாயிலாக 13,14,519 மாணவர்களுக்கு வெற்றிகரமாக திறன் பயிற்சிகள் அளிக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. நான் முதல்வன் ஸ்டேட் வைட் பிளேஸ்மெண்ட் ஃபேர் நடத்தப்பட்டுள்ளது. அதன் பயனாக 5,844 பொறியியல் கல்லூரி மாணவர்களுக்கும் 20,082 கலை மற்றும் அறிவியல் கல்லூரி மாணவர்களுக்கும் தகுதியான வேலைகள் வழங்கிக் கொடுக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. மத்திய மாநில அரசு வேலைகளுக்கான தேர்வுகளில் கட்டணமில்லா பயிற்சி வழங்க SSC, RRB, வங்கி, ரயில்வே, UPSC ஆகிய போட்டித் தேர்வுகள் பிரிவு திட்டம் மார்ச் 7, 2023 அன்று மாண்புமிகு இளைஞர் நலன், விளையாட்டு மேம்பாடு மற்றும் சிறப்பு திட்ட செயலாக்கத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களால் தொடங்கப்பட்டது. இத்தகைய எண்ணற்ற பரிமாணங்கள் கொண்டு முழு வீச்சில் செயலாற்றி வரும் மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களின் கனவு திட்டமான நான் முதல்வன்.
விவசாயி மகள், மலைவாழ் இன மாணவி என தமிழ்நாட்டின் மூலை முடுக்குகளிலும் உள்ள அனைத்து தரப்பு இளைஞர்களிடமும் நான் முதல்வன் செம்மையாய் சென்று சேர்ந்திருக்கிறது. கல்லூரி படிப்பை முடித்த எனக்கு உடனே வேலை கிடைத்தாக வேண்டும் என்ற நிலை இருந்ததால் நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தில் பயிற்சி பெற்று வேலைக்கு சேர்ந்து விட்டேன் என்று மகிழ்ச்சியுடன் சொல்கிறார் விவசாயி மகள் ஸ்வப்னா.
இன்ஃபேக்ட் நாங்கள் வந்து லேண்ட் அடகு வச்சுட்டு தான் நாங்கள் ஃபீஸ் கட்ட வேண்டிய ஒரு சுச்சுவேஷன் வந்துருச்சு. 3rd இயரில் வந்து நான் முதல்வன் ஸ்கீம் மூலமாக மெடிக்கல் கோடிங் வந்து பண்ணேன். பாராமெடிக்கலில் நான் என்னெல்லாம் கற்றுக்கணும்னு ஆசைப்பட்டேனோ அதெல்லாம் வந்து மெடிக்கல் கோடிங்கில் சொல்லி கொடுத்தாங்க. நான் முதல்வன் நடத்திய ஸ்டேட் வைட் பிளேஸ்மெண்ட்டில் நான் கலந்துக்கிட்டேன். நான் இந்தியன் ஹெல்த் கேர் இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்ஸில் வந்து பிளேஸ் ஆகேன். இப்போ நான் அப்பாவுக்கு வந்து ஃபினான்ஷியலி சப்போர்ட்டாக இருக்கேன்னா அதுக்கு காரணம் வந்து நான் முதல்வன்.
இன்ஜினியரிங் படித்தும் வேலை கிடைக்காமல் இருக்கும் காரணம் திறன் இல்லாமல் இருப்பதுதான். அந்த திறனை நான் முதல்வன் திட்டம் மூலமாக கற்றுக்கொண்ட எனக்கு வேலை கிடைத்து விட்டது என்று சொல்கிறார் முதல் பட்டதாரியான கோகுல்.
கேம்பஸ் இன்டர்வியூ நான் அட்டென்ட் பண்ண ஆரம்பித்தேன். அட்டென்ட் பண்ணுறப்போ நான் முதல்வன் கோர்ஸ் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணியிருந்தனால அது எனக்கு ஒரு ஏஜ் கொடுத்தது. கரண்ட்லி ஐ எம் அன் எம்ப்ளாயி ஆஃப் ரெனால்ட்ஸ் டெக்னாலஜி பிஸ்னஸ் சென்டர். எங்கள் அப்பா அம்மா எல்லாருமே ஹாப்பி, என் ஃபேமிலியும் ஹாப்பி.
பெண்ணை படிக்க வச்சு என்ன பண்றதுன்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதையும் மீறி எங்க வீட்ல என்ன படிக்க வச்சாங்க என்று சொல்லும் பெண் சர்தாஜ் நான் முதல்வன் திட்டம் மூலம் இன்டர்நெட் ஆஃப் திங்ஸ் என்ற வகுப்பை முடித்து தனது தனித்திறமையை கண்டுபிடித்ததாக மகிழ்ச்சியுடன் கூறுகிறார்.
காலேஜ் வந்து வேணாம், எப்படி இருந்தாலும் படித்து என்ன பாத்திரம் தானே தேய்க்க போகிறாங்க. பட் அதுதான் மாற்றினது வந்து நான் முதல்வன் ஸ்கீம். எங்கள் ஸ்கில்ஸ்லாம் வெளியே கொண்டு வந்து ஒரு ரெக்கக்னேஷன் கொடுத்ததே வந்து இந்த நான் முதல்வன் ஸ்கீம் மூலமாக மட்டும்தான் எங்களுக்கு கிடைச்சிச்சு.
ஏழை நடுத்தர மக்களுக்கு பெரிதும் உதவும் இந்த நான் முதல்வன் திட்டம் மூலம் நிறுவனமாக ஏறி இறங்கும் நிலை மாறி எளிதில் நேர்காணலில் கலந்து கொண்டு வேலையில் சேர்ந்திருக்கிறேன் என்று சொல்கிறார் மாணவி காயத்ரி.
நான் படித்து முடிச்சு 1 மாதத்துக்குள்ளேயே எனக்கு வந்து ஒரு கம்பெனியில் வேலை கிடச்சி நான் இப்போ ஜாப்க்கு போயிட்டுருக்கேன். எனக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். ஏன்னா வந்து என்னோட ஃபேமிலி வந்து மிடில் கிளாஸ் ஃபேமிலின்றதுனால என்னால் முடிஞ்ச சப்போர்ட்டை வந்து என் அம்மா அப்பா கொடுக்க முடியும்னு நான் நம்புகிறேன். இந்த நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தை கொண்டு வந்த முதலமைச்சருக்கு என்னோட மனமார்ந்த நன்றி.
இவை அனைத்தும் நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தின் மூலம் நன்மை அடைந்தோரின் ஒரு சிறு பகுதி மட்டுமே.
வாருங்கள், உலகை வெல்லும் இளைய தமிழகத்தை படைப்போம்.
உலகை வெல்லும் இளைய தமிழகத்தை உருவாக்குவோம் என்ற இலக்கை நோக்கி நான் முதல்வன் பயணத்தை தொடர்கிறது.
வணக்கம். நான் தான் காலம். தொழில்மயமாக்கலின் எழுச்சிமிகு பயணத்துடன் கட்டமைக்கப்பட்ட தமிழ்நாட்டின் சமூக பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சி தொடர்பான வரலாற்றுக்கு நிரந்தர சாட்சி நானே. தமிழ்நாட்டின் சிறப்புமிக்க கடந்த காலம் தொடங்கி இனி வரப்போகும் அற்புதமான எதிர்காலம் வரையிலான யுக பயணத்திற்கு உங்களை அழைத்துச் செல்லப் போகிறேன். சோழ, சேர, பாண்டிய, பல்லவ பேரரசுகளின் பொன்னான ஆட்சிக்காலம் தொட்டு தென்னிந்தியா அறிவார்ந்த வணிக மற்றும் சமூக வளர்ச்சியின் விளைநிலமாக தன்னை நிலைநிறுத்திக் கொண்டுள்ளது. இந்த வரலாற்று பெருமைமிகு மண்தான் இந்தியாவின் முன்னணி கல்வி நிறுவனங்கள் பலவற்றுக்கும் தாயகம். உயர்கல்விக்கான மொத்த மாணவர் சேர்க்கை விகிதத்தில் முதலிடம் பெற்றிருக்கும் தமிழ்நாட்டின் இத்தகைய மதிப்புமிக்க வளாகங்களில்தான் எதிர்காலம் மலரவிருக்கிறது. பெருமைக்குரிய பல்கலைக்கழகங்கள் தொடங்கி அதிநவீன ஆராய்ச்சி மையங்கள் வரை தமிழ்நாட்டின் பன்மைத்துவமிக்க வெற்றிகரமான கல்வி தளம் தனக்கான பொருளாதார இயந்திரத்தை முன்னகர்த்தி செல்கிறது. பரபரப்பான இணைப்பு மையங்களாக ரயில் நிலையங்கள், பேருந்து நிலையங்கள், விமான நிலையங்கள், துறைமுகங்கள் ஆகியவை தமிழ்நாட்டின் உயிர்த்துடிப்பாக அமைந்து மாநிலத்தின் இயக்கத்திற்கும் வளர்ச்சிக்கும் பாதை அமைத்து தந்துள்ளன. தமிழ்நாடு இந்தியாவின் மிகவும் நகரமயமாக்கப்பட்ட மாநிலம் என்ற பெருமிதத்திற்கும் பங்களிக்கின்றன. பசுமையான எதிர்காலத்திற்கான உறுதிப்பாட்டில் உண்மையான பயணத்தை மேற்கொள்ளும் இடமாக தமிழ்நாடு திகழ்கிறது. புதுப்பிக்கத்தக்க ஆதாரங்களான சூரிய மின்னாற்றல், காற்றாலை மின்னாற்றல் ஆகியவற்றின் மூலம் கிடைக்கும் மின் உற்பத்தி திறனில் 50 விழுக்காட்டிற்கு மேல் கொண்டுள்ளதால் நிலையான எதிர்காலத்திற்கான உலகளாவிய செயல்பாட்டில் தமிழ்நாடு முன்னணி வகிக்கிறது. தமிழ்நாட்டின் தொழில் முனைப்பு பல நூற்றாண்டுகளாக தொடர்ந்து வரும் ஒன்றாகும். ஆட்டோமொபைல், ஜவுளி மற்றும் காலணி துறைகளில் பாரம்பரியமாக வலுவாக உள்ள இம்மாநிலம் வளர்ந்து வரும் தொழில்களையும் விரைவாக தழுவிக்கொண்டு இந்தியாவிலேயே மிகப்பெரிய எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ் ஏற்றுமதியாளர் என்ற பெருமையையும் இந்தியாவின் எலக்ட்ரிக் வாகனங்களின் தலைநகரம் என்ற பெருமையையும் பெற்றுள்ளது. உலக பொருளாதார மன்றத்தால் ஆசியாவின் முன்னேறிய உற்பத்தி மையமாக அங்கீகரிக்கப்பட்டுள்ள தமிழ்நாடு துடிப்புமிக்க தொழில் ஆற்றலாக தொடர்ந்து முன்னேறி வருகிறது. இந்தியாவின் 2வது பெரிய பொருளாதாரம் என்ற வகையில் தமிழ்நாடு சீரான பிராந்திய பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சியை அடைந்ததில் பெருமை கொள்கிறது. மாநிலம் நெடுகிலும் அமைந்துள்ள சிறப்பு பொருளாதார மண்டலங்கள் மற்றும் தொழில்துறை பூங்காக்களில் பல்வேறு தொழில் சமூகங்கள் ஒன்றிணைவதன் மூலம் புதுமையும் வளர்ச்சியும் பல மடங்காக பெருகும் மையங்களாக இவை செயல்புரிகின்றன. வளர்ச்சி மற்றும் அதிகாரமளித்தலில் வழிகாட்டியாக விளங்கும் தமிழ்நாடு பெண் கல்வியறிவில் சிறந்து விளங்குவதோடு இந்தியாவின் தொழில்துறை பெண் தொழிலாளர்களில் 43% பங்களிக்கிறது. இது மகளிருக்கு அதிகாரமளித்தல் மற்றும் சமூக நீதிக்கான அதன் உறுதிப்பாட்டிற்கு சான்றாக திகழ்கிறது. நடப்பிலுள்ள மற்றும் உருவாகி வரும் தொழிலகங்கள் எளிதாக தொழில் செய்வதை உறுதி செய்யவும், மாநிலத்தின் தொழில்துறையில் வேலை செய்பவர்களின் வாழ்க்கை தரம், உள்ளடக்கம் மற்றும் சமத்துவத்தை மேம்படுத்தவும் நிர்வாக அமைப்பில் பல்வேறு புதுமையான உத்திகளையும் நடவடிக்கைகளையும் மாநிலம் மேற்கொண்டு வருகிறது. தமிழகத்தின் தொழில்துறையானது உலக அளவில் தொழில்நுட்பத்தில் சிறந்து விளங்கும் பெரிய நிறுவனங்கள் முதல் புதிதாக தொடங்கப்படும் நிறுவனங்கள் வரை அனைவரது வளர்ச்சிக்கும் மேம்பாட்டிற்கும் உகந்த சூழலை உருவாக்கியிருக்கிறது. மாநிலத்தின் தொழில் வியூக முன்முயற்சிகள் ஆற்றல் மிக்க திறன் தொகுப்பு மற்றும் மிகச்சிறந்த கட்டமைப்புடன் இணைந்து பல்வேறு துறைகளின் வணிகங்களை ஈர்த்துள்ளன. உலகின் தலைசிறந்த இந்த நிறுவனங்களின் வெற்றிச் சுவடுகள் தமிழகத்தின் விரிவாற்றல், புதுமை படைப்பு மற்றும் உலகளாவிய போட்டித்தன்மையை கோடிட்டு காட்டுகின்றன. தமிழ்நாட்டின் வளமான தொழில் மற்றும் பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சி பயணத்தின் இந்த கதையை நாம் நிறைவு செய்யும் போது நமது மாநிலம் அதன் பாரம்பரியத்தையும் புதுமைகளையும் தழுவி மேலும் பல மகத்தான சாதனைகளை படைக்க தயாராக உள்ளது என்பது தெளிவாகிறது. தமிழ்நாடு மேலும் நிகழ்த்தவிருக்கும் ஆச்சரியங்களுக்கு காலமாகிய நானே சாட்சி.
To keep up with today's fast-paced world, you need to be in peak health. Each of you is unique and making different lifestyle choices, and therefore will need individual paths to achieving your peak health. Our mission is to enable healthy longevity. Using cutting-edge diagnostics and evidence-based therapies, your dedicated physician partner will guide you to live a longer, healthier, and happier life. Each decade of your life welcomes new health milestones. From needing to strengthen your muscle tone in the 30s, enhancing your libido in the 40s, boosting your bone density in the 50s, and managing your emotional health in the 60s, your body's needs change dramatically. Our personalized testing protocol is custom designed to your needs, to include well-established and innovative diagnostics like whole body MRI, gut microbiome, genetic screening, cognitive function, anti-aging markers, advanced tests for early cancer detection, cardiac markers, and other tests to evaluate you from head to toe. Our dedicated care team will continue to work with you in the following months to optimize your health and performance in a sustainable way. We are mindful of your time and are designed to deliver a personalized experience at your convenience. Pro Health Zen. Ahead in health, ahead in life.
டைம்ல வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா எந்த ஒரு சர்வீஸுமே இல்லாதப்போ வந்து மெட்ரோ மட்டும்தான் ரன் ஆச்சு. அப்போ வந்து நான் வந்து ரொம்ப ப்ரௌடா ஃபீல் பண்ணேன். ட்ரெயின் ஆப்ரேட்டராக ஒர்க் பண்ணுறதுக்கு வீட்டில் எல்லாருமே வந்து ரொம்ப சப்போர்ட்டிவாக இருக்காங்க. ஷிஃப்ட் வரதுக்கு போகிறதுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்குமே வந்து ரொம்ப சப்போர்ட்டிவாக இருக்காங்க.
என் பேர் அகஸ்டினா, நான் மெட்ரோவில் வேலை செய்கிறேன். இந்த இடத்த வந்து நாங்கள் சுத்தமாக வச்சுக்குவோம். எந்த ஒரு குக்கிங்கும் இருக்காது. மக்களுக்கு நாங்கள் பாதுகாப்பாக இருக்கிறோம். எந்த பிரச்சனையும் இல்லை. இங்கே வருவாங்க, எல்லாம் உட்காருவாங்க. எல்லா இடமும் சுத்தமாக இருக்கும். எல்லாருக்கும் போக்குவரத்துக்கு எல்லாத்தையுமே நாங்கள் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுவோம்.
நான் சைதாப்பேட்லேருந்து வரேன். மெட்ரோவில் 7 வருஷமாக ஒர்க் பண்ணுறேன். எனக்கு ஹாப்பியாக இருக்குது. பேசஞ்சருக்கு சர்வீஸ் பண்ணுறது வேலை எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிச்சிருக்கு. ஹாப்பியாக இருக்கோம் நாங்கள் அதில். மெட்ரோவில் ட்ராவல் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். அண்ட் இட் ஃபீல்ஸ் வெரி சேஃப். ரொம்ப கன்வீனியண்ட்டாக இருக்குது.
எல்லாம் ட்ராவல் பண்ணும்போது கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டமாக இருந்துச்சு. இப்போ மெட்ரோ வந்தபோது எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப ஈஸியாக இருக்குது. போகும்போது வரும்போது எங்களுக்கு டைம் கொஞ்சம் சேவ் ஆகணும். ரொம்ப நல்லா இருக்குது.
லேடிஸ் பேசஞ்சருக்கு வந்து நான் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறேன். நான் ரொம்ப ப்ரௌடாக ஃபீல் பண்ணுறேன். ஓகேங்களா, இது வந்து பெண்களுக்கே ஒரு பெண்கள் பாதுகாப்பு கொடுக்குறேன். நான் ரொம்ப பெருமை கொள்கிறேன் இதில்.
Vanakkam and welcome to Credai Chennai's Vandore Vazhavaikum Chennai. Establishment and growth. Coming into being in 2011, the Credai Chennai chapter quickly became the dominant force behind enriching the city's skyline with quality architectural marvels. Our market leadership. On the radiant path we have trailblazed for more than a decade. We have transformed the industry and changed the housing sector, became one of South India's largest real estate developer associations, achieved an impressive 82.6% share in the residential market, grown to be an influential leader in the sector. Our innovation and excellence. We are pioneers and innovators. From cutting-edge technologies to sustainable practices, our member developers may be credited for the rich architectural splendor that Chennai city has grown into. Sustainable communities. We restored the idea of community in the residential segment, building into our projects green spaces and eco-friendly features, creating sustainable communities. Empowerment through knowledge. Through workshops, seminars and knowledge sharing sessions, we empower both developers and consumers. These platforms help provide insights into industry trends, policies and practices, contributing to informed decision-making by both developers and consumers alike. Consumer Redressal Forum. Empowering consumers is at the core of Credai Chennai's mission. The Consumer Redressal Forum, which was activated in 2012, stands as a pillar of trust, providing a platform for transparent communication and prompt resolution of queries, concerns and grievances. Credai Chennai Foundation. We are an of the community, for the community organization. Community welfare, skill development and fostering global collaborations are important aspects of our CSR. Raw Chennai. Making accurate information and real-time statistics available to decision makers and stakeholders is our research and analytics wing. Knowledge enrichment. Nurturing tomorrow's engineers and architects is a mainstream interest area for us. We collaborate with universities for curriculum development and workshops for students to make them industry ready. Community engagement. We believe in nurturing the community we operate in. We foster this through our CREDAI Youth Wing and CREDAI Women's Wing with special women's delegations and community support at institutes and so on. FairPro Real Estate Expo, the city's biggest real estate annual extravaganza. FairPro is a CREDAI Chennai creation with an accomplished 46,500 plus footfalls, 1,500 plus crore in loan disbursements, business worth over rupees 275 crores. CREDAI Chennai, over a decade of innovations strengthening the sector and leadership.
What if we all thought the same, worked the same, solved problems the same? Would we truly become stronger, united? Or would we simply be moving in the same direction towards a future with limited possibilities? Right now, the world's water and climate challenges affect each and every one of us, but not in the same way. For some, it's a growing inconvenience. For others, it's already severe, and no situation will have the same solution. Diverse challenges demand diverse perspectives, problem solving, and solution building. Seeing the possibility where others can't, and doing it together. They need you. At Grundfos, we believe that what you bring is not a box to be checked, a quota to meet, or even something that may be helpful. We believe you're crucial, that the power of new ways leads to new possibilities in solving the world's water and climate challenges, and that if we embrace our differences, we can empower that possibility in every person. Grundfos, possibility in every drop.
Grundfos is its people, where diversity, equity, and inclusion pulsates through our values and beliefs, enabling our people to achieve their fullest potential. Together, we create new possibilities to solve the world's water and climate challenges. A successful change to a diverse mindset boils down to each of us taking action in our daily lives. We harness the power of people by ensuring that everyone feels welcomed and supported. We strive to enhance gender balance while stimulating diversity in various forms within our talent pipeline, with the firm belief in their contribution towards innovation and creativity. Embracing and accepting the Pride community, we seek to cultivate a robust network of allies as we progress on our journey towards becoming a truly world-class inclusive organization. By including individuals with special needs and empowering them, we strive to improve their quality of life. While celebrating and valuing our varied backgrounds, experiences, abilities, and perspectives, and by complementing our strengths, we foster an inclusive environment for employees to be who they are as they thrive and grow. Because every voice matters, and every voice deserves to be heard.
Welcome to Tamil Nadu, a land of rich culture, heritage and tradition. Tamil Nadu is home to top automobile brands in India, the largest contributor to the automobile sector in the country. With the presence of numerous manufacturing establishments, the state is popularly known as the automobile capital of India. But the ambitious journey does not stop here. Tamil Nadu has blazed its pioneering path to a greener future and has become the EV capital of India. With its world-class ecosystem for manufacturing electric vehicles, Tamil Nadu is leading the EV revolution. From electric cars, buses, three-wheelers, two-wheelers, EV cells, EV motors to full-fledged EV charging stations and upcoming future mobility parks, Tamil Nadu has them all. Moreover, Tamil Nadu is the most preferred destination for EV players due to its well-connected airports, seaports, railways and roadways. With the availability of uninterrupted power, ample water supply and skilled workforce, the state provides an astonishing support to companies to thrive in the ever-growing automobile industry. The newly launched Electric Vehicle Policy 2023 by the Tamil Nadu government is designed to further enable EV investors with special incentive packages, generate job opportunities and create a comprehensive infrastructure for electric vehicles by promoting research and innovation. By 2030, Tamil Nadu aims to manufacture over 30% of electric vehicles sold in India and substantially export the Made in Tamil Nadu EV across the globe. With a holistic EV industrial ecosystem, skilled workforce and abundant natural resources, Tamil Nadu is all set to be the global EV hub.
Tamil Nadu, a land of abundant opportunities, is India's second largest economy and home to over 80 Fortune 500 global companies. India's most industrialized state, Tamil Nadu, has partnered with World Economic Forum to establish South Asia's first advanced manufacturing hub. The state has well-established and mature electronic ecosystem. Tamil Nadu has an inherent advantage owing to its resilient economy, which stood firm amidst the COVID pandemic and in fact shown a healthy growth. Dedicated clusters ensure resilience and caters all segments of electronic hardware manufacturing. Sri Perumbudur cluster near Chennai is destination of choice for electronic majors in mobile and communication equipment, consumer electronics and domestic appliances, computer and peripheral equipment, electronic components, auto electronics and industrial electronics. Value chain network spread across 100+ countries. The cluster is also home to various auto majors and a foremost global automobile hub. From a mature automobile hub, Tamil Nadu is transforming into an EV manufacturing hub with a total capacity to produce 10 million electric two-wheelers. Tamil Nadu is the EV capital of India. Pillaipakam and Oragalam near Sri Perambaduru Vallam Vadagal hub is emerging as a global center for solar module and cell manufacturing. The Sri Perambaduru cluster has a good presence of R&D centers such as research parks to augment large-scale industry academia collaborations on R&D, technology transfer and skill development. 19 of the top 100 ranking institutes in India are located in Tamil Nadu, out of which 4 prominent ones are located near this cluster. In and around the Sri Perambaduru Vallam Vadagal cluster, there are 30 universities, 136 engineering colleges, 6 polytechnic colleges, 49 ITIs and over 150 colleges that offer courses on science and technology, ensuring that there is no dearth of quality and highly skilled workforce in disciplines relating to semiconductor sector. High enrollment in PhDs and PG courses ensures that the region has a huge potential in interdisciplinary research on semiconductors. Kanchipuram district has over 10,000 acres of industrial land with Vallam Vadagal Industrial Park Phase 1 extending over 2,000 acres and fully occupied by electronic and automobile companies. In Phase 2, a 300-acre land parcel has been exclusively earmarked for semiconductor industry with all supporting infrastructure and amenities. Sri Perambaduru Vallam Vadagal hub is well connected in terms of sea, air, rail and road transport. There is also a dedicated peripheral route to reach the ports directly without any hassle. Dedicated 24/7 uninterrupted power supply, ample supply of good quality water meeting the required specification is readily available in the Vallam Vadagal hub, apart from the other essential amenities. Chemicals and gases required for semiconductor manufacturing are easily available in close proximity to the hub. Tamil Nadu offers industry-friendly policies and will structure tailor-made incentives for semiconductor and chip manufacturers. Vallam Vadagal, Sri Perambaduru, with a conducive ecosystem close to metropolis, better social life standards with quality healthcare, renowned educational institutions and much more, is a thriving and flourishing hub with all facilities available. Guidance, your partner in progress, is India's oldest and Tamil Nadu government's nodal agency for investment promotion and single window facilitation is there for you on every step. Tamil Nadu invites the semiconductor manufacturers to invest here, the favored investment destination. Together, let's shape the future of semiconductor manufacturing industry.
From winning its independence, India has grown with each sunrise since 77 years. Today, we stand as one of the fastest growing economies in the world, achieving remarkable milestones that have turned heads on the global stage during the G20 summit. With the highest GDP growth among the leading countries of the world, India's economic trajectory has been nothing short of remarkable. Indian Bank takes pride in its association with the country's progress since 1907, having catered to more than 110 million customers and maintaining the trust of our stakeholders. As the 7th largest bank in India, we have witnessed significant growth of 34% in net profit, global business growth of 18%, compound annual growth rate CAGR of 8.6%, retail asset growth of 30.2%, corporate finance growth of 12%, and a threefold increase in shareholder confidence. As the strength of the country grows, so does its infrastructure, especially road transport and connectivity. The Digital India campaign has taken over the country like a storm, and Indian Bank's Project Wave is a star addition to this digital initiative for enhancing customer experience. We are harnessing the power of fintech collaboration in delivering exclusive financial services. Adding ease to the cross-border payment system, UPI platform of India has been integrated with Singapore's PayNow for facilitating seamless transactions. The currency of progress flows effortlessly across borders, connecting hearts and aspirations. In an ode to make our country completely sustainable, we are supporting the companies involved in generation of green energy with tailor-made products. Indian Bank contributes in reducing carbon footprint by financing electric vehicles, aligning to ESG objectives. Our heart beats with the nation's rhythm. Through CSR initiatives, Indian Bank supported the differently abled athletes during Paralympics and other sports activities and empowering women to pursue their dreams. And finally, the most recent and historic achievement, India's soft landing on the moon through Chandrayaan-3. Indian Bank contributed its bit by funding the aerospace companies which provided the spares and testing services for the mission. Looking back, a country that was in shackles 77 years ago is nothing less than a flying eagle today. As our nation's journey continues, Indian Bank remains a true partner, a guardian of dreams, and a catalyst of progress.
KBR stands in a class by itself. Few companies have our proven resilience, and fewer have our century-long record of innovation. We help our customers solve problems today, and we look decades down the road to meet the challenges of tomorrow. We never stop moving forward, never stop designing newer technologies that help people work smarter, cleaner, and safer. Our portfolio spans vital industries across government and private sectors, resulting in enduring growth year after year. The breadth and depth of our expertise enable us to do work that truly matters and that few companies can match. As a trusted partner to allied governments, we deliver mission-critical solutions that bolster national security and help make the world a safer place. Our advanced digital strategies encompass defense modernization, predictive analytics, and artificial intelligence, bridging the gap from data to decision. And we're confronting climate change, helping influential organizations decarbonize and achieve sustainable energy security. When customers choose KBR, they partner with a unique company, one with the global reach and expertise to deliver, maintain, and upgrade facilities across the energy and chemical spectrum. And standing behind everything we do are our people. Guided by our shared purpose and connected by our values, our deep domain expertise drives the global knowledge economy and changes what's possible. Our passion and ingenuity drive our commitment to safe, secure, sustainable operations across our business. There are many reasons to invest in KBR. All of them express who we are. We are KBR.
For more than a century, KBR has been at the forefront of innovation, delivering solutions one step ahead of a changing world. Business and policy must now go hand in hand, so more and more governments and companies are turning to KBR, a partner that understands these unique challenges. Our capabilities are built around a core of innovation, security, and sustainability. For decades, KBR has been a trusted leader in national security and space. Our experts train personnel, maintain assets, and develop new technologies, all to help ensure service people are equipped and prepared when duty calls. We're ushering in a new era of space exploration with next-gen infrastructure. We use our expertise in cyber and analytics to safeguard data and turn it into effective decision-making. And we help protect vital infrastructure from threats on the ground, in space, and in the cyber domain. Our strong commitment to ESG guides everything we do. We're tackling the global energy trilemma with solutions at the intersection of security, affordability, and sustainability. We're bridging the gap to energy transition and new energy futures. And we're creating true circular economies, helping customers decarbonize and reduce emissions. At the heart of all we do are our people. Though we represent hundreds of nations and diverse backgrounds, we are one team of teams, connected by our culture, our values, and our shared purpose to deliver solutions that help create a safer, more secure, and sustainable world. We are one KBR, one team, one vision.
Every day, around the globe, the people of KBR are doing great things.
We are delivering solutions that are changing the world.
A lot of companies say that, but we can back it up.
At KBR, I get to work on projects that save lives. The capability we deliver will support the safe operations for our defence customers.
We're helping humankind stare back in time at the birth of the universe.
The full scope of my work is truly amazing, allowing me the chance to support some of the most important technological advancements of our lifetime.
I have an incredibly supportive team who are always happy to share their knowledge as I continue to learn and develop my skills.
That's why we're always striving to make sure KBR is the best place to work.
The solutions that my team and I are developing help our customers solve some of the complex engineering problems in critical areas like decarbonization and energy transition.
We're ensuring service members around the globe are always equipped and prepared when duty calls.
The people of KBR are at the forefront of ingenuity.
We are preparing the next generation of astronauts to explore the cosmos.
I can see the positive impact our analysis makes on improving production efficiency and reducing environmental emissions.
And make this planet a better place to live.
We provide the smarts to build resilient and sustainable cities and communities.
So what do you say?
Want to do things that matter?
Ready to solve some of the world's biggest challenges?
Ready to join a team that's really making a difference?
Join KBR. We're delivering solutions that are changing the world.
The might of a nation lies in the wealth of its natural resources. In the potential of its people and in the extent of its trade and commerce. Seafaring trade has been a marker for progress and prosperity since ancient times. From the glory days of the Chola dynasty trade has been synonymous with the advent of ports in Tamil Nadu and was at its prime during the British Raj and the multifold success of the East India Company. From then on, it's been upwards and onwards, with the rampant development of strategic ports and expansion of the shipping industry. One of the jewels in Tamil Nadu's crown is the Kamarajar Port Limited, KPL. 24 kilometers north of Chennai, we are the 12th major port in the nation and the fastest growing Indian seaport. Our port has a distinct port layout with a basin of 18.5 meters with 3 coal terminals, 1 bulk terminal, 2 oil terminals, 1 ro-ro berth, 1 container terminal. All berths are developed under captive or PPP model with designated occupancy like coal, marine liquid, chemicals, automobiles, LPG, POL and LNG. The Ennore port was incorporated as a company in October 1999 under the Indian Companies Act 1956 with authorized capital of rupees 500 crores and subscribed capital of rupees 300 crores.
There are two things about Kamarajar Port which stand out. One is it is a landlord port. So while it does the basic service of providing calm harbour through breakwaters, good road and rail connectivity and the basic services of pilotage, etc. Second thing is that it has a very lean structure. It hardly has 130 people working. So that way, with this less number of people, it has achieved a big scale of operations with a very high efficiency.
KPL has an array of USPs that consolidate its position. We are a landlord port, digitally driven, with an optimum mix of captive and PPP terminals, an energy port of South India, an environment-friendly port, an all-weather port, has adequate backup land and multimodal connectivity.
The amount of time that the cargo stays in the port is money for the port user. So we are putting our whole strength into reducing dwell time, reducing demurrage, so that the port user is able to import or export his cargo with less time and less cost.
From our humble inception with a port capacity of 12 million tons per annum to close to a whopping 43.51 million metric tons in 2022-23, the port has been surpassing its own benchmark with steadfast efforts. KPL functioned as a CPSU Mini Ratna Category 1 till March 2020. The Chennai Port Authority acquired the Government of India share in March 2020. We have now become a wholly owned company of Chennai Port Authority.
Our operating ratio is the lowest among the major ports. So our operating ratio is between 20 to 25%. And because of this, it is very profitable.
Our revenue hit 1,009.23 crores in 2022-23 with a 24.9% return on capital employed. KPL received the Samudri Paryavaran Sanrakshan Trophy from the Indian Coast Guard in 2022 and Sagar Shrestha Samman Award in 2023. For coastal community development, KPL is investing rupees 156 crores to construct training walls on both sides of the Ennore Creek, preserving the livelihood of the fishing community by facilitating easy coastal movement and averting monsoon flooding while preventing river mouth closure. KPL has committed under corporate social responsibility over rupees 42 crores to education, healthcare, public infrastructure and livelihood improvement for nearby communities, with CSR initiatives extending nationwide. We have signed long-term agreements with Maruti Suzuki India, Caterpillar India Private Limited, Renault Nissan Alliance and PCA Automobiles India Private Limited in the financial year 2022-23.
The operation is very smooth since commissioning due to the full support we receive on the timely pilotage of our cargoes and the unique feature available in KPL port, that is a breakwater facility which has less tide, so it becomes very easy to unload the cargoes.
They have provided us the good road connectivity, they have provided us the parking yard facility, they have provided us the railway connectivity up to the Bangalore. We sincerely express our gratitude to KPL on the behalf of my team and Adani organization.
As BOT operators in KPL, we are operating two terminals, namely Ennur Coal Terminal with a capacity of 8 million tons per annum and Ennur Bulk Terminal with capacity of 2 million tons per annum. And we really appreciate the support and cooperation extended by KPL to all its BOT operators. We look forward for their extended support and cohesive growth of both KPL and its BOT operators.
In the realm of digital innovation, we have implemented cutting-edge solutions such as container scanner, RFID gate, National Logistics Portal and SAP integration. These forward-looking initiatives have garnered recognition and serve as a strong motivation to propel us further along our path of progress. With a gamut of operations and prestigious ongoing projects, KPL is poised to step up and move to the next level. It will become an even bigger hub on its quest to become CAPE compliant. Logistics providers will be able to explore the resources available at KPL for their value-added services. Public-private partners can partner with KPL for developing new berths and operating them under BOT. Proximity of industries and utilization of port land shall pave way for port-led industrialization. KPL to serve industries in the region of Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka for its EXIM trade. Let's welcome the dawn of a new era with positivity, profit and prosperity. With all of this and more, we look to the horizon with collective goals towards Maritime India Vision 2030. Over 150 initiatives across 10 themes covering all the factors of the Indian maritime sector have been identified and comprehensive effort is being taken to fulfill them to meet national maritime objectives. For longer horizon, Master Plan 2047 leads to enhance the total cargo handling capacity to 173.62 million tons per annum. That is 22 berths and 7,319 meter waterfront.
We already have a vision up to 2047, which is in line with the vision of Honorable Prime Minister for Amrit Kal. So right now we already have 52 million ton per annum capacity, and we are ready with berths for around 30 million ton capacity, and further construction of 6 million ton capacity is going on.
Master Plan 2047 is to achieve efficient logistics, ensure adequate infrastructure in achieving zero waiting time in terms of incoming and outbound cargo. The stage is set with a quiver full of plans drawn up meticulously. In our hearts, we hold a renewed sense of determination and belief. We at KPL are ready. ready to sail into a brave new world.
என் பேர் ராஜகுமாரி. படித்தது வளர்ந்தது எல்லாமே மயிலாடுதுறை. என் கணவர் பேர் வந்து துரை. அவங்க வந்து கோல்டு ஒர்க் பண்ணுறாங்க, அப்புறம் விவசாயம் 2 ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
என் பேர் மீனாட்சி. நான் சிறுதாமூரில் இருக்கேன். எங்கள் வீட்டுக்கார் பேர் நாராயணன். எனக்கு 2 பசங்க இருக்காங்க.
திருமணமாகி 8 வருஷம் ஆகுது. இந்த 8 வருஷமும் நான் வீட்டில் வந்து சின்ன சின்ன டைலரிங் தொழில் பண்ணி தான் வீட்டில் இருந்தோம். அதில் வந்து சரியான வருமானம் அதிகமாக கிடைக்காது எங்களுக்கு.
ஒரு நாளோடைய வருமானம் 60 ரூபாய் மட்டும்தான். அதுவும் 3 விடுதி போனதான் என்னுடைய வருமானம். அந்த 60 ரூபாயிலே நான் பசங்களை படிக்க வைக்கணும், என்னுடைய வீட்டுக்காரை பார்க்கணும், என்ன பார்த்துக்கணும், இடையில எதனா ஒரு சமையல் பொருள் வாங்குறது அதெல்லாம் அது அந்த இன்கமில் தான்.
வெளி உலகம் தெரியாமலே நாங்கள் இருந்துட்டோம். எங்களை வந்து வீட்டிலேருந்து வெளில கொண்டு வரணும் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு தைரியமும் தன்னம்பிக்கையும் ஃபஸ்ட்டு கொடுத்தது எங்களுக்கு என் சக்தி நிப்பான் தான். எல்லா துறையிலும் பெண்கள் வந்து இருக்காங்க. ஆனால் பெயிண்ட் அடிக்கிற துறையில் வந்து இப்போ பெண்களை வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டு அறிமுகப்படுத்துறது வந்து நிப்பான் பெயிண்ட் என் சக்தி தான்.
இந்த சின்ன சிறுதாமூர் கிராமத்தை அவங்க தத்தி எடுத்துக்கின்னு பெண்களும் வெளியே வரணும், நிப்பான் பெயிண்ட் மூலிமா அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு இன்கமிங் வரணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு எங்களுக்கு ஒரு டீம் ஃபார்ம் பண்ணாங்க.
நாங்கள் வந்து பெயிண்ட் அடிக்க வரும்போது பக்கத்துலலாம் எங்கே போகிறீங்கன்னு சொல்லி கேட்பாங்க. நாங்கள் பெயிண்ட் அடிக்க போகிறோம்னு சொல்லும்போது எல்லாரும் ஒரு கேலியாகவும் கிண்டலாகவும் எங்களை சொன்னாங்க.
இவங்க போய் என்ன பண்ண போகிறாங்க, லேடிஸ் போய் என்ன பண்ண போகிறாங்க, அவங்களால என்ன முடியும், எப்படி இவங்க பெயிண்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க, புடவையை கட்டிக்கின்னு எது மேலே ஏறி பெயிண்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க அப்படின்னு ரொம்ப மட்டம் தட்டி பேசினாங்க. அவங்களுக்கு நெகராக சாரம் ஏறுவேன், டொக்கு கயிறில் பெயிண்ட் அடிப்பேன், அவங்க என்னென்ன பண்ணுறாங்களோ அது மாதிரி அவங்களுக்கு நெகராக நானும் பண்ணுவேன். ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஒரு கோயில் பெயிண்ட் பண்ணேன். அது மூலிமா பரவாயில்ல, நம்ம இவ்வளோ ஒரு மட்டமாக பேசினோம், இவங்க வந்து நல்லா பண்ணுறாங்க, நிப்பான் பெயிண்டில் லேடிஸுக்கும் ஒரு முன்னுரிமை இருக்குது அப்படின்ற மாதிரி எங்களை எல்லாருமே பாராட்டினாங்க.
இந்த என் சக்தி நிப்பான்குள்ளே வரும்போது எங்களுக்கு வந்து வருமானம் அதிகமாக கிடைக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிச்சு. இதை வச்சு எங்களோட சின்ன சின்ன ஆசைகளும் நாங்கள் நிறைவேற்றிக்கிறோம். எங்கள் வீட்டுக்காரங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குது நாங்கள் வேலைக்கு வர்றது.
நான் திருப்தியாகவும் நிம்மதியாகவும் ஒரு சந்தோஷமாகவும் ஃபீல் பண்ணுறேன். வாழ்வாதாரமும் உயர்ந்திருக்கு, என்னுடைய பெண்ணுரிமை அப்படின்ற ஒரு தரமும் உயர்ந்திருக்கு.
இந்த பாதுகாப்பு இந்த ஒரு இது கொடுத்தது வந்து என் சக்தி நிப்பான் பெயிண்ட் தான்.
அதுக்கு நிப்பான் பெயிண்ட் என் சக்திக்கு நான் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப நன்றி சொல்லிக்கிறேன்.